Before we get into the formal part of the meeting today, this is an Employee Recognition Month, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize and sincerely thank the entire OC TRANSPO team. As chair of the Transit Committee, I have the privilege of seeing the remarkable work that OC TRANSPO employees carry out across the city on a regular basis, and I'm continually reminded of the dedication that keeps this system moving every day. Aux employés de la première ligne, vous êtes le visage.
As our frontline employees, you are the face of transit in Ottawa. Your professionalism and whether it's for residents who depend on you or through the organization are simply admirable.
Those of you who work behind the scenes, your contributions may not always be visible to the public, but they are absolutely essential to delivering safe and reliable service. And to the management and leadership teams, thank you for guiding operations, supporting staff, and navigating the complexities of a modern transit system. Le transport en commun est un service
transit is a service that is never-ending. It requires getting up early in the morning, working late at night, on weekends, and whatever the conditions of the weather.
It also requires professionalism, patience, and resilience, qualities that OC TRANSPO employees demonstrate each and every day. The
work that you are doing has a direct effect on the quality of life here in Ottawa and should be recognized and celebrated.
On behalf of everyone on Transit Committee, thank you for your commitment, your service, and your continued dedication. And I'd like to hand it over to GM Rick Leary for some additional comments.
Good morning. Bonjour too.
Good morning, everybody.
For your thoughtful words about our staff, and I appreciate your recognition of the people who keep OC TRANSPO moving. Now, before I move on to the next slide, I also want to echo the chair's sentiment. Here in our nation's capital, our employees are the face of OC TRANSPO. Every employee plays a key role in keeping our city moving, delivering a safe, reliable, and accessible transit service to our customers. Throughout Employee Recognition Month, our teams across the organization are hosting a wide range of recognition activities to bring people together and celebrate their contributions. This year, we once again host our Employee Festival. It's an opportunity for our staff to showcase their operations and the valuable daily contributions they make to public transit. And I'd like to extend that invitation to you, Chair, and the committee members as well. And I hope you'll be able to join us to the 20th this month. It should be great. Employee Recognition Month gives us a moment to pause and celebrate, but our appreciation extends far beyond the month. To all staff, I just want to say thank you for your dedication, your resilience, and your commitment to serving the residents of Ottawa. Will that be in the update if you're ready?
Well, we'll go through our roll call and our agenda review, and then we'll come back to the rest of the presentation.
Perfect.
We have no regrets today, so I'll ask our committee coordinator to do the roll call.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Carr. Here. Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Leifer.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair DeRoche.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. Are the minutes from May 14th, 2026 carried? Carried. Thank you. We have 3 responses to inquiries lifted. 4.1 is community feedback for Limebank, Bowesville, and Leitrim stations. And Councillor DeRoche would like to lift that with the committee's consent. Are we okay to lift that? Okay, so we'll come back to that once we go through our agenda. 4.2 transit station elevators. Councillor Carr has asked to lift that with committee's consent. Are we good to lift the elevator response? Thank you. And 4.3 is OC TRANSPO peak ridership definition and service planning. Are there any requests to lift that one? I don't think so. Okay. Presentations 5.1, we have a presentation from staff, the regular rail bus and paratranspo update, and we have 8 delegations on that item, so we will hold that item. Stage 2 light rail, we will hold for a staff presentation. Item 6.2 is OC TRANSPO Public Safety Strategy. We have a presentation from staff and 1 delegation, so we'll hold that item. Item 7.1 is the council motion reinstating Saturday service. And I believe there's a motion to, pardon me? Yeah, we have a motion to defer that, I believe, right, from Councillor Brockington. So if you want to, oh, I gave you the wrong one. We'll give you the right one. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think we can deal with this right away. So this is just a deferral. So whereas Council Motion 2025-7113 titled Reinstating Saturday Service, OC Transpo Bus Route 92 was referred by Council to Transit Committee to be examined by Q2 2026. Whereas the referral motion provided that consideration of the matter be accompanied by an analysis of staff of the capacity within the system to restore routes and a methodology for prioritizing routes to use that capacity. Whereas part of the new Customer First Action Plan, staff are analyzing opportunities for short and long-term improvements to OC Transpo bus service delivery. Therefore, be it resolved that Council Motion 2025-7113, titled Reinstating Saturday Service OC Transpo Bus Route 92, be deferred to the next regular Transit Committee meeting currently scheduled for September 10th, 2026, and be it further resolved that staff be authorized to provide updated staff comments reflecting available information to accompany this item when it's listed on the next committee agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so on Councillor Brockington's motion for deferral of the referral, is that carried? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so we'll go back to the start of the agenda and we'll start with those inquiries. 4.1, community feedback for Limebank, Bowesville, and Leitrim stations. Vice Chair DeRoche.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There is an urban legend in the old city of Nepean that when they would build a new park, they wouldn't put the pathways in until they would see where people would actually walk in the parkway. I don't know if it's true or not, but it was a good example of sometimes when we do a design, the architects, the planners, the engineers, it doesn't match kind of the behavior of the public. And so after a year of service of Line 2, obviously I collected, and I think other councillors collected a lot of feedback on what was working well, what was not. In Riverside South and in the Finley Creek Ward, this was combined with the fact that there was a number of projects that were tied to the station that we, as a city, took them out of Line 2. Perhaps it was value engineered and said, well, we're going to rely on the developer to build a sidewalk. We're going to rely on some other processes that are going to make the system better. And unfortunately, as you would expect with the delays of the system and the other processes, they don't necessarily line up perfectly. So I just want to cover a couple of these. One is the pedestrian access to the station. From the pickup and drop-off area at the Limebank station. Again, the engineers and architects said you should go down to the corners and not cross where we have the buses crossing. And although we do have that at other parts of the city, people are now jumping the fence and getting that feedback that why can't we just cross at the midpoint here? It's not 30 years out where we got a bus every 2 or 3 minutes. So you're looking at that now presently to see if we can have a midpoint crossing. That's correct?
Yes, we have a consultant engaged to look at all the road safety questions about that.
Okay. Next question is, I'm not going to touch on them all, Chair, just a few highlights. So a sidewalk on Limebank Road, again, to get to the Limebank station. You see people walking on the side. I think the intent there was that as the development in that area proceeded, that would be built by the builder. We're working on that. It's been one of the most frustrating files that I've ever seen in 12 years at City Hall to get going. I would like that, and the community is expecting that sidewalk get constructed this summer so that we're ready for this winter and people can rightly expect to get to the station and walk in a safe way. So that's proceeding.
I can say that we as staff continue to advocate for that outcome.
Okay, I had 2 more questions. I asked on the the times of the trains, right? Every 12 minutes. It's a big improvement for what the community had, which was 30 minutes in many cases for the bus service. I often get the request, hey, can we increase that or can we decrease the amount of wait time at the station? And I understand that there's significant costs to do that. And I'm just wondering if you could elaborate that. Because again, I think I'm not the only councillor, I'm sure on line 2 that gets that question. How come we can't do better than 12 minutes?
Councillor, I'll provide a bit of an answer. Maybe Pat can elaborate as well too. So, we are looking at ways in which we can improve the frequency of the service. That's something we want to look at, on all our modes is we know that frequency is a key driver of ridership and a good customer experience. But we also did identify originally in the in the project agreement and in the project itself that to get to that 10-minute headway, some major infrastructure improvements would need to be made. Major infrastructure investments would need to be made to improve that to that 10-minute frequency. And like one of those areas is the Dow's Lake Tunnel. That is a single track, and that's a extended length of track that would need to be looked at. So, but we think there might be some opportunities for us to look at it just from an operational perspective, how we handle the turns at the end of the stations, when the operators flip from one driving one direction to the other direction. So we're looking at opportunities to do something like that. But it's a complex system in that it's not all double tracked, right? There's a combination of those single and double lanes. So it's complex, but we are looking at opportunities for that, and we may be able to shave, a minute off.
Okay.
But we also know that, for that major, for significant improvement in frequency, you'd be looking at some major investment into that line.
Okay. No, and that's fair. And that's what I communicate to the community. And I hope one day that we will get in that position where we can double track it and see some big changes there. But I would like to see the math on that we can't get down to 11 minutes. So I'm not saying we see that today, but I'm going to continue to push to see if we can do 1 minute better. It's 1 minute better, especially if you're trying to connect with line 1 and you've got a feeder bus system. And if we can do it, let's get let's get NASA to look at it and figure out how we can do this, right? So
maybe if I could just add one other piece, Pat just reminded me of it here, is that, the long range plan in terms of, increasing those double tracking sections so we get a better frequency, it is identified as one of those long-term projects in the transportation master plan.
Okay. And so how are you going to look at just getting it down to 1 or 2 minutes better?
So we're looking at it from a planning and scheduling perspective, from an operations aspect, not an infrastructure investment perspective.
Okay. And then lastly, Chair, I had a question on routes 93 and 94 and looking at the possibility of staggering those times so that when people arrive, for example, at the Leitrim station, they want to get to Finlay Creek, there are some passengers that would benefit potentially from the 93 or the 94, right? And there's some overlap there. And could we look at sort of spacing that out potentially so that for some passengers, they would have a better frequency?
Yes, I confirm we're looking into that and how we can stagger those buses evenly.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee. Like I said, this was a long list of questions that I collected over the year of operations of Line 2. Appreciate the answers back to the public. There's some progress being made to fix some of the gaps that are missing. And there's some things that we can look at in the medium and longer term. So I'm pleased to see that. And I think we should do this just as a matter of process, Mr. Chairman, when we do the launch of the future lines, that after 1 year of service, you go back and look at what did we think was a good idea at design and what did passengers and behavior actually do. And Councillor Brockington, I'm sure, has many examples of that in his ward as well. So thank you for that time today, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on that inquiry? Okay, we will move to 4.2, the inquiry on transit station elevators. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. And thanks to my colleagues for lifting this inquiry, which I recognize is a little bit different than, reliability of trains and buses, and it's truly on a different level, shall we say. But the numbers of the outages is concerning. I hope it would be for management. I originally asked this question given my role as council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, but upon reviewing the data, I do have some more pointed questions. I guess one of my biggest challenges in understanding what is being done is trying to understand why for our bus stations that we, with our contract for bus stations, we require, is it 98% Sorry, just one second. Overall uptime of at least 98%. This is with our bus station elevators that OC Transpo manages through a full-time maintenance contract. It specifically says, monthly inspections, a spare parts inventory callback rate of less than 0.4 per elevator per month, and an overall uptime of at least 98%. But I don't understand what is in our contract for RTM. It talks very loosely about what the requirements are, 24/7 on-call emergency, preventative, corrective maintenance. But some of these outages and the mean time to repair are astonishing. So what is it in our contract? What is in our contract with RTM to ensure that these outages are brought online at a much faster rate? Because it is, I don't think it's acceptable. I recognize that most of our stations have multiple elevators, but when we're trying to increase capacity, when we're trying to restore service, restore confidence of customers, even one elevator being out during peak times or at any time is inconvenient to those people wanting to use an elevator or, more importantly, needing to use an elevator.
Thank you for the question. And both OC Transpo and our partner RTG recognize that we need to make some improvements in terms of the availability of the elevators on line 1. With that said, and you highlighted a key point is, in the design aspect of it, it was, one of the key features was making sure that we had redundant elevators accessing every platform on the rail line system where an elevator is required, where an elevating device is required. So that was one of the key features putting there. So there is those opportunities for elevators to be down, but customers still have full access to the entire station. But the main contractual element that we have is there's a station availability requirements in the PA in which there can be potential financial deductions and other penalties should they not be able to maintain those that station availability. And that means if people do not have access to elevators to access the various levels within the station, then there's deductions and potential penalties that could apply.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. One thing that really struck me, though, in reading this is that, the contractual performance standards for unplanned outages for lines 1, 2, and 4. So let's say with line 1, because that is RTM, 30 minutes from notification of fault and required rectification time, 4 hours from notification of fault. But the performance metrics that were provided in this report are from January to April 2026. And in this inquiry response, it says this is new data that has been provided to the city by RTM. And now the city staff are working with RTM to have this data regularly provided. Why was this data not being requested previously? Like, we've had the line 1 in place since September 2019, but have we not been tracking the data of how long it takes to repair these elevators? When it's, January, it was mean time to repair was 6.3 hours, February 9.9, March 5.5, April 47.8 hours. You've explained why that's an outlier, but that's significant. And when we have a required rectification time of 4 hours from notification of fault, like, this data is not great. It's not meeting the service standard. But more importantly, why was this data not being provided for the last 7 years? Why is this only new data now?
Chair, we've been working with RTG and improving all their data reporting. Focus on the early days was definitely on the challenges, the technical issues that we were facing that was really impacting the service delivery aspect. But we've been working collectively with them to improve the reporting in all aspects, whether it be on the vehicles, whether it be on the elevators, on the stations, on their maintenance plans. We have been tracking, we have been monitoring, and making sure that they're adhering to the station availability aspects of it. But this is an area where we need to focus more time, more effort, and we have RTG's commitment that they're going to continue to provide us with additional information and data to be able to support our oversight activities, but very much linked to that customer, the 10-point action plan and the customer focused action plan that we have, right? So I can't give you a definite answer as to why it took so long to get to this point, other than we've been focusing on those issues, and they've been very proactive in getting us more and more information when we've been pushing for it.
Hey, I appreciate that. It just seems to me like we have a contract with them, states that we can withhold payment if they don't meet their contract, but then we're not even monitoring their contract to make sure that they meet the performance. So to me, that's a big concern. I know not everybody is we hear a lot about needing more buses, needing more operator, scheduling needs to be on time, but I also do think it's important that our stations are welcoming and available to everybody that wants to use them. So I won't say anything more there, but I will be following up on this, and thank you for providing the report. It was very telling to me that we need to make sure our customer experience is better and be on them for the data and what is in their contract. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to this.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much. And for a great inquiry, because it is one of the things being a terminus station at Blair. I know we're working very hard. I've worked with Troy and the gang and Pat. We're a couple years behind on the elevator replacement, and champions within the area of accessibility like Max Bro and a whole group of people have been highlighting this for good reason. I guess there's two things. These elevators seems like, McDonald's ice cream vending machines. They break down all the time and they just sit there because there's always claims there's no parts or things are happening. And we know the status of those elevators at Blair. They're very old. You can't get the new parts. So we're putting a new elevator in. Will the new elevators have accessibly ready parts? Because they will break down. That's the nature of elevators. It happens here at City Hall. We didn't have an elevator for a year and it only goes 3 floors. So I just want to make sure that we're really focused on that aspect of things.
Mr. Chair, the elevator that will be installed at Blair to replace the old infrastructure there will meet all accessibility standards, will be a new modern elevator, when it is implemented. So all those features will be there, and, that would require, having the maintainer of that having access to the parts and the supplies to be able to get it back in service as soon as possible. Yes.
Great. So, and thank you, Councillor Carr, for bringing that up, because it's one thing I find procurement is actually not a good vehicle to be able to actually select who a manufacturer is in a situation where there is a requirement for, we all want cheaper, but it doesn't mean you're delivering the results. And we need elevators that work. So making sure we have a procurement that ensures that takes place, that gives me some comfort. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm going to start with a slightly more technical question. Is what's the difference between the elevators that we have in our LRT stations and the ones in the old transitway stations and N23?
Mr. Chair, I think that may be something, if we could take offline and have a conversation with you, I'd want to get some of the technical people here who could provide you with a fulsome answer. I just know that at a high level, I could say, the station, the elevators in the new stations are more modern, more up to date. They could be, they've got a lot more sensors and I'll just say those extra features that, sometimes they can have more issues in terms of door closing because they got the sensitive edge, those types of things. If we could take that offline and I can get the right technical people to have that conversation with you, the differences between the two.
Okay, no, because the reason for that question was because you were looking at our LRT stations where we have redundant elevators, they're newer elevators, whereas our older transitway stations have one elevator, much older elevators, generally, I think. And yet the rate of failure or the rate where they're out of service seems to be a lot higher. I understand the point about the sensors. I guess it's like a new car versus an old car, old buses versus new buses, right? I guess it's something similar to that, but it is concerning from at least a surface level. I guess until that conversation offline happens, it is concerning from a surface level where the newer elevators seem to be failing at a higher rate than the older elevators.
Mr. Chair, one of the things that I'd just like to add on into that is some of the bus stations, they don't have the same volume that you would see on the LRT network, right? So you got a lot more usage, a lot more wear and tear, a lot more potential for errors or failures to occur on when you're dealing with the spine of the network that's got the high volume of customers, as opposed to some of the bus transitway stations that would see less frequent usage. So that it is one of the factors that we need to look at and consider when we're looking at and comparing, some of the stations and some of the bus network with the LRT stations. The LRT stations can have a high usage and high frequency.
No, that's fair. I was kind of that was in my mind, and I was focused on like Billingsbridge, Greenboro, and South Keys to that point, right? So no, anyway, that's looking forward to that conversation offline about the there's a limit to how technical I can get too, but looking forward to that conversation. Thanks.
I have a question. Does anyone know if the RMCO, the Regulatory Monitor and Compliance Officer, has ever looked at the elevator piece specifically over the last 5 or 6 years?
Thank you for the question, Chair. No, he has not.
Okay, I'm going to send him an email and I'll copy my committee members and ask if he could consider that for his upcoming work plan, because I think it's important. Thanks, Councillor Card. Okay, we'll move on to item 5.1, OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratransport. We have a lengthy staff presentation because there's a lot going on. And then we will go to delegations, and then we will go to questions for staff. So Rick, over to you and the team.
Thank you through the chair. Okay, now we'll begin the OC Transpo update. Welcome, everybody. We have several important updates to share with you today. Looking forward to it. First, we're going to begin with an update on the O train line 1 and the progress that we've made to safely restore capacity. Next, we're going to examine some of the core actions of our Customer First Action Plan that will improve service reliability for customers. As I've mentioned, reliability is the result of many factors: a well-maintained fleet, attainable schedules, and incredible people that deliver service. Today, we're going to talk in detail about how our bus schedules are changing to provide predictability to customers, how our fleet plan is adapting to onboard new buses and focus on preventive maintenance, and the comprehensive hiring strategy that will ensure that we have people to keep Ottawa moving. Finally, we're going to have an update on our non-fare revenue initiatives, which are part of the improving our finances, as well as our evolving communications approach to keep everyone informed of how our Customer First Action Plan is transforming service. Together, all of these efforts will strengthen the customer experience by building reliability and resilience to our service. And I look forward to sharing this work here with you today. Now, throughout this presentation, you will see some new key performance indicators that we're developing to help assess and report on progress to improve service and our customers' experience. Now, the previous KPIs were included in this presentation that was sent out earlier this week, but we're not going to spend time reviewing those slides in detail, but we are willing to answer any questions should you have them. We'll move on the slides. So I'm very pleased that the O train line 1 has returned running double cars this week. I spent a lot of time out there with staff this week, talking to customers and seeing the success of that. The people, our customers, are very happy. For customers, this means that line 1 is now operating at full capacity on weekdays and running a 5-minute service at peak periods. We're restoring capacity was one of the priorities that was assigned to me by the city manager when I joined the city of Ottawa. Now, with full capacity restored, we're well positioned for what we're preparing for the busy summer ahead. We're preparing for our Canada Day, our Blues Fest, and the many other events that make up Ottawa's summer festival season, as well as the federal government's return to office plans that begin in July. Now, for Canada Day, we're working closely with Heritage Canada and our city partners to ensure that we're ready to move large crowds safely and efficiently through and from the main event sites at Le Breton Flats. As for previous years, we are incredibly happy to offer free service to everyone taking part in the celebration on July 1st in our nation's capital. Now, in collaboration with the Rideau Transit Group and Alstom, these improvements to line 1 capacity were possible. I'm feeling a good collaborative relationship with these groups. They continue to replace the cartridge bearing assemblies, and in addition to installation and testing of sensors that are part of the condition monitoring system. The initial results thus far have been very positive. Over the course of the summer, this work will continue with final results being analyzed, more sensors installed, and further CBA replacements, therefore increasing the number of trains available for service. Our ongoing assessment of the fleet readiness will determine our timeline to begin trial running on the east extension. Now, I will say I was hoping to be able to provide more details today about the east extension. However, I do need more time to confirm the fleet availability. We will be able to provide more details on trial running on the east very soon, though, I can assure you. At the same time, our partners, the Rideau Transit Group and Alstom, remain active in advancing the work on the root cause analysis to inform the long-term solution. Additionally, Sabrina has begun the CBA safety audit work that was directed by this committee. We will continue to keep this committee as well as council informed as more information becomes available. Slides, please. At our last meeting, I was pleased to be able to present the Customer First Action Plan. And the plan is based on my initial assessment during my first month at OC Transpo. It is 4 key areas with 10 action items that will drive overall improvements to our service, put customers at the core of the decision-making, and improve the experience of public transit. Now, I've been here for a little over 60 days now, and I've used this time to connect with our employees and our unions, to listen to our customers and counselors about their experiences on transit, and to work closely with our team as they develop the action items that will deliver the results to our customers or for our customers. Today, we're going to dig a little deeper to better understand the actions that will make our service more reliable. And as you'll hear in a moment, service reliability is the result of multiple integrated actions. Customers receive reliable service when schedules are realistic, the fleet is well maintained, and we have a strong workforce. Our goal is to build schedules our customers can trust, a fleet that reliably delivers the service, and a sustainable workforce. Now, to deliver these schedules, they must be reviewed and revised to reflect real travel conditions. The bus fleet needs preventive maintenance to ensure that it will perform as expected and keep customers moving. Having a solid plan to hire mechanics, bus and paratransport operators, rail operators, and special constables is essential to delivering predictable service every day. Reliable service is the sum of these parts, and without one of them, the others will not be successful. Today's presentation will take you through each of these areas, their touch points, and how we're supporting these actions as a unified program. I'm going to talk about the current state of these elements, the integrated strategies that give us the improved service customers expect, and how we're going to monitor and report out on progress. Today, our team, Pat, Rami, and Sabrina, will present these integrated plans and the actions that will start to deliver noticeable improvements to our customers as early as this summer and throughout the fall. These plans are based on solid foundations laid by this council and their investments in the fleet and customer improvements. Now, my job is to guide the process and to build a transit system on a foundation that is resilient and sustainable for the future, and use my experience to help navigate challenges. Today, you're going to see a clear path towards, you're going to see a clear path that will build a transit system for Ottawa that is fitting for a nation's capital. Today's focus is to lay out the integrated plans that will meet the goals of the 2 pillars of the Customer First Action Plan to make service more reliable and build a sustainable workforce. Now, you're also going to hear from Amanda as she shares the positive progress on 2 other additional pillars, the strengthening of our financial stability and how our communications approach will put customers first. So with that, I'll now hand things over to the Director of Customer Systems and Planning, Pat, who's going to begin our presentation with a discussion on the current state of our schedules, the path to improvement, and the future state. So Pat, if you would.
Thanks, Rick. One of the key pillars, as you know, of the Customer First Action Plan is improving service reliability. And I want to talk to you about 3 aspects of improving service today: improving service reliability, ensuring sufficient capacity on all routes, and expanding service where it is needed. Next slide, please. So first of all, it seems axiomatic to say, but good service begins with reliability. We must be able to deliver what we promise. As an example, it's better to promise 5 trips per hour and deliver them consistently than to promise 6 trips per hour and only deliver 5 unpredictably. Poor reliability, however it's caused, can lead to longer waiting times for customers, uneven crowding on platforms and on buses, and sometimes customers being left behind. In order to consistently provide reliable service, we need sufficient staff and buses available to deliver service every day. We need buses that are in good shape and ready and able to start every trip on time. And we need to have consistent travel times for the buses to follow over the length of every route. Now that the bus route changes from 2025 have been in place for over a year, we've already made and continuing to make improvements to the schedules of many of the bus routes to improve reliability for customers. Next slide, please. As you'll remember from the longer report that we presented September last year on the subject of reliability, there are several factors that influence the reliability of service. This illustration here shows how the progress of a bus along its route can be affected by road conditions. In this example, the bus starts on time, is delayed by 2 minutes because of auto traffic congestion that wasn't predicted, is then delayed by 2 more minutes later on because of construction, picks up 2 minutes after that because of some transit priority measures, but in this example, it still arrives at its destination 2 minutes later than had been planned. And to give an elaboration of how these factors impact customers, our most recent numbers in May 2026, 27% of the trips that were undelivered were because of road conditions along the route or things that happened on the bus. Next slide, please. We've added more running time to the schedules of 7 bus routes starting in April, 1 more in June, with more to come in September. We started with the highest priority bus routes, the ones that had the poorest on-time performance. And those 8 bus routes, the first ones that were done in April and June, carry 11% of all customers who ride the bus on our system. The analysis of scheduled running time is done using large data sets that are collected from GPS receivers on all buses every few seconds and is analyzed using the latest tools, the latest technology, some spectacularly complex math that's available to us through industry-leading vendors. The 2026 budget also included funding for improving and upgrading some of those scheduling tools that will support more reliable bus and train service. So as we go to the next slide, on this map, you'll see, get them started there, you'll see the first 8 routes that were fixed up in April, or the 1 more that's coming in June, and you can see that they cross all parts of the city. Running times are adjusted when auto traffic congestion is persistent and transit priority measures are either not feasible or it would take time to implement. And when additional scheduled running time can help buses to remain on time over the trips and be ready to start the next trip on time. Next slide, please. So as a result of these first 8 schedule improvements, or first 7 schedule improvements that we made, we're already seeing in the first few weeks some large improvements to on-time performance. You can see here that there are big improvements in on-time performance on all 7 of these bus routes. On some routes, such as Route 53 and 168, the improvement has been huge. We'll continue to monitor and adjust these routes and all other routes based on customer feedback and staff observations. And you can see that in the numbers in the second column, they're all better. They're not all as good as we want, and we continue to work on these routes and on every other route in the system. The next slide, please. In this map, you'll see the 20 routes that we're working on right now to improve for September. To support customers returning to work and school in the fall, we've got these schedule improvements on the next 20 routes that currently have the lowest on-time performance. So we will, once these schedule fixes are in place for all 30 of these routes, the 7, the 1, and the 22, that will represent reliability improvements for more than half of all the customers who use bus service on our network. And we'll continue to measure reliability and make schedule improvements where required on all bus routes on all days of the week. This work is continuous and it never ends, as we've talked about before. Next slide, please. En plus des améliorations apportées
On
à
top
la
of the improvement that we've put in place, we do have also other priorities. On Route 11 and 30, detailed analysis and conceptual studies are underway, and we thank the councillors for the ridges along these routes for their contributions and support. On Route 82, we're considering adjusting bus stops and traffic light schedules, and we thank the councillors for their advice and collaboration. The 2026 budget also included certain additional priority measures related to public transit, such as the construction of the new transitway corridors, which will improve service reliability once they are operational. Next slide.
We're ready to, now we're moving on away from reliability and onto the work we're doing to meet capacity. We're ready to respond to anticipated increases in ridership when more customers return to work and to school this September. We have buses ready to increase capacity on busy routes and to provide better service from park and ride lots. In addition, as you know, O-Train Line 1 capacity has increased and almost doubled with the return to two-car trains on weekdays. These improvements work together. The service becomes more reliable with scheduling, staffing, and fleet improvements, and increases in capacity allow us to accommodate more travelers. Next slide, please. We're working with the federal government as they plan for increased numbers of their staff to work on site and to do so more days of the week. They've shared with us home and work locations for many of their workers, and we've used these data to identify the routes that we need to watch closely. There are 10 routes, which you can see on the screen, which are the most likely to need more capacity, and we're currently working through the best ways to accomplish that. So we'll do that, but beyond that, once September starts, we'll be monitoring ridership on all bus routes and all train lines, and we will be ready to make additional adjustments. Next slide, please. And now as we move on to expansion, we also need to be ready to expand the transit system as the city continues to grow. We need to expand service into new areas as they're developed. We need to expand service on existing routes as population and employment levels increase. And we need to be able to expand service across the system as more people return to work in the office. We'll bring to the committee a policy recommendation on how to best allocate new resources between reliability, capacity, and growth. In the 2027 budget, we'll bring you specific recommendations on how many more buses we will need to buy and how many more operating staff members we'll need to hire. In all of this work, we'll be guided by the policies that Council has adopted, in particular, the transit service evaluation criteria that you approved in 2021. We're also looking forward to receiving good advice on how to structure these policies from the Auditor General, who will be presenting her team's review of our processes next week. Next slide, please.
We are almost ready to the expansion into the city's rapidly growing neighborhoods. This map shows the residential areas that we anticipate the strongest growth. As you can see, the areas with the highest projected growth are those best served by the O-Train network. Next slide.
The population and the economy of Ottawa continues to grow. Your transit system will always be there to handle the growth in employment, population, residential development, and commercial development. We want OC TRANSPO to be a good travel choice available to everyone in Ottawa, and we want everyone in Ottawa to be able to travel across the city without the need for a car. Providing a good transit service to everyone is possible when bus service is reliable, when train service is reliable. And that means that we need to have enough staff, good schedules, train and bus equipment in good working order. And my colleague Rami will take you now through the next few slides. Merci.
Thank you, Pat. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à toutes et tous. Building on the context my colleague Pat has shared, I want to give you a clear picture of where our bus fleet stands today and where we are taking it. This morning, we will cover the current composition of the fleet, the work underway, and how we're preparing for fall service and winter ahead. There's a lot happening right now. We're onboarding new buses, retiring old ones, refurbishing others, and fundamentally changing how we maintain the fleet. I'll walk you through each of those pieces and show how they connect. Next slide, please. As you are all aware, we are in the middle of a significant fleet transformation. As new electric buses are brought into service, we're finally able to retire the most unreliable vehicles in our fleet, and redirect our maintenance resources toward assets that will serve the city for years to come. Since the end of winter, we have retired 100 of the most costly, unreliable, and labor-intensive buses in service. That's 20 Vero buses, which were over 20 years old, 13 60-foot articulated buses that were well past their end of life, and 67 of our 77 double-deckers. These buses are between 8 and 10 years old, have not had a midlife refurbishment, and have less reliable and more expensive, are more expensive to maintain than our age articulated fleet. Retiring them frees up a substantial amount of our team's capacity and let us concentrate that effort where it delivers the most value. At the same time, we still need high-capacity buses in service. With funding from the 2026 budget, we have identified 30 of the 60-foot articulated buses for full structural rebuilds to add at least 3 more years of service life to them. We selected the buses that have had the most recent engines and transmission replacement to undergo this work. The work does not end there. I've spoken before about how winter-driven defects create the labor backlog that impacts maintenance efforts throughout the rest of the year. This summer, we will temporarily ground sections of the fleet for an intensive preventative maintenance campaign targeting hose replacements, electrical components, and other failure points we know will emerge next winter. In total, we're looking to service up to 290 of our buses throughout the summer. And through all this, we continue onboarding new buses. At the beginning of this week, we had 125 e-buses in operation. By next week, we will have 131, tracking towards 228 by the end of the year. Additionally, the first of our new 60-foot articulated buses will arrive in Ottawa by end of June. Next slide, please. It's well known that we've been struggling with the impacts of the age of the fleet, and we have shared with committee previously that things will get better once the e-buses come into service. Today, I'm happy to say that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and we're starting to see the results of fresh, new, and reliable buses. With 125 electric buses in service, we are already noticing the impact on the health of our fleet. By the end of 2027, we will have 354 battery electric buses in service. That's 50% of our conventional fleet that will be zero emission, consistent with our commitment to the city's climate change master plan. That milestone will make Ottawa the city with the highest percentage of electric buses in its fleet among major cities in North America. As of today, our electric buses have driven 2.6 million kilometers in service. They have saved over 3,000 tons of CO2 emissions, equivalent of taking 734 gas-powered cars off the road for a year, and have displaced approximately 1.3 million liters of diesel fuel. Next slide, please. These charts show what all of these changes actually look like in terms of fleet profile, where we are today versus how the fleet will look in Q4 2027, once the full electric fleet is in service and decommissioning is complete. The difference is significant. We started this year with an average fleet age of 11 years. By the end of 2027, this will drop to 4 years. Over the next year and a half, Ottawa will transition to a bus fleet that is easier to maintain, more reliable on the roads, and far better positioned to deliver the consistent daily service we promise our customers. I'm certain you've noticed the reduction in high-capacity buses within the fleet to 12%. As we look to the future, maintaining an appropriate proportion of high-capacity buses will be a key priority to ensure our fleet profile aligns with the population and ridership growth that my colleague Pat referenced earlier. We'll continue to keep the committee updated with any developments. Next slide, please. Mr. Larry
mentioned during last meeting that we will have a new KPIs. We've been working towards this for some time. As we reshape the fleet, it is essential that we measure our progress in ways that are clear, meaningful, and tied directly to the customer's experience. I would like to share the 3 key indicators that are guiding our decisions and that we will report against going forward. The first one is a mean distance between failure, which means they measure how far a bus travels before breakdown on average. The second KPI is a direct reliability factor, which measures how many buses we expect to fail mechanically during a service day, directly impacting customer experience. The third KPI is our preventive versus reactive maintenance ratio, which measures how much the work performed is planned versus how much is unplanned. Next slide.
As I mentioned, MDBF is the average number of kilometers a bus travels before experiencing a breakdown. Our target is 10,000 kilometers, which aligns with industry standards. Today, our fleet average is 6,500 kilometers. This graph clearly highlights that this metric pulled higher by the 40-foot Nova diesel buses and the new e-buses. This is a direct result of a solid preventative maintenance program. The articulated and double-decker fleets, both of which have not had midlife refurbishment, have dragged it down significantly and have been the primary driver of our availability challenge over the past few years, directly impacting customers. At a previous committee meeting, we explained our transition to mileage-based inspections and 10,000-kilometer intervals. That interval is the threshold that allows the buses to avoid unnecessary breakdown, similar to any other vehicle. I want to note that the MDBF was one of the driving factors in the decision to retire 67 double-deckers. While our articulated fleet sits well below target today, it is roughly twice as reliable as the double-decker fleet was. So in summary, these buses were coming in 4 to 5 times for repair outside of their maintenance window, creating an unsustainable demand for already scarce resources. By the end of next year, once our fleet transformation plan is complete, we project the MDBF to be well above 10,000 kilometers, putting us in a position to deliver the bus availability we promise our customers. Next slide, please. The direct reliability factor measures the percentage of buses we expect to fail during a service day, resulting in 1 or more canceled trips. Our target is 2%. Ambitious, but an achievable industry standard for a healthy fleet. This is an area where we have struggled. In Q1 of this year, to put 500 buses on the road, we needed 36 additional vehicles just to compensate for on-street defects. That is a direct measure of how much the H fleet was costing us in availability. The graph shows a serious spike this year at over 7%. That figure captures only buses that stopped working entirely. It does not include buses that experienced issues but still made it back to the garage. When you include those, the total average 17%. But the graph also shows something important. As we have onboarded new buses and decommissioned unreliable ones, the direct reliability factor dropped by almost 50% immediately. That is a direct, measurable result of the plan working. We expect to see continued improvement as we progress through our action plan and complete the new fleet onboarding. Next slide, please. This indicator is one Mr. Leary has shared with you before. It is the ratio of planned preventative maintenance to reactive work. Our target is 80% planned, sparing 20% for reactive work. I want to be direct about what this means. The only way to deliver sustainably reliable service is to stop chasing problems and start preventing them. A reactive maintenance culture means we are always behind and backlog compounds over time, as we've experienced. Less than 2 years ago, we were at 70% reactive. Our team was doing nothing but band-aid fixes and quick turnarounds to put as many buses as possible into service each day. That is not a sustainable operation. The backlog of deferred campaign work had grown beyond our capacity to address. From the 2026 budget, we've invested in analytical capacity, planning, and quality assurance program to build the foundation for a preventative maintenance culture. It does not happen overnight, but the trajectory is clear, and we are moving in the right direction as shown in the graph. To summarize where we are headed, we will measure success by ensuring 80% of work is pre-planned, that we maintain 102% of our daily fleet requirement and available buses, leaving no more than 2% to daily failures, and that our buses complete their full 10,000 kilometer service interval without breaking down while in service. Next slide, please. We have covered a great deal about what is happening in bus maintenance this year, and there's more still to come. Our most reliable fleet, the 40-foot Nova diesel buses, have now reached their midlife point. This is a fleet of 249 buses that has served us well, but they still have a long way to go. To make sure we do not face the same issues we see today when these buses approach end of life, we have started the process for full midlife refurbishment of this fleet. None of this maintenance work happens without the people to do it. As you know, the market for qualified technicians and mechanics has tightened significantly. We are still working towards our workforce targets to recruit qualified resources through every avenue. Ultimately, if we cannot find fully trained mechanics, we will have to invest in developing them ourselves. There's also an industry best practice. Our team is expanding our apprenticeship program to build a sustainable in-house pipeline of skilled trades that grows alongside our fleet. There's exciting work happening on the recruitment and apprenticeship front. And with that, I will hand this over to my colleague Sabrina to tell you all about it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Rami. As you just heard from Pat and Rami, reliability is built upon providing capacity for current and future growth, and by having a stable fleet of vehicles. We cannot achieve this in a silo. The last piece of the puzzle is having a robust workforce, one that can safely operate and maintain our fleet. The plans that we were just discussing, in addition to what I'll be presenting now, are the keys to delivering on our promise to provide safe, reliable service to all of our customers. Our workforce plan is a key part of the equation by ensuring that we have a full complement of frontline staff. Without these critical positions, we would not be able to operate our trains, our buses, or ensure our fleet remains safe and in a good state of repair. While recruitment and training have been ongoing and continue to be a part of our operations each and every day, we are in the process of significantly ramping up our efforts. This morning, I'm going to walk you through our new integrated workforce plan, one that brings together all the pieces to deliver a more reliable service and improve on our overall customer experience. Next slide, please. Each year, training and recruitment plans are developed. Going into 2026, this was no different. However, as part of our continuous monitoring of service delivery and reliability, gaps were identified that caused us to reassess. A new integrated workforce plan has now been developed to help right-side our key positions from now until the end of the year. Then in parallel, we're working to build a multi-year plan to ensure sustainability. A well-structured multi-year approach to training and recruitment is essential to maintaining safe, resilient transit operations by ensuring we have the right people with the right skills in place today while building capacity for the future. This plan will
allow us to guarantee the continuation of our training programs and our recruitment programs as well, which will contribute to ensure that our clients have a reliable transit service.
In human resources and finance to make this plan a reality, and we could not do it without their support. In addition, we've been collaborating with our union partners to deliver on this workforce strategy. I'd also like to thank all our union presidents, but in particular Noah, who is here with us today. As we've shared in previous Transit Committee updates, and as we've seen in recent months, we have been experiencing staffing challenges in some frontline operational groups, which required unplanned temporary service adjustments. These staffing challenges have led to service that at times can be unpredictable. Our goal is always to deliver the service that we advertise. This new integrated workforce plan will help stabilize our workforce and ensure operational readiness for the O-Trains expansion and the areas of growth that Pat mentioned earlier. This approach will strengthen not only our resiliency, but also build in redundancy at every stage in the process. We are currently focused on staffing the key frontline operational positions, including bus, para, and rail operators, rail controllers, mechanics and garage attendants, as well as special constables. These roles are all essential to our commitment to putting our customers first and ensuring a more positive customer experience. By having all these positions fully staffed, we can ensure the long-term sustainability for future growth. As we've discussed previously, and as Rami mentioned, the job market is incredibly competitive, in particular for areas such as mechanic. Building on Mr. Leary's background of expertise and in partnership with local colleges, we are looking to further expand our apprenticeship program. And this will allow us to have an internal pipeline by growing our talent in-house as we are helping to ensure the continued long-term success of our operations. This is a joint initiative between myself and my colleague Rami. Overall, as you can see, this plan is ambitious. Although it will require more time and resources to achieve it, it will ultimately result in an improved experience for both our customers and our staff. One of the biggest changes we've had to make in building this plan is a shift in our perspective to help build in redundancy at different stages. As a result, we are now targeting a staffing programming level of 105%, as Mr. Leary mentioned at the last Transit Committee meeting. This target takes into account many different factors, including retirement, attrition, failures, and trainees voluntarily withdrawing from our training program. While it is unlikely that we'll achieve this target, if we aim for 105% programming levels based on our experience and due to natural attrition, we'll be much closer to achieving the required staffing levels that we need to ensure safe, consistent operations while reducing potential risks and building in long-term resiliency. Next slide, please. What you can see on the screen here is a snapshot of our existing frontline workforce as of April 30th, 2026. All of these frontline positions have a direct impact on our ability to deliver the service that we advertise, which is why we're so heavily focused on these positions in particular. I want to be clear that throughout the past year, we have consistently maintained our efforts to onboard and train new frontline staff continuously. Our integrated workforce plan is reviewed weekly and updated to reflect our needs as they change. As you can see on the column to the left, that shows all the frontline employee groups. The middle column shows the current active staff headcount. That means employees actually working actively in those positions, not on any kind of leave. The right demonstrates the total number of trainees we would need required to bridge that gap between our current workforce and staffing programming levels about 105%. I want to emphasize that the number in the training target column is not the number of staff that we're currently short. As noted at the bottom of the slide, the table accounts for many different factors, including our existing vacancy rate, natural attrition, projected retirements, and the average trainee failure rate. Based on our experience and historical data, we know that about roughly 20 to 30% of people fail out of the training program or decide to leave the training program partway through. Additionally, these numbers also take into account the staffing that are required for our future growth, which includes the O-Train East and West expansions. That's why these numbers are as high as they are. Some of these positions, in particular bus operator, serve as the main pool of candidates for internal movements for other essential operational positions, such as rail operators, supervisors, and instructors. This compounds that number further. And in addition, to deliver on this new plan, we're in the process of hiring additional temporary relief instructors from the existing frontline positions to help support with expanded delivery of our training program. This will result in a temporary pull of existing operators, but will benefit our service reliability in the long run. This training target will enable us to consistently deliver on our promise to provide customers with safe and reliable service. Going into 2026, my team was already on track to train a record number of new staff. Now, in order to close this gap, additional time, resources, and training space is required. We're working very closely with all my colleagues across our departmental leadership team as this touches each and every one of us, as well as our partners in human resources and finance to ensure that we have the proper resources in place to achieve our resilient workforce. Next slide, please. What you saw before was the current snapshot of our workforce, and now I want to walk you through the current state of our ongoing recruitment efforts. These recruitment activities support all critical frontline operational positions across OC Transpo. As you can see, several positions remain open indefinitely, including bus operators, mechanics, and special constables. These are the positions that are experiencing higher attrition rates, growth requirements, and serve as job pools for other key positions across our organization. That means continuous recruitment is essential to maintain service delivery and meeting our workforce planning objectives. For the remaining competitions, candidates are being actively progressing through various stages of the internal and external recruitment process. To support these hiring efforts, we are using a broad range of recruitment strategies designed to maximize our reach, attract qualified candidates, and build a sustainable talent pipeline for the future. Our approach combines targeted marketing campaigns, proactive candidate sourcing, digital advertising, and community outreach. We use targeted marketing campaigns like the ones you see on the slide to recruit for dedicated positions. One great example is that we launched a premium sponsor recruitment campaign through Indeed focused specifically on our mechanic recruitment efforts. The campaign increased our visibility of postings by placing them predominantly on Indeed search results, helping us reach a larger pool of candidates, and the results have been very encouraging. Since launch, we've received approximately 1,500 applications across these sponsored postings. In addition, we also utilize social media and digital advertising, targeting key audiences, strategic billboard placements, and targeting marketing campaigns to promote opportunities across the organization. These efforts are supported by a comprehensive recruitment communication strategy designed to position OC Transpo as the employer of choice and showcase the competitive wages, benefits, pension, and career growth opportunities and meaningful public service careers that we offer. We are also engaging directly with potential candidates through career fairs, information sessions, community organizations, employment agencies, and post-secondary institutions. These partnerships help us connect with skilled trade professionals, operators, safety and security professionals, students, and other diverse candidates from Ottawa and beyond. We want our workforce to be as diverse and as vibrant as the community of Ottawa that we serve. Recruitment today is way more than just job postings. It's about actively marketing OC Transpo and our city as a career destination, building our talent pipelines, and ensuring that we have the workforce that is needed to support transit service delivery now and into the future. Next slide, please. Next, I want to provide just a visual representation of roughly how long it can take to get through the recruitment and training stages before an employee is ready to proudly represent OC Transpo at our front line. This pipeline demonstrates the steps needed from posting to having a new employee ready to start on their first day. All in all, the recruitment process can take anywhere from about 100 to 150 days, depending on the position and a variety of different factors. Once the successful candidates have been recruited, a robust training program is administered and really depends on the mode and role the person is applying for. This can include a mix of classroom learning, in-field training, and on-the-job training. Completion of the training program can range from 27 to 300 days, with complex safety-critical roles like rail controllers taking significantly longer. As you can see, the entire process end-to-end from posting to graduation can range from 130 to about 450 days. We have made some internal structural changes to help streamline these processes, increase efficiency, and ensure a close coordination between our training and recruitment teams. I'd like to take an opportunity to thank Olivia for setting up the recruitment team and for Mark for leading our new talent and recruitment training teams under a new umbrella that we're calling Talent and Training. Over time, employee movements for other opportunities is common and is encouraged. So by actively and continually recruiting and training, we can ensure a steady stream of employees to keep our operations running smoothly and allowing for career growth. Next slide, please. Now that I've shared where we currently are, I want to take a look ahead. Sur cette diapositive, vous trouverez le calendrier.
On this slide, you'll see the current pipeline completion estimates to finish off recruitment and training for various positions.
Initial ramp-up phase, we are in the process of filling essential positions in our recruitment and training teams to be able to onboard and train new frontline staff at unprecedented numbers. This includes hiring instructors and members of our recruitment team to ensure that all training is provided consistently, meaningfully, and documented properly, and that our hiring follows all HR policies. This work to ramp up will continue over the rest of the summer and into the early fall. As you can see, we're currently anticipating that bus and para operator levels stabilize by the end of this year. In 2027, we expect that many of the other frontline positions will successfully reach their targeting staffing levels and will have a positive impact on service reliability. Although this will take time, we will not compromise or rush the training process, especially since these frontline roles are safety critical. These timelines may shift slightly, as there are always unforeseen events. However, we're tracking progress very closely and will adjust as required. A strong foundation has been created through past investments and through work that's well underway already. With sufficient resources, we will be able to enhance our customers' experience by delivering a consistent, reliable service. Next slide, please. Ensuring adequate and sustainable staffing levels directly affects how consistently and predictively transit service is delivered for our customers. We have seen this issue with our current staffing levels in certain operational groups, but in particular for bus operators and diesel rail operators, which is affecting our bus service and service on lines 2 and 4. As a temporary mitigation measure to address the staffing gaps, we've been heavily relying on overtime, but this is not sustainable. We are tracking overtime very closely, and once this plan is achieved, the reliance on overtime will lessen. The only way we can solve this is through delivering our new integrated workforce plan that I presented here today. To illustrate the impact that this has had on customers, we have had undelivered trips on both bus and lines 2 and 4, in particular over the last few months. This is directly tied to ongoing staffing shortages. This means that customers have been waiting longer or dealing with service that can be unpredictable. We are taking action to provide better customer experience with service that is consistent and reliable. And delivering on our service promise requires consistent alignment of service quality and reliability, fleet readiness, and workforce availability. These are the 3 puzzle pieces that Pat, myself, and Rami have all just described. And in order to deliver on this promise, it will take time and resources, which will form part of our multi-year integrated plan. This plan is fiscally responsible, as in the end, it will help reduce our reliance on overtime and build off previous investments made in transit. Ceci conclut ma partie de la
And this is my
présentation.
part of the presentation. I now hand over to my colleague Amanda, who will be presenting the last 2 points of our action plan.
Thank you, merci Sabrina. I'm pleased to be here today to provide an update on action items in 2 key pillars of the Customer First Action Plan, how we're putting customers first and strengthening our financial stability. Je suis heureuse d'être ici aujourd'hui pour
I'm
faire
happy
le
to be
point
here
sur
today
le
to
plan d'action
present a
accès clientèle.
situation on 2 strategic points of the client first and reinforcing our financial
One of the
stability.
key actions within the strengthening our financial stability pillar is implementing our ambitious non-fare revenue strategy. As you may recall, we shared with this committee last June our strategy, which will see us aggressively expanding our advertising program to grow our revenue. For our strategy to be successful, the team has been working on developing a robust request for proposal, or RFP, for a new advertising contract. To develop the RFP, we connected with agencies and experts across Canada and North America and had a third-party expert conduct a detailed review. This allowed us to incorporate best practices and ensure that we have a strong foundation to build our new contract on. I'm very happy to say that the RFP is now in market and our third-party expert had very positive feedback on our work. We expect this RFP to close and a new contract to be awarded by the end of this year. I can't underscore enough the importance of this new RFP. It will allow us to accelerate the digitization of our advertising spaces across the transit network. Digital advertising is the single biggest lever to grow non-fare revenue, generating 80% of OC Transpo's non-fare revenue over the past several years. Our advertising RFP is expected to represent a significant portion of the projected $2.3 million in incremental new revenue that's forecasted through our non-fare revenue strategy. This represents a 50% increase by 2029. We recognize that this revenue will always be a small portion of OC Transpo's overall budget. However, we're committed to maximizing its potential to bring in new dollars to continue to invest in the system and in our customers. As we make progress with this strategy, customers were going to start to notice firsthand changes. We'll be rolling out new ads on our trains, buses, and large-scale advertising in major stations. And there are some examples on the screen right now from Rideau Station with our pilot video wall and a new advertising space that has been implemented at Parliament Station. Advertising is not the only improvement we're making. I'm also happy to share that we've been working with our colleagues in the Recreation, Cultural Facility and Services Department on the city's snack vending contract, which is going to allow us to pilot vending machines at 6 transit stations this year. This is the kind of amenity that we're using to improve the customer journey as we work through the Customer First Action Plan. The other major aspect of our strategy is to increase sponsor and partnership opportunities. So this is a very exciting part of our strategy, which will allow us to work with new partners in innovative and strategic ways to increase non-traditional investments. As part of this work, I'm quite thrilled today to be able to announce that for the first time, we have secured a new partner for OC Transpo's Free Canada Day service. Dans le cadre de ce travail, je suis ravie d'annoncer
work, I'm happy to tell you that for the first time we have a new partner for the free transit service on Canada Day.
Local 527 and 527A. The Laborers International Union of North America have teamed up with our advertising contractor, Pattison Outdoor, to deliver advertising across our transit system during one of our busiest days of the year. We're excited about this opportunity that will be generating new revenue and will showcase what we can accomplish when we maximize our sponsorship and partnership opportunities. My team will be watching very closely to capture lessons learned that we're going to leverage for the future and other potential partnership opportunities. Over the coming weeks, we'll be sharing counselor kits for Canada Day service. This will include a complete communications package with graphics, newsletter, and social media content that you can share with residents in your community. While this is just the first year of the non-fair revenue strategy, I know that as the nation's capital and with the improvements we're making as part of our Customer First Action Plan, we will be successful in attracting more opportunities that will allow us to continue to invest in improving our customer experience. Next slide, please. So as you've heard from my colleagues today, we are making targeted and coordinated improvements to make service more reliable. These operational improvements will help us to build back customer confidence in the transit system. As part of the Customer First Action Plan's pillar to put customers first, our communications must focus on being honest, open, and transparent about the opportunities, challenges, and improvements we're making in order to convince past and potential customers to give transit a try. There are lots of interesting stories and positive news that we can share, as you've just heard from Pat and Rami and Sabrina today. My team will be using targeted communications for counselors, customers, and stakeholders to reach people where they are. We will share informative updates before the work starts, progress updates while the work is underway, and we will let everyone know when our work is complete. We want to make sure that everyone knows what to do, what to expect when riding transit, how it's improving, and the programs and services that will support them. To be successful, my team will be using new communication strategies that will help us connect better with customers, counselors, and residents. For customers, we're excited to host town halls across our city as part of the Customer First Action Plan. For counselors, we will be providing more frequent updates through a new monthly counselor newsletter, as well as a revamped counselor engagement strategy to ensure that you have the information you need when you need it. Our outreach teams will also be attending local events to make sure we are in communities connecting with current and future customers about the improvements we're making to the transit service. As part of this communication strategy, we have also developed targeted marketing campaigns. These campaigns are designed to support the work you have heard about today and the important investments Council has made in transit. To further the critical work that Sabrina was just speaking about, to recruit frontline staff, we're launching a recruitment campaign that is geared to increase applications to positions available at OC TRANSPO. This campaign uses multiple strategies and is designed to stand out in a competitive hiring environment. It will tell potential candidates why OC TRANSPO and Ottawa is the place that they want to live and work. This summer, we will also be launching a return to office campaign to ensure that existing and new customers are aware of all of the important improvements that we are making to service as they plan their fall work and school transportation. Our marketing campaigns will also reach key customer groups to share improvements that are tailored directly to them. For example, next week, our campaign to promote free youth fares will start. It's right on time for the end of school, and it's a perfect reminder of the important investment Council has made in transit for our youngest customers. There is a lot of work underway as part of our Customer First Action Plan, and my team will be adjusting and improving on our communications to ensure we are nimble, engaging the right groups, and providing informative updates as we work to change the narrative about OC TRANSPO and the customer experience. I'll now hand it over to our General Manager to conclude our presentation. Merci.
I'd like to say thank you to the four speakers, as well as everyone else at OC TRANSPO that you can imagine was behind the scenes in preparation for these presentations. It really takes a village. So as you've heard today, reliable service is the result of three interconnected actions: realistic schedules, a fleet of good repair, and a sustainable workforce. There's a lot of work going on across the organization to transform every aspect of planning, scheduling, fleet maintenance, and hiring and communications. These transformations are centered on putting customers first. We've already begun making adjustments that will result in improvements for our customers. The running time on 8 bus routes have been revised, and in September, 50% of our ridership will should be noticing a significant change in schedules for more reliable service. It'll be thrilling. This one action will result in more predictable bus service as Ottawa residents return to work and school this fall. We know Ottawa is growing, and OC Transpo is ready to grow with our community. Our plan is to make our service sustainable for the future. We're planning for the additional resources that will be required to deliver service in the years to come. Our next update will continue to peel the onion, as I say, as we divulge into the 10-year capital investment plan, our evolving fleet requirements, and how these actions will provide reliable service to our city as we continue to grow. Our goal is to be clear. Customers can trust to meet the needs of our community and is sustainable over the long term. I'm very excited about our next steps and how we're going to shape public transit. There are many positive stories that we will share about the work at OC Transpo and how we'll evolve to meet the needs of the community. Now, as I started off today, I'd like to point out that it's our employees who are at the front line and serving our community every day. Our action plan is informed by the feedback I've received from our employees and our unions. I want to acknowledge the strong collaboration we have with our union partners. Their insight and experience is essential to our success. So I'd like to personally thank the union representatives for their ongoing support, and I'd like to acknowledge Noah Weinberg, who's here today as well, who's participated, and I've shared all this information with him, and he's been tremendous in getting me feedback. I'm excited for the results of our collective work for our customers and employees, and I look forward to providing updates on continued progress and how we're continuing to improve service for the fall and providing more details on our long-term plans for September. So as I've mentioned earlier in the meeting, we'll be passing over the key performance indicators slides today. And throughout the presentation, you've heard and you've seen several of the new key performance measures that reflect the daily customer's experience. And I assure you that we'll be collapsing them all into a document in the very near future. I'm also pleased to hear that, and that you'll continue to know that we're going to tell you what we're doing, when we're doing it, and the results of those investments and actions. I'd also like to thank Council for yesterday's support for additional funding and vehicles for this organization. It just helps build the resiliency that we need. So with that, I'd like to let you know that we're ready to answer any questions you have in the presentation, and just want to say merci. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of delegations who are here to present today. So we're going to move to our delegations next. I just want to remind delegations that you each have 5 minutes, and I'll ask that you ensure that you're speaking to items that were part of the monthly update that we just had. There'll also be an opportunity for councillors to ask any delegation questions, and then after that, we'll move to questions for staff. We have 8 delegations. The first delegation is Neil Saravanamuthu, second is Ajay Ramachandran, and third is Aaron Coffin. And Neil is here. Welcome, Neil. So you can have a seat and press the button and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Neil Saravanamuthu. I am a candidate for mayor. I'd like to thank OC Transpo staff for that presentation. Mr. Leary closed with the observation that about the 10-point plan, that it is focused around reliability, fleet maintenance, and a workforce that can deliver. I actually believe that the 10-point plan fails to meet the moment that we have before us right now, the transit crisis that we're facing. And it really comes down to one observation, that we have a transit system that is built around a train, but we do not yet have a long-term fix for that train. So we've got a 10-point transit plan, but it fails to address the backbone of our entire system. And so I want to make 2 points today. And the first is around this issue of what is the long-term fix for the LRT? Because when we look at the 10-point plan that's been put forward, the long-term fix all comes down to uploading the LRT to Metrolinx. Now, the question is, assuming that upload does go through, will Metrolinx even fix our LRT issues, Or are they simply going to manage them like a chronic illness? So I think this is a really fundamental question that we need to understand. And so I'm going to restate it. Do we have confidence that Metrolinx will work on behalf of the people of Ottawa to find a long-term fix to the LRT, or will they simply manage them like a chronic illness? Now, if it's the latter, if we are going to simply manage the LRT like a chronic illness, we're effectively telling the people of Ottawa to learn to live with a train that breaks down far more often than it should, the sort of patterns that we've seen over the last number of years. Which brings me to the point of how is it that city staff still won't identify the root cause of our derailment from 5 years ago? And I'd like to actually recognize and thank Councillor Hill for continuing to push on this point about what is the root cause of the LRT issues and what is the fix at hand. We still don't have clear answers to that. And we cannot fix the LRT until we're honest about why it's broken. And then the root cause seems fairly clear to even a casual observer. I mean, we've got turns that are too tight. We've got trains that are too heavy. We've got too much strain on the axles. So why we are unable to be transparent with the public about what's really going on with the LRT, I find there's no good explanation for it. Now, as a candidate for mayor, I have put forward my own 4-point transit recovery plan with a high emphasis on truth in transit. So addressing this point, being clear with residents about why our train system is in the state that it's in, why new issues keep arising, and what it will take for a lasting fix. And that actually brings me to my second point. So because of the system we have, our commutes have become far too long for far too many people. Now, generally, and I think many of us have lived experience in this, about 45 minutes is considered an acceptable length of time for a commute. But in Ottawa, we're now asking customers, in many cases, to take double that time, in a lot of cases, triple that time. And so those that, when we ask people to bear those sort of travel times, it's no surprise that we're hearing reports that OC TRANSPO ridership is in decline. That is entirely expected and a function of the fact that we're asking people to take too much time out of their day to travel. And so what that means, and I look at this as from the perspective of an economist, we're simply not providing a product that people feel is worth paying $4 for. Now, reliability and frequency are key to getting people back on the bus. Although I will note that the 4-point plan, the 10-point plan that the city is putting forward will increase reliability at the cost of frequency. So we need to be very clear about that. And that, I worry, will actually further accelerate the declines in ridership. And what we see is that people that have a choice have already voted. They voted with their feet. They voted with their gas pedal. But we need to ask the question, for those who remain and those that would like to come back to OC TRANSPO, what is a fair price for an OC TRANSPO ride? And we need to ask this from the perspective of the customer, not from the perspective of a service provider. Because remember that as a service provider, we are a monopolist. Now, looking at the ridership data, what we know for sure is that the fair price of a fare is less than $4. And that's why the second point of my transit recovery plan is buck a ride. So $1 fares.
Neil, I'm going to have to stop you there because of your time, and you are really starting to stray away from addressing the issues that were in the presentation. I'll see if there's any questions from councillors. I see no questions. Thank you for your delegation today. Our second delegation is Ajay Ramachandran.
Hello. So I'm Ajay from Better Transit Ottawa. In the last few weeks, over 50 double-decker buses have been sent to the scrapyard. At the same time, we continue to receive new, lower-capacity electric buses that are now actively running on our network. But we still have the same infrequent service. There still seems to be no plan to improve frequencies to compensate for the decreased capacity. And there are still many 30-minute and 1-hour gaps at rush hour because of trips that were removed from the schedule back in January. At the same time, OC Transit reports that we don't have a bus shortage anymore with the new buses, so much so that they stopped providing public updates back in March. Yesterday, City Council approved the purchase of 2 additional high-capacity buses. Yes, 2 buses after we've had 67 double-decker buses sent to the scrapyard. Not only does this plan feel so inadequate, it shows that there really is no plan on what buses are actually needed for what routes. Instead, there seems to be a vibes-based bus purchasing plan, where sometimes 2 additional buses are thrown in just for fun. In many other cities, bus capacity is an integral part of the planning process for routes, which impacts the frequency of the route and the bus station design. In Toronto and Montreal, you'll see bus platforms with different sizes for routes based on what bus is planned to run. In Ottawa, bus assignments seem to be completely random, so much so that we will order 2 buses in the middle of the year without actually planning on where those buses are meant to be used. If the bus fleet was actually planned out, it would mean more consistent rides, shorter walks to your bus stop at Tunney's Pasture, Blair, and Herdman due to shorter platforms, and to make a system people can rely on. I'm very happy to see that we now have longer trains again, but at the same time, we have shorter buses. When the city was forced to run shorter trains, the city tried their best to meet capacity by running more frequency. But with the buses, it seems like no one cares. After all of this, it seems that again and again, OC is completely focused on the train and completely forgetting about the bus network. What we're looking for is 1, increase frequencies on bus routes that are getting switched to the new lower capacity buses. And 2, continue to increase frequencies as needed as our bus capacity craters over the next coming months. And 3, fix the 30-minute and 1-hour gaps at rush hour caused by trips removed from the schedule back in January. And lastly, make routes have consistent bus types depending on their ridership needs going forward. On a personal note, this delegation marks 1 year of me attending and presenting at every transit committee meeting. The last year in transit has been a real roller coaster. I wish I could say the process has made me more optimistic about the future, but unfortunately, I still don't see transit issues being treated with the urgency they deserve. But I still very much believe that if Transit Committee and OC TRANSPO make the right decisions, we can again return to a transit system that the rest of the world looks up to. It is possible as long as we're willing to do big things again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajay. Just looking for any questions. Councillor Hill has a question.
Thank you very much for the delegation, AJ. This isn't a question, but I share your concerns with regard to bus volume, bus capacity, and the transition from 60 foot to 40 foot. I took note of a couple things on that slide that I'm going to ask staff about, so stay tuned for that, okay?
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you for your delegation. Our next speaker is Aaron Coffin, and following Aaron, we have Andrew Lumsden and Bob Bell. Good morning, Aaron, welcome.
Good morning. I learned last time I did delegation that you got to push the button. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about transit, and because it's one of the issues I hear most often from my neighbors in Canada South. And it's probably very much shared with many of the suburban wards. Over the last few months, much of the conversation about transit in Ottawa has focused on one conclusion. We need more money, more buses, more routes, more trains, and some might say the right trains. These discussions are really important, and as Ottawa grows, transit will require continued investment. But I was encouraged to hear Mr. Leary speak about changing the narrative and placing a greater focus on reliability. In his presentation, he highlighted the development of new key performance indicators, and I'm going to admit I got giddy because I like a good KPI. Today, OC TRANSPO measures service delivery, punctuality, regularity, and ridership to evaluate performance and determine whether service is meeting operational targets. And those metrics do matter. But for many riders, transit isn't just a single trip from point A to point B, it's a series of connections. For somebody in my neighborhood in Canada South, a typical commute might begin with a local feeder route that gets to Eagleton Station, followed by a connector bus, and then a transfer to the O-Train LRT. Each step depends on the previous one working as intended. And when it comes all together, the trip is a success and the system feels seamless and efficient, which is what we really are all working towards. But when one connection fails, the consequences can multiply quickly. A missed feeder bus can mean missing the connector route. Missing the connector route can mean missing the train. And what starts off as a 5-minute delay can easily become 30 minutes or longer of delay. Anyone in Canada South knows that the feeling of arriving at Eagleson Station just in time to watch their connecting bus pull away, it really sucks. In more urban parts of the city, riders often have alternatives. There's another route that may arrive shortly. A nearby station can maybe provide another option. But in suburban communities like Canada South, those alternatives are often limited or just not existent. And that makes reliability especially important in the suburbs. And with that in mind, I would encourage OC Transpo to consider a complementary KPI focused on rider success. The core question is simple. Did the rider successfully complete the trip they intended to make? This metric would focus less on whether individual vehicles meet operational targets and more on whether the system actually delivered the outcome that riders need. Additional measures could include how many connections were completed successfully, how many transfers were missed, how quickly does the system recover from disruptions, and how effectively are riders informed when problems occur. These indicators would provide valuable insight into the rider experience and help identify weaknesses that may not be captured through traditional operational metrics. Reliability remains the biggest challenge facing transit in Ottawa, and in suburban wards like Canada South, it is often the factor that determines whether residents choose to continue using transit at all. Because ultimately, transit is more about just moving vehicles. It's about helping people get to work, get to school, attend appointments, and participate in their communities. KPIs focused on rider success can help OC Transpo build resilience, improve accountability, and restore confidence in the system. And please don't misunderstand me. There's absolutely value in expanding service when funding becomes available. But in a period of financial constraints, residents deserve confidence that we are getting the maximum value from the transit infrastructure we have already invested in. There is tremendous value in making the existing system more reliable and more focused on helping riders complete their journeys. Right now, residents, including my neighbors in Canada South, are not expecting perfection, but they do expect dependability, and they should get it. As our city continues to grow, focusing on reliability, accountability, and practical improvements today can help ensure that transit keeps pace with tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions? I'm seeing none. Thanks very much. Our next delegation is Andrew Lumsden. And after Andrew, we will have Bob Bell and then Kyle Humphrey.
Mic's already on.
Already.
Tuning into my 5 minutes? Why? While I was walking here? That
No.
doesn't seem fair.
Take your time and we won't begin the clock till you're ready to start.
Start again? Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I was just alarmed by the red light.
Welcome.
Thank you for inviting me here, or I guess I invited myself and the invitation was accepted. My name is Andrew Lumsden. I'm 92 years old and I'm a chartered accountant. And since my earliest childhood, I've taken a great interest in railways. In fact, long ago, I purchased a book, Railways of the World, which if anybody would like to borrow and, dare I say, learn something about railways across the world, you might be interested. I want to get back to the first presenter, Neil before me, and he said, we don't seem to have a fix for the LRT. What is the root cause? Well, the root cause was revealed at least as far back as the hearings on the LRT inquiry. And one of the engineers said quite categorically, the gauge, the separation between the two rails is too narrow and the curves are too greater curves. And if anybody's ever been near Herdman Bridge and heard the screeching of the wheels, you know why the spalling or whatever it's called. So there is no permanent fix with the present rails and the present bends. If we think we have a permanent fix, we're just fooling everybody, and God knows all the taxpayers ahead of us, which I think is a shame. So if I were this committee, what I would want is 3 figures that I think can be best provided by an actuary. You know, actuaries sort of give you say on a pension plan, should we take this approach or that approach? And they bring it down to what they call present value. So there are 3 options as I see them. One, we straighten out these curves at who knows what cost and whether that's even possible. But that's one cost. And I think we can say for the next 30 years, how much is it good? What's the present value of continuing the system and while we take out these curves? That's the first option. The second option is we continue just the way we are, just the way we are. Keep repairing and keep repairing and keep repairing. And of course, the third option is we face facts and we close the whole LRT down. Go back to what Ottawa used to have was a transitway system that was the pride and the envy of many cities in North America. If I have another moment, one of Mr. Leary's staff came out with, I thought, was a brilliant goal. He didn't say it was for the city, for the OC TRANSPO. A bus system that gets everyone from point A to point B, he didn't say that, without the need for a car. That, if we can think of that's our goal, we want to replace cars with a public transit system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lumsden. Are there any questions from councillors? I'm seeing none. One of my colleagues may want to ask staff when we get there about what the root cause is and what the plan is to address that, but we'll get there after delegations. Our next speaker is Bob Bell. And then we'll go to Kyle Humphrey and then Noah Weinberg. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Mr. Gower, and the rest of the committee as well. You know, I want to open, I empathize a lot with those of you sitting here in the committee. You don't join the transit committee because you don't want to deliver good transit. And you have been serving at a time when we went through the worst transit crisis in our city's history. It's a tough legacy, and I don't think there's a lot of runway left to change it. I think that's how people are going to remember this turn of council, and I am sorry for that. I want to thank Councillor Carr for her comments about the elevators. We don't have enough data. We aren't collecting data in a good way, and that's a real problem for being able to deliver the service that people expect. If we're not getting data on elevators, where else are we missing data? I heard AJ mention we don't have the right bus capacity on the routes. Why don't we have the right capacity for different routes? Why aren't we differentiating that in our data sets? That's a concern for me. You know, and we heard a lot about reliability today. That is what people are looking for. They want reliable transit. They also want frequent transit. and they want transit that gets them there fast. One of the routes that was bragged about in the presentation today is being updated for reliability. The 30 goes right through, I live out in the East End, goes right through my neighborhood. That route is a disaster. That is a long milk run route that's getting you nowhere fast. And maybe the schedule is more accurate now, but I don't think anyone who rides that route feels like they're seeing a service improvement. Even if they're having less ghost buses, you're still not getting anywhere fast. If I wanted to take the bus here to City Hall today, it was going to take me 90 minutes. That's end to end if everything goes perfect. I get on the 35, I take it to Place d'Orleans, I take a bus from there to Blair, and I catch the train. Everything goes perfect, 80 to 90 minutes. If I take my car, everything goes perfect, 20 minutes, right? Why would people choose transit when that's the choice that you're offering them? The people who are choosing it, it's because they don't have other choices. You know, listening to the improvement, we talked a lot about improvements, a lot of optimism, improvements on service levels, improvements on reliability. But we need to look at what the floor for that is. They were comparing it to last fall, which is right before the collapse happened. I don't think anyone would suggest that that is a standard we want to measure from. You're putting the bar on the floor if you put that as the standard. And, you know, I also want to talk about the bus fleet. So council made the decision to replace a large chunk of the bus fleet with electric buses. I understand there were federal funds behind it. That was a big motivating factor for making that purchase. But replacing 300 buses at once is not a good fleet renewal strategy, because now we have all those buses coming in and they're all going to hit end of life at the same time. So 15, 20 years down the line, we're in the same problem. We need a strategy for staged renewal. I know it's not exciting to talk about, but you know, we have 249 buses that have reached their midlife. What's the plan? What's the plan from OC Transpo to phase those buses out in a staged, reasonable way, as opposed to all at once like we just did with a bus renewal? Because I think we can agree the strategy of replacing 300 buses at once was a contributing factor that got us into the situation we found ourselves in January. And on the staffing plan, we have a target for trainees, but they were very clear that's not how many staff we're short. And this goes back to the data. How many staff are we short? We should know that. We shouldn't just know how many people we need in a trainee program. We shouldn't just know how many people we're employed. We should know what we're short, because staffing plays a huge role in being able to deliver effective, reliable service. Finally, you know, I am here from the East End, so I do want to talk about the LRT East Extension. I was very disappointed when Mr. Leary said he wasn't going to touch that today. When is the LRT East Extension opening? It doesn't seem like anybody knows. You know, none of the materials that I saw from OC Transpo today had a planned date and expected date. And the motion that you all passed yesterday, which I thought was a good step in the right direction, especially in bringing in more paratranspo buses. Even in your motion, you weren't willing to put a date on the second weekend. It was a weekend in September and then a weekend after the LRT East Extension opens. And I can tell you, for me and my neighbors, what that sounds like is it'll open next year, we hope. We were hoping for last year, we were hoping for this summer, and it sounds like council is about to get ready to tell us you should be getting ready for 2027. And that's unacceptable. We are a fast growing part of the city, one of the fastest according to the OC Transpo documents today. And we need to be prioritizing that extension to reflect that. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Right on time. And you have a question from Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to disagree with under your points. Fleet replacement is exciting. And when, you know, this is a point that I had, Rami smiled at me as soon as you said that, because this was a point that I had exhaustively raised in the past, that, you know, the reason we got into this was because in the 2000s, we got 600 buses in 2 large orders, right? And so we had the challenge of retiring them and maintaining them. 2 things. One is the reality is, yes, we still have to replace them, which means we're going to by a large order anyway. But also, 2 is we did try to stagger them, but the manufacturing delays just ended up causing them to all be delivered at once. I did bring up the point of end of life considerations, because you know, all those Nova buses are midlife right now, and they're going to, so they're 20 midlife, so we're at what, 7 years now. So at about you know, 14, 15 years, when they're at 14, 15 years, we're gonna have to start considering early retirements, some are going to be later, or we just start buying some new buses early, right? So this has been discussed before. It is at least on my mind. And so no, I do appreciate you you bringing that bit up. So thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, similar to my colleague, I probably have more of a comment than a question. Apologies. I know it lots of work to come out for a delegation. I just wanted to acknowledge your comment, first of all, about the absence of data. And I had asked about the elevators. I have another inquiry going in today about prevalence of broken fare machines on both buses and para buses, conventional and para, because it's something that's prevalent throughout the system and something that I think that I can see Mr. Leary looking at me. I don't know if I've done something bad, but I think that's important data that we have because we focused a lot about the root cause, the breakdown on the LRT, lack of buses, reliability, but for the customer experience, we need to have better data on all of these things if we really want to be a customer-focused organization. So I appreciate you bringing that out. Just a comment on the fleet management as well. That is something that I've asked, I think it was probably my first question I asked Mr. Leary when he arrived here, is really that need for a fleet management strategy. And there's been procurement decisions taken in the past that have led us to this, certainly. And then we got in a situation where we're just buying whatever's available. I will have a question about that, something to do with that later today. But I just want to say that I completely agree with you, particularly on those 2 points. But thank you for coming out today.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And thank you for your delegation, and stick around for item 6.1. It is a stage 2 light rail transit. You will not get a date on when LRT East will launch, but staff are going to give some context as to what needs to be in place before the trial running begins. So a bit more of a flavor of what is likely to come over the next few months. So thank you for your delegation. We will move to Kyle Humphrey, and I think Kyle is on Zoom. Yes, he is. Good morning, Kyle.
Yes, I am. I've spent enough time there that I figured I could do this from home today. Good morning, everybody. Members of council, it is good to see you all again. It feels like forever. I've been coming here to speak for so long that I've actually lost count. I suspect if you check the records, you might find my name carved into one of those chairs, or at least buried into an old dusty folder in the archives. But while I'm a familiar face, I am here today for one specific, non-negotiable reason: the absolute necessity of reliable, accessible transit. For many, a car is a tool that grants autonomy. It's how you get to work, to the doctor, or to see family. But for a huge portion of our community, especially those who are physically divergent and living on lower incomes, a car is a luxury that simply isn't an option. When we talk about cutting services or accepting good enough reliability, we are ignoring the reality of the people who have no plan B. When the bus doesn't show up, or when the ramp doesn't work, or when the system fails, those residents aren't just inconvenienced, they're effectively housebound. Reliable, accessible transit is the difference between being a part of this city and being excluded from it. When we allow our system to become unreliable, we are essentially telling our most vulnerable residents that their time and their participation don't matter as much as everyone else's. For someone on a fixed income, there is no private vehicle to fall back on, no taxi budget for emergencies, and no ability to simply walk to another station. A failure in our transit system is a failure to provide the basic infrastructure of equality. I'm asking you all to view our transit system not as a ledger of expenses, but as our city's essential connective tissue. We need to prioritize funding that ensures our services are consistent, accessible, and dignified. Please stop looking for ways to trim the hedges of a system that is already struggling to meet the needs of the people who rely on it most. I urge you to commit the standard of reliability that allows every resident, regardless of their income or physical ability, to choose to navigate our city with confidence. I also want to bring up the fact that off-camera items, things that are brought off camera, information that is given to city councilors, is useless, effectively useless to the people who come to these meetings in hopes of gaining information. So I'm really hoping that we can start to promote the off-camera items as individual pieces of information in follow-up meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. See if there's any questions around the table. I'm seeing none. Thanks for your delegation today, Kyle. We have two more speakers. Noah Weinberg is next, and he's followed by John Reddens. Noah is here in the room.
Good morning. Bonjour. Thank you for the time today. I want to start by highlighting the one thing that this organization has never changed. Broken promises, failed projects, several general managers, a pandemic, the biggest shift to hybrid and return to work we have ever seen. Through every decade and its history, one thing has held strong. The frontline workers of OC TRANSPO, the members of ATU 279. They are the only real constant this system has ever had. They do not make the decisions. They do not control the plans. But when it breaks down, they are the ones who show up and keep the city moving. They have done this through every change at the top, and they are still doing it today. It needs to be understood before we talk about anyone new or future hired. And there is a lot here I want to believe in. I remain cautiously optimistic. I have said it publicly, and I mean it. I want this to be real. I want for the riders who count on us and for the members who've carried this city the whole way. A general manager who comes in saying he will deliver what he promises is good, and it's great to hear. That is the right place to start, and I want to build from that. Mais permettez-moi d'être franc.
But allow me to speak freely.
The city's Auditor General put out her investigation into the hiring at OC TRANSPO. It is a public document, and she found people already inside the organization with as much experience and education as those that were placed ahead of them or more. That is gatekeeping. This is the exact thing that the union has been raising for more than 2 years, and it is still live today. I have good people right now waiting for that gate that should already be open. We raised it, we've been heard, and now the work to fix it is underway. But that needs to be prioritized. So when the plan leans on campaigns to bring people in from the outside, my question is not whether or not we need people. We do. It is why the push goes from hiring from scratch, while the experienced, qualified, long-serving members already here are left wondering why the latter is no longer honest. You do not fix retention with a billboard. You fix it by being straight with the people that you already have. Every transit agency on this continent is short-staffed right now. In a job where the violence on the system and against our people keeps climbing, everyone is struggling to attract and keep good people. I am genuinely anxious to see what we are going to do about it together. Because the answer is not only out there, a lot of it is already sitting within our workforce here today, in the members who have kept this moving. I want to believe it. I want to help build it. Go find the people who will build what comes next. We need them. But please do not make the oldest mistake that this place has continued to make. Do not forget the ones who carried you through every failure and stand ready to do it again. They are not your backup plan. They are the foundation that you were built on. On veut y croire. On veut le bâtir avec vous.
We want to build it together with you, but this time, please, don't take it for granted that the people who have never is delivering, even when everything else failed.
Merci, Noah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lieber.
Thank you very much, Noah, and I do appreciate your emphasis on staff retention. You've described some problems with trying to keep staff, the promotion, the working within and making your way up the ladder at OC Transpo is one that you've identified. I think you alluded to violence in the workplace, which is obviously something that is a concern that's shared by council and shared by management as well. But what else should we be aware of in terms of challenges to retention?
I think a lot of it comes down to the overall conditions, a lot of the items that we've raised. And I am pleased to say that we have, in the last year, worked on a lot of those things. I think we are finally having real talk about what run times mean and what we can use to actually deliver an honest service. Those are all refreshing topics that Mr. Leary has brought in, which is refreshing and something that I enjoy to hear, obviously. As I had said here before as well, Troy was very much on the same page with us on that as well. So I am looking forward to all this. That's why I continue to say that we will do it together. The overall conditions, the safety team at OC Transpo is second to none. I don't have any doubt that we are all on the same page and going in the right direction, and I continue to have faith in that. I do believe we are in the right direction. I do believe we are in the right hands at this moment. I just want to keep making sure that the people that have gotten us here are recognized every step of that way.
You've seen, or we saw this morning, some pretty spectacular numbers in terms of reliability improvements with those, I can't remember, sorry, 8 routes or 7 routes that have had runtime adjustments. It might be premature, but what are you hearing from members in terms of how that's reduced pressure on them as operators?
We're about to enter into a new schedule or booking system, so to speak, for the next wave after school ends.
Okay.
So a lot of the real data and a lot of the real feedback has not been able to come in yet. But in the short term, I'm getting positive feedback from our members that there is a lot less pressure on them. And more than that, they're getting better interaction with the public again, which is incredibly important.
Okay. The promise that the strategy with respect to workforce, the promise before us is of, and I'm sorry, I can't remember what the number is, but 102% staffing levels. We cannot continue to work on razor thin margins with respect to the number of staff. We saw what the impacts were over a recent weekend. Are you encouraged by what you're hearing?
In certain departments, absolutely. The number is 105 is what we're going to hold them to.
Yeah.
But yes, absolutely. I like hearing it, and I want to be a part of how we're going to get there and see that vision and plan together. There is a lot of pressure, particularly on our 2 and 4 lines. The amount of pressure that has been on our rail lines to sustain what has been difficult through these last few years, it has accumulated and become a very heavy load for a lot of them, particularly in their family and work-life balance and having to commit to keeping those systems alive. We've worked very well recently together to correct a lot of those things, and I really do appreciate that cooperation and the acknowledgement of what has gone into it thus far.
Okay, and I certainly appreciate the voice you gave to what the problem was that weekend and helping us understand that better. And then finally, Sabrina, I think very openly noted that achieving that 105% staffing levels is going to require resources. And, you know, we haven't talked a lot this morning about the number of resources it's going to take in order to get to the staffing levels we need, the number of resources that I think have been acknowledged will be needed in order to have the sustainable runtime improvements. But I do hope that you'll be with us in the next term of council when we need to argue for those additional resources to go into the service in order to provide Ottawa residents with the service that they expect and deserve. So thank you very much for being here as always.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you for the delegation. Just a comment and a question. I do think for the most part that people do acknowledge that the hard work of the front line and realize that they're there. I know in a previous meeting, Transit Committee, I think it was a few months ago, someone, maybe it was you, Councillor Lieber, mentioned that they get complaints about operators to their office. That's not something that I typically hear. We get a lot of correspondence when the buses don't show up. OC Transpo staff knows this, but I think most from my experience, there's not a lot of anger towards the operators. There's anger towards the system, unresolved issues, that sort of thing. and I do want to say, like, I think the overall appreciation for those frontline workers is there, and I recognize how frustrating it must be. You know, when I'm on transit, the behaviors that you see on transit now from passengers are very different from what we experienced 20 years ago, and exacerbated by certain factors, including like changes in ridership since people have been working more at home. You see a different public, they take up more space. And so you mentioned in your delegation about safety for operators, safety in general. How much of a factor do you think that that is for example, the operators or the frontline workers at the stations when you see those safety incidents that arise on the bus or the behavior of passengers? Like, how much of an impact do you think that there is on retention or satisfaction with job? Is this a big part? Is this something that's still concerning? Can you speak to that a little bit, Noah?
I think it's very significant. It significantly impacts the retention, and it significantly impacts the ability to hire. The job has changed. Anybody who questions that would be being naive. I am a perfect example of somebody that needed to have a change, and I was a 23-year bus driver. I absolutely saw the changes come, and COVID sped that up. It's societal changes. Bus operators experience those events, but they're not unique and they're not siloed. I think everybody, to some degree, in every workplace is seeing the change in society, seeing the change in society's attitudes toward one another, and the inability to socialize and interact without a screen in front of them where they become more powerful or more vocal. And I think a lot of the violence I reference is real, but a lot of that is also vocal on social media platforms where it's easy to be negative and tear people apart, especially under an anonymous tagline. So I think that is where we're seeing a lot of these things increase. And our members are on all of those sites the same way the public is. The difference is those comments they take a personal hit. People take a ton of pride in the work they are doing. And when that hit gets done, whether it be online or not, it does have a personal significant impact on their lives and their ability to go to the next family picnic and admit that they're a bus operator, or admit that they're a mechanic. These things are all a reality of what my members deal with every single day. That's what's increased, not just necessarily the violence. It's a harder job than it's ever been. And it was always a hard job. I would argue that with anybody. And I think we always need to keep that in perspective and respect it as we move forward.
Okay, thanks for that. And, you know, this is a difficult question, but what other things do you think that we can do to better protect, you know, the frontline workers? Like, I get the social media part. I think probably most of us here understand that as well, what people can do and say and damage you from that perspective when people get behind a keyboard. But in terms of like how frontline staff are in light of society's new realities, like, is there more that can be done to help people feel more secure in their work?
I think there is always more that can be done. Respectfully and out of fairness, I don't think I can pin a lot of that on OC TRANSPO alone. They're very receptive to some of my feedback when we need to adjust on certain things, especially in social media, and I really appreciated that. So I don't think it's necessarily, that portion of this is not necessarily an OC TRANSPO issue, but can council do something? Can the city do something? Absolutely. But I think that's a problem that we're seeing in every area, and it's a very sensitive topic and it's a very sensitive issue. So yes, things can be done. Do I have the answers? No. But I can do answers for what I have answers to questions for and what I can provide for my members and in that feedback. But I do think there's an overall elephant in the room, if you will, about things we need to deal with in society.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thanks very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
No kidding. Thank you very much, Noah, for coming out today and your strong leadership with your union. I think this speaks volumes, and thank you for being so candid. You're a tough fighter getting ready for the fight for the cure, which is good. That's where we want to see those fights take place. So good luck on that, raising good money. But at the same time, operators do feel they take the brunt of it, especially in social media. We're paid to take it, so we get thick skin. We just deal with it and ignore the trolls. But it's not fair to our great operators that do the great work. So please, to your membership, please ignore them. They're living in their parents' basement, eating cheese or whatever they do in life. I don't know. When it comes to a lot of the discussions that you brought up today, I did happen to notice the collaboration. I think this is something I'm very happy to hear about, is listening to the operators, being part of the solution. And I don't remember this with the previous GM, and I'm not going to ask you to disparage or make any comments. I've been very public about it myself. So I want to thank you for the continued work. I know it's not all kumbaya, but you're working together and having dialogue. And I think that is the critical part of the success, is making sure everybody is recognized at the table. And last but not least, I think it's a question about, obviously, I'm excited about East End. I know that discussion will come up. I'll save it later, Chair, for the next part of the discussion and questions to staff. Obviously, we have some pressing timelines. From an operational point of view, obviously, the LRT operators are separate from the ATU, but there is, forgive me, there's a connection to both. Is there plan? Are you guys all talking about the likelihood of, if we don't go back by Labor Day, let's say, with light rail, and we're going to have this extra congestion, what that means to operators of trains or buses and how that might go? And I will ask Mr. Leary this later on as well.
I don't have more timelines or dates than anybody else. And I can say that for line one, we're in a good position to move forward on a lot of these issues. And my members are as anxious as the public and as you representing them, that we do want that running and we are anxious to get it going. And I think we're all on the right track, for lack of a better term.
And please keep that up. And I'm glad to hear there's collaboration, whatever planning, rainy day. It's not you guys finding out last minute. You have to be part of the solution if we're not able to achieve timelines. Mr. Leary, I'm sure, is well versed in making sure that we're prepared for those situations as well. But anyway, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Councillor Brockton.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Weinberg, for coming as well. Appreciate your comments. I just want to focus on one thing, and I think Councillor Leeper asked questions about the bus route scheduling that we heard today as part of the presentation. I know in past conversations with yourself, your predecessor, previous transit commissions, that everyone was aware of challenges with respect to unrealistic bus route schedules that existed. I just want to make sure I heard you right, because I'm going to be asking staff questions as well, that you saw or started to see real movement with this work when Mr. Charter was our interim director, meaning in more recent years, we've seen OC Transpo move on this matter. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, correct. Earlier your delegation a couple of months ago, I had said that I hope that we continue the work that we had progressed with Mr. Charter, and we have done so. Yes, we are seeing real change, and I can see that a lot of the information and data that has been provided from the actual operators in the SIR service improvement requests in that process have been implemented. Minor ones so far, and we actually have a plan going forward, which is incredible to work with and is a very refreshing change.
Okay. But you can confirm, as a longtime operator in the city and now president of the local, that unrealistic bus route schedules have been a chronic issue that have contributed to our unreliable bus service.
Most absolutely one of the fundamental failures over the last 20 years.
And in your opinion, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you have just seen recent movement to fix these problems.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you, Noah, for being here.
Thank you very much. Merci.
And our final delegation on this item is John Reddens, who's joining us online. Good morning, John.
Good morning. I've been coming to these meetings since Diane Deans was chair. There's been a lot of announcements this weekend. I just get some clarification out there. I got a list of stuff here, and I just wanted to make out of the point. The Presto card policy, does it cover paratransport railroads? If the 12 something, if you make the $12, it doesn't say anything like that. Marty brought this up earlier about the Presto machines always down. That was another point. One of the motions with Lansdowne 2.0 was to improve location stops for accessibility for loading and unloading customers. It's still a problem at Lansdowne. I'd like to see something there. Weekend stats. Weekend stats. I didn't see them today. I don't know if it was done when my nurse was here, but we have a 30-minute time frame. Weekend stats are kind of iffy. They could be right, they could be wrong, showing 95%. What do you classify 40 minutes or we don't see the figures of you book at 8:30 in the morning and the bus arrives 8:45, or if the bus arrives at 9 o'clock or 9:30. I'd like to see that type of metric. 6-meter buses, customers with mobility devices are being left behind. The problem is mostly the fact that there's a barriers in them underneath the seats. There's these high rises, and they're limited the amount of mobility devices that can go in between from the front of the driver to the rear. Some can fit 3 mobility devices, some only could fit 2. And the problem is that if you have a bigger mobility device, the third one is being left behind. I seen it happen in January. Yeah. Sooner or later, customers or operators are going to be hurt. Pair drop-off spots are being blocked by vehicles constantly. This also goes under. You can have this as the joint operation with bylaw, fire, and police. These are lanes where we get dropped off and they're being blocked all the time. Yesterday, my apartment building had a fire call. The fire truck had hard time accessing to the hydrant right beside the building. 7-meter buses. What is the evacuation plans if an operator gets hurt? We don't know where the switches are. We don't know where the educate. The problem is the 7-meter buses, the electric ramps don't have the inside interior switches anymore. The operators have to go outside and turn the switches on. Mechanically new buses, some are overheating, some no heat. Lots are getting stuck in winter. These were all some of the were already warned in the reviews and magazines about these buses. Cleanliness of the buses, using old rags. I showed Remy one bus last week and it was like a sandbox. I want to thank Remy for helping. In my last lifeline, I was in the automotive parts service. I used to sign safety checks. The 5600 series buses, the wheel wells are starting to rot out. So they're showing holes going through the body. So I've been kind enough to take pictures of them and showing them to Remy, and staff have been fixing them. So thank you, Remy. And I just feel that with the Fridays and Saturdays are very encouraging. Finally, we're being listened to. And I appreciate that. But we still have a long way to go. Just especially after midnight. If you have to go to an emergency and you get out at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, you're stuck there till 6 a.m. And we're a growing city. You look you voted to expand the city, but you won't expand the service because you're scared of a tax increase on some of the wards.
John, your time, but you do have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Thanks, John, for the delegation. A kind of comment and question. First of all, I had reached out to Jason at OC. I noted on your social media that you had spoken about the 6-meter buses. Can you confirm, had you been left behind by a 6-meter bus at all?
No, but I've seen others.
Pardon me?
No, I haven't, but I've been seen by, I've seen others left behind, like, if it was a scooter, wheelchair, and a wheelchair, the scooter is being left behind because it's too big to fit in there.
Okay, I'm going to follow up with Jason on that. Just another comment. I know you mentioned about the paratransport buses not being able to park at your residence.
It's not, I know, Marty, but it's not only my area, it's all over the city. And I mentioned it to you, email after email after email, that we have the police always had a monthly campaign going on. Why can't we equip the bylaw officers going on paratransport buses maybe for 4 or 5 hours a day? It doesn't have to be the same time. Go around with the operators. They're having problems of loading people, and people in the phone, people are texting away, sitting at the spots where they have to put the ramp down, and cars coming towards the ramp. I was nearly hit twice so far in the last 2 years.
Okay. I can't really speak. I know about the situation at yours and at your residence. And just to let you know, like, as you know, Herongate is under new property management. And my intention is to reach out to the new property manager and speak to them about this issue and how we can better connect with bylaw. So I'll follow up with you separately on that. But thank you very much for your delegation.
Yep.
Thanks very much, John. That brings us to the end of delegations. So we'll move now to questions for staff. Councillor Brockington.
Everyone's waiting for the media to come back in. Okay. First of all, I just wanted to start off by saying my recent travels on OC Transpo have been very positive. I don't usually get to ride on e-bus, but the acceleration is very smooth, fast, great experience. The AC on the train yesterday, very much appreciated. When did the buses turn the AC on? Some of our older buses, are they all equipped with AC, and are they all instructed to turn the AC on?
Mr. Chair, all of our buses are equipped with AC, and we do start the AC quite early in the day if on a hot day. I do have to point out that for the older buses, just like any other vehicle, the AC will take time to start up. You know, after 18 years or 16 years in service, that AC gets harder to work, and we do see some issues, but a lot of times also the buses do make a lot of stops on the way, which, you know, open doors, closed doors will cause, more heat in the vehicle.
Thank you. Will the Canada Day sponsor cover the costs of Canada Day service?
Chair, through you, the sponsor doesn't cover the entire cost of the free fares for Canada Day, but it is an investment that we have not been able to see in the past. So we're excited about that opportunity and continuing to grow in future years.
Okay, excellent. It's good news. Sponsorship, certainly I've raised in the past, the cost on a stat holiday of providing free service is expensive. And it'd be great to see our costs covered, but this is a start, so thank you. Ridership numbers are 67% pre-COVID. I'm trying to wrap my head around, Mr. Leary, the type of analysis that's conducted in your shop. We are struggling to get that number up. We're struggling to get our ridership up. Obviously, federal government cutbacks They're a large component. We've seen international students drop. Our post-secondary student numbers are down. They're a huge cohort as well. Your budget estimates for ridership way off this quarter. Our ridership revenues way off this quarter. Help me understand the types of conversations that are happening on Saint Laurent, the analysts that you have to analyze data and explain what's happening. Because even when we look at federal government worker reductions and post-secondary student reductions, that doesn't equal the 23% delta that still exists pre-COVID. Help me understand the type of analysis that's being done.
Mr. Chair, our ability to understand ridership change is always retrospective. We need to look back at the most recent month and all the preceding months to identify if there's been change, whether getting higher or getting lower, and then look for reasons that have reasons in the local economy and population employment in that are consistent with what we're seeing. I got some notes here. We're seeing this year that the number of people who are buying monthly passes is lower than it was last year. We're seeing this year fewer trips made per pass than we were last year. And we're seeing fewer people using their UPass from the college and the universities than we did last year. But we don't yet know the reasons why. We have surveys where we ask people questions, and we can, linearly go back and look at how other people answered that same question in previous years. We are trying to figure this out.
And through the chair, if I could, if you wouldn't mind, one of the things I've been asking Pat to really take a hard look at, and you saw part of it in his presentation, is an origin destination study as well. Where is the growth, whether it's commercial or residential, in this city? I've been hearing from customers on the service on a daily basis, and some more recently, even this week with the 2-car trains coming back, how people didn't take the train because they thought it was overcrowded. Right. And then when they heard the 2-car train was coming back, they'd come back, which was nice to hear. From bus customers directly, it's the infrequency and the unreliability of the service that is pushing people away. And that's why our sole focus, when you see this 10-point plan or customer first plan, is to focus on the reliability of the fleet. So when we say they're going to be there, we're going to be there. And then once that occurs, it allows us to look at what capacity needs are above and beyond what we have today. So I always think that's the fundamental, and what we're going to do is we start getting more and more reliable, and you see these numbers changing. We're going to communicate to the customers within the city about giving us a second chance and coming back, changing the narrative for OC Transpo so we can get that ridership back.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think even if you had a free service, if you are unreliable and you can't get people to where they need to go and they're chronically late all the time, they're going to look at alternatives. So I agree with you. But what's scary about the data is we haven't hit the floor yet. This is 2026, and our ridership numbers month after month, according to your metrics, are still going down. And that's troublesome. And it's troublesome that staff's estimates since 2021 for ridership data have not even been close. And I'm not asking for perfection. I'm not asking for bang on numbers. But it demonstrates to me there's a lack of understanding about what's happening in the local environment with our key cohorts, the lack of communication with those entities, the federal government and post-secondary institutions, to bring accurate estimates that feed into our budget process. So that's why I want to have a better understanding of the analysis that's happening throughout the year, not just at budget time, to explain, well, why do routes that have higher ridership, what's happening in that local community, and routes that were bleeding ridership, what's happening, because it all adds up across the board. I wanted to know what the free summer service for youth children and youth this summer. What's the communications plan behind this? We're literally weeks away, and I'd like to know what the plan is.
Thank you for the question. So we've actually begun communicating with stakeholders with regards to the free fares. So we've had some organic content out over the last week or so on our social media channels. There's plenty of information on our website. Our partner at OSTA has been sharing information that we've provided to them with their contacts. They have very deep contacts with parents and schools. So they have also been sharing that information. And then we have a paid advertising marketing campaign that is launching in the next week. So there will be information about free fares on many digital and other channels, paid advertising that to reach those audiences. And then, as I mentioned in our presentation, we'll provide some materials as well to counselors. I can also say our outreach team will be out in the community, is out in the community this month and all across the summer, and they have print materials as well that they'll be handing out to community members to make sure that there's promotion and that they're aware of the free fares.
Okay, thank you. I'm father of 2 teens. I have not seen anything yet. So in addition to OSTA, like the school boards, I'll, provide the school boards information, ask them through every school community to put it out on their e-newsletters, paper newsletters, sandwich boards at stations, video or audio announcements on buses, especially the school routes, to make sure the kids are aware, everything we can to make sure we get high ridership in the summer. I've had a number of issues raised about station safety in our most popular stations. Tunney's and Herdman have been raised with me. And the main question or theme of it is, at the most busiest times of the day, when we have the highest volume of riders, when our platforms are chock-a-block full with commuters, the theme that the residents have raised with me is they don't see any staff in these stations. They might be in the office behind the closed door, but there's no, and I'm not saying there's no staff there, I'm not there, but what people have said is there's no visibility of staff. There's no one marshaling people away from the edge of the platform or crowd control. All of the people who have raised these concerns are women who have raised these concerns. And I just want to hear from staff, and these aren't, like I said, neighborhood stations. There are key marquee transfer stations, the busiest of our stations. Can staff just highlight the presence of OC TRANSPO staff at these stations, particularly at rush hour?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, I really appreciate the feedback, and I'm going to take that away. My safety team does safety blitzes anytime we receive these types of safety concerns, so I'll ensure I'll have my safety team back out there. As Amanda mentioned, we also have her outreach team that are out, and Joel's team has his supervisors who are out, but we appreciate the feedback, and we'll take that away to see if we can do maybe an integrated plan at these transfer stations, maybe during peak periods. I'll just remind everyone that we no longer have station service staff that used to be within the station. So obviously, Joel's staff, the supervisors, they may be working within the office, as you mentioned. Same thing with the special constables. They're within the network at all times, but also responding to calls. So happy to take that feedback and take away some review with my team to make sure that we can get some visibility during those times.
You've got time for one quick question, Councillor.
Thank you, and thank you for that answer and commitment. Thanks, Chair. I have a number of questions left, but I'll just focus. Lansdowne Park, drove by last week during the football game. There was probably 300 meters of park buses on bank waiting for the game to end. Every other major event that happens at Lansdowne Park, I do not see buses on the ready to take attendees home, whether it's 67 games or other games. I understand that football games have much more spectators, but if people are paying for this service in their ticket, regardless of which event they attend, why are buses not available for other attendees for other events?
Mr. Chair, we take information from the event organizers at Lansdowne to set the amount of extra service that we need to run along Bank Street to get people to the events and from the events. And it scales according to the size of the event. For the much smaller events, Sometimes it's just the regular service is enough. Sometimes for the, well, always for the very, very large events, there's extra buses, and there's sort of, it's not directly a linear comparison because the take up of transit versus parking in the neighborhood is higher for the larger events. Where the buses are sitting, where the buses are staging is also different according to the needs and the way the roads are being managed for each event. If there's specific observations that the councillor would like us to sort of go back and say, here's what we did on that day, we're happy to have that kind of a discussion.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. As one of the probably more vocal, larger critics, I'm feeling more positive about things in the last little while, and I think things are aligning. There is crossover. I know we're going to talk about the Eastern Extension later on, I believe, Chair, in the discussion. But with the crossover, I'm curious about a couple of things because I was actually asking, I'm trying to remember how many years behind, and I know Troy, we always keep betting about it all the time. How many years behind are we right now on East End? Knowing I'm feeling it's getting closer. How many years is that now? 2.5?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think we're approximately about 2 years behind schedule, but progress is being made, and I know we're not here talking about a date, but with the return of double car trains, that was a big first step to getting to where we need to be, and we're encouraged by the results and the partnership that we have with RTG right now on their commitment to getting there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm only asking that question because the East End has felt a wild impact, and we're very excited for it. I think we're hearing that from the unions as well. We're all very excited for it. And with that excitement, obviously, is planning. So I'm happy to hear there's more buses coming into the fleet. I think that is terrific news. But we've planned for other opening times, and let's face it, we've had challenges on that in the past. We're going to be really honest about it sounds like something's imminent. Something's going to come forward, but you won't commit when that's fine. I just want to make sure we have the plan B in place in case, unfortunately, you're going to lose another bet, Troy, if we announce a date. Just so we're ready for that. I think that's because with back to school and you get through the summer, we're going to have that crush of people. So do we have an alternative plan if this is not running in the East End by September?
Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the question. Yes, when it comes to our service for September, a key piece of this, and Pat had talked about it, is that runtime analysis and improving the service reliability. But we are looking at a number of things that we can implement that would help deal with potential capacity increases with the federal government return to service, and just really focusing on that service. And that's why you've seen us make some of these decisions earlier to cut back on the service during the winter months and in the spring. And that was about, really taking that focus of we want to be ready for the fall and into the winter months. So yes, we do have plans, and once we get through, the teams are already talking about September service and the return to office. A lot of focus on Canada Day and Blues Fest and the special events. But we're already having those conversations on September, and then once we get through those two events, we'll really ramp that up. But yes, we've got good, solid bus plans, and it's not something that we're just been developing now. It's Rami's been really taking that medium to longer term focus on how we're managing that bus fleet that we have, onboarding the ZEB buses, seeing that improvement in reliability. And, with, building upon Rick's messaging here is, we really want to focus on, deliver what we advertise what we deliver. And that's how we're going to build that reliability for our customers. So yes, we have good, solid plans on the bus network, and, and full steam ahead on getting doing the final steps that we need to get into trial running.
Great, thank you, and I appreciate all your work on this. It feels a little Groundhog Day because I remember in 2022, I was like, oh God, if this starts before the election, it's going to be a problem. And then after the election, I thought, okay, great timing. And now I feel it's 4 years later, but we're saying it's 2. But either way, I'm not going to quibble. It's been a long time, and we're very excited about it. So I guess, again, just right back to it, we're not going to wait till the 11th hour to be able to look. If there's a go, no go, we could probably know in the next month, maybe, if it's just so for planning purposes. I know you're developing these plans, but there's got to be one track to go, yes, we're going to be able to alleviate a lot of eastern problems and use that line. And there's another track that says no. And I just want to make sure we're not going to wait till like just before Labor Day and say, oh, by the way, yeah, we're not going ahead, or we are going ahead.
Councillor, I'll let staff, if they want to do a quick answer, but we're starting to overlap into the next report.
Yeah, it's really tough. And I've always had a challenge with this chair where we combine the two because they are directly related with the buses and the trains. And I've mentioned this before. So I would like to hear from Rick if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, we'll get into more on
okay?
timing, but yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Staff
you,
can
Chair.
offer a quick.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Rick?
Quick
All right,
response.
through the chair, I can assure you, Councillor, that you will be getting plenty of notice regarding when we will attempt to start the trial running, and then the service date will be following that. Right now, we're really focused on, now that we got the 2-car trains back in, right, working with the contractors. We talked to them yesterday, as a matter of fact, about the rest of the fleet. When we know we have the pilot for the testing complete, when all the fleet is fully equipped with the smart tracker system.
Yeah.
Right. So we just want to make sure I'm a very staged approach individual.
Absolutely.
And once I'm comfortable that all the equipment materials is in and that they have the ability to install it, and we're really tracking on that on a date, then we'll announce and we'll make sure that this committee is well aware when we're going to be doing the trial running, maybe a little pre-trial trial, and then picking a date after certification for back in service.
Great. Thank you very much, Rick.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I got a bit of a hodgepodge of questions. I'll just make a preliminary comment that much of what we've seen today seems very positive. I was happy to see changes being made to a number of bus routes with scheduling, including 4 of the major routes in my ward, which are the 5, the 6, the 41, and 48. So that is very positive. At the last meeting, you spoke, Mr. Leary, about coming back here in June. And one of the items you mentioned last time is that you talked about how you were out on the platform talking to customers and they enjoyed the shorter headways, and that you were going to come back and talk about costs. We've restored double train service, but we've reverted to the original headways on line 1. How is the work progressing on coming back to us on that?
Through the chair, it's going very well. It's part of the September review of what we can do regarding adding additional service, kind of thinking a little bit outside the box as well, whether it's bus or the train, to provide just what you mentioned. And so we're still working on that. We're assessing the budget. I've been having discussions with the CFO, for instance. You know, you heard a lot here, a lot of discussions about the hiring and the extra staff that needed to hire. So I'm trying to balance this budget by looking at the underspend on regular wages, all right, looking at the overtime items, how we can do offsets for this. So we're close, but I'm not there yet. But you'll know very shortly once we have a better idea what we're going to do for the fall.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. And one other thing that's been absent from the last couple of months' presentation is that there's been no mention of on-demand. And which was always something that was talked about. Updates were provided as soon as we have enough pair of buses in. The last 10 buses that come in would be used for on-demand. Since you've taken over the leadership, we haven't heard any mention of that. Is that something that's still being considered, or how do you feel about on-demand?
Through the chair, yes, that's definitely something that's on the table. I had a number of conversations with some individuals this week about that as well. You know, the 10-point action plan was laying the foundation for some of the fundamentals that we needed to move the service forward. You've brought up the fare collection, for instance. That's when we have a second list of items that go on and on. You know, a capital plan, fleet plan, fare collection, on-demand service. You know, some safety and other initiatives. So we will be coming back with a B package. Not that it's less important, but it's things that we're looking at while we work on the fundamentals of the business.
Okay, thank you for that. The presentation indicated that ridership recovery was at 67%. I've asked in the past for that to be broken down between bus and rail. I'm hoping that can be in the future, because I do think it's important, because when I've asked in the past, turns out bus is at about 90% and rail is significantly lower. Do you have any updated stats that would indicate that we're tracking about the same?
Mr. Chair, I don't have those numbers here today, but we can get them and maybe I can send an email to the councillor.
Okay, thanks. I do think it's important for us to understand that, especially when you're talking about return to the office and federal government. I was, happy to hear that you're working with the federal government on improving the routes. Is there any work that you're doing in terms of encouraging them to come back to work and, offering a product where they can, take off their pay stub? Back in 2010 or so, we used to be able to buy an EcoPass. It was a different product. Is there any work being done with the federal government on that?
Mr. Chair, we are having some discussions, but at the moment they're at a fairly conceptual level.
Okay, thanks. Talked about park and rides being ready. Is there any opportunity to work with any of our existing city sites? I know people don't want to encourage park and rides within the green belt, but when you have people returning to office and maybe, the 10 minutes between dropping a kid off at daycare and having an opportunity to park somewhere else, we do have some potential space at city lots. Is there any opportunity to look at expanding park and ride offerings at sites that maybe right now don't serve as park and rides?
Mr. Chair, we've got an integrated city team, including all departments, working on what can the city do to respond and to accommodate the federal workers as they return to the office more frequently. And these and many, many others are all part of that consideration.
Okay, thanks for that.
If I could, through the chair, I just want to say, we understand that we have a few parking lots that are not well used. And I've asked as part of our plan for the September timeframe, what can we do differently? We know we hear some of the meandering through the buses through neighborhoods. What can we do differently to try to attract people back and capitalize on those lots?
Yeah, thanks. I even think I've got this site, 1245 Kilbourne, we're having our night tonight. There's probably 60 spaces there. The building will be vacant for years. It's right by Bank Street. Is there an opportunity to look at buildings like that? I think it's important. Very interested in the fleet management strategy. I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit about how you intend to solve some of our challenges. And Troy and Alana's great, by the way. Happy to have her sitting in today. They helped me a lot dig up some figures. I like to ask for information, about some of the procurement because I was interested in it. And it was fascinating to see the presentation today in which it shows that we're really only using 10 double-decker buses and 67 have been retired. There was a number of procurements of double-decker buses over the years, 2010, 2014. There was performance issues. Some of those were fixed with the warranty with the equipment manager, but they never quite managed to address that mean time to failure. But yet, the previous term of council still went ahead in 2020 and approved 19 more double-decker buses after the LRT was in service when they no longer needed that capacity on the transitway of the shorter buses, and that was $7.5 million. So how is this fleet management strategy going to help us from making these sort of decisions and on just buying a bus?
Through the chair, one of the fundamental concepts I want to introduce when it comes to maintaining buses is proper overhaul of buses at a certain time frame. We had 11-year-old buses out there that didn't go through what I would consider a proper overhaul. And that's what we're going to change. And part of this 10-year capital plan that we're putting together, as well as a 5-year outlook with the fleet plan, is what is the proper staging and maintenance of vehicles so that you don't get to a position where our vehicles are failing 4 or 5 times before they get maintained. And that's what happened here. So we're going to do better projections for you to make sure that the committee and the council have an understanding of what is necessary to maintain buses to a quality that's acceptable in the industry.
Okay, thanks. And my colleague just said, yeah, those were delivered in 2020, but ordered in 2017. So in an what? Okay, well, I'm not going to fight with you. I wasn't there. But anyway, when things change, is there an opportunity to cancel your POs or if a bus is taking years and years to come in, is there an opportunity in our contracts to cancel if things change or deliver if things aren't met by a certain time frame? Is that not written into your contracts? For example, with our e-buses, we don't really have any options. There's not a lot of diesel manufacturers, but what sort of terms are written in the contracts that if they take so long to deliver?
So I'm going to, through the chair, I'm going to tell you from my experiences, sometimes we have to do a better job estimating when the delivery times can actually come. Having a long conversation with the manufacturers about what their supply chains are and what their ability through the manufacturing, because they stage all of us together. to be honest with you. So that's a lot of what I focus on. Yes, we can put liquidated damages in contracts for delays and stuff, but that doesn't do anybody any good when it comes to the customer experience. So my focus has always been really looking at the schedules, working with them to what we can really deliver on a time frame. I've been much more successful in that than trying to overburden them with, disciplinary measures in that sense.
Okay, thanks. And on a different sort of scheduling changes, you talked about the adjustments that are being made. You would have already seen the results of the audit of bus service planning and scheduling that the rest of us, those of us on audit committee, will see next week. So I take it that are some of these changes you're making now because you've seen the recommendations, or was this work that was already underway?
Through the chair, I'm going to tell you that most of this work was already underway. I'm just very fortunate to be sitting here at a time where I'm bringing everything together. I look what the council and the committee has done, right? These schedules are being changed. They were already working on this. They were already buying buses, looking at the maintenance plans. So yes, I can tell you that the Auditor General, I have met with her. We've had good discussions. She's very pleased that everything that she's identified, we have agreed with and we're moving forward on.
Okay, thanks. And I've been told I'm at time, but I can have one question. So Councillor Gower recommended that someone ask for an update on the root cause analysis. So I'll ask that as my my question.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the question. And I know it's a topic that we do need to talk about. But before we get into it a little bit, just as I said, I appreciate we need to talk about the issues, the problems that are impacting our customers and impacting the service. But I do want to flag and highlight that, the service, aside from the capacity issues and this outstanding cartridge bearing assembly, has been performing very, very well for an extended period of time now. And I think you've heard me say it before. You look at the previous Canada Days and Blues Fest, that system did exactly what we wanted it to do, what you invested in. Every train, every double clock train that comes in and out of there replaces 9 buses. And it was coming in like clockwork, in and out, in and out, in and out. And, you've heard Mr. Leary talk about here, he's been out on the system, daily, trains coming every 3 to 4 minutes at peak periods reliably, the capacity issues aside. So you look at where we were several years ago in terms of the reliability of the system and where we are now, leaps and bounds in terms of resolving those technical issues that have been impacting our customers. But we still have a ways to go. We know that. But we're down to a few key technical issues, with this one being the big one, right? So getting into specific to that. So we've talked about, and it's also important to remember that RTG, they're the maintainer, the designer, the builder of this system, right? So they are held accountable to fix the issues that are affecting us, and that's with them. They've done the root cause analysis, and we've identified that root cause. They've identified the root cause analysis as, you've heard us talk about, excess lateral loads on the cartridge bearing assembly. So a number of actions have been taken already to deal with that issue. And so you've heard us talk here about the implementation of top of rail lubrication, the adjustments made to the vehicle with regards to flange lubrication, the nut pinning, removing contact with the restraining rails, changes to their maintenance practices to reduce to better manage and reduce the rail corrugation or the rough track. And then now we're talking about implementing condition monitoring, get more real-time assessment is what's going on. So all that stuff is in progress or has been put in place, and that's all it's all about dealing with those excess lateral loads on the system on the axles. But ultimately, the solution, and the city's been adamant on that, and speaking with RTG, is they need an axle redesign. And I know that I've been saying that those conversations are advancing. We know there's a prototype a design prototype that they're going to be moving forward with. So it's all positive. So we need them to continue to move forward with the axle redesign. But a lot of actions have already been taken and put in place to help deal with that outstanding issue.
Yeah, thanks very much. There's always lots of speculation and, lots of talk about things like the Herdman curve, and had a chance last week in Edmonton to take the Valley line where we had a 90-degree curve. So always interesting to see different systems. Thanks. I know I'm out of time.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. The information, thanks for the presentation. The information that you had provided about routing adjustments, scheduling adjustments is it does sound positive. A lot of this, the union president had spoken during his public delegation about this being a long-standing issue. He's been there for 20-something years. I was there for 6 years, and I, also sort of witnessed that bit of decline. In terms of the scheduling adjustments, like other than runtime, are you also looking into the the internal time points of a route. Like one of the problems that we had from my experience was you'd have a section where there was a lot of time scheduled followed by a section with too little time. And so, you know, the operator would either have to sit and wait and then become late, or they would make that decision to blow through a time point early.
Mr. Chair, yes, we are looking at the time points along the route in addition to the end-to-end time.
Okay, and all your GPS, I know you said you're also relying on GPS data to capture like what the 80 something percentile of runtimes or something to that effect?
The standard that we use is 85th percentile for the end-to-end time, so that 85 out of 100 trips will arrive in the predicted time. And then a 95th percentile to set the recovery time at the terminal, so that 95 out of 100 buses will leave the terminal on time.
And through the chair, I'll add on that. One of the KPIs that we'll be introducing you very shortly is starting KPI at the beginning of a route, because if you can't begin on time, you can't get to a midpoint or an end on time. So we're going to start introducing some new KPIs that we're using in the industry that are more predictable for the reliability for our customers.
Okay, and that's fair. And on that point, you know, just because you have experience with that system, and because I grew up there, for a long time, York Region was putting in so much time to their routes where they were doing 20 kilometers an hour on their streets, and it was just as a rider at that time, it was torture to ride. So I'm hoping we don't go down that route, and we sort of develop schedules that are both realistic, but also not realistic to the point where you're giving an operator too much time.
Through the chair, that's a great statement, because what I continue to tell people is it's continual flow. You move at the travel pattern of the traffic. We're getting away from the industry of having those, you know, stop here, move forward, go back. You know, you saw what Pat presented on the variables that can impact service. Continual flow is what we tell people at traffic speed.
Excellent. Cool. Thanks. For one more question on that topic, will you also be looking at route adjustments? I mean, like minor route adjustments. I'm not saying like change your route completely, but you know, in my mind, the number 11 has two or three jogs in it. You know, at Bayview, at Tiny's, and I think at Lincoln Fields. You have routes that go into park and rides that are empty, and they spend like 2 or 3 minutes in there. You know, there's a possible savings there. Is that something you'll also look into on top of the scheduling?
Yes, it is. The first priority for
En
that work
effet,
is that we're
et la première priorité là, c'est un examen de tous les parcours qui ont été introduits il y a un an, en 2025, donc, et nous examinons continuellement tous les parcours pour être sûr que tout ce qui se fait pour une bonne raison. Bon, merci. Passons à un autre sujet. Pour ce qui est de l'embauche, je sais que vous pouvez engager à partir des opérateurs déjà existants. Est-ce que cela va changer? Est-ce que vous avez de la difficulté à trouver des opérateurs parmi les opérateurs existants pour passer au rail? Merci pour cette question, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons déjà été vers le grand public. Tous les postes vont se faire d'abord à l'interne pour voir si les opérateurs autobus sont intéressés. Suite à cela, on va à l'externe et nous avons déjà eu plusieurs campagnes pour les véhicules électriques et les véhicules diesel. Il y avait une diapo de Rami, je pense qu'il en parlait.
Is that only the Novas, or does that also affect some of the older Arctics?
Mr. Chair, we've already started refurbishing 30 of the older Arctics. It's mainly a structural refurbish. They're at the end of life. So we picked 30 buses that had good engines, good transmission, have had good reliability. We're giving them a good structural refurb. However, the Novas require a full A to Z midlife refurb, and that's what we're focused on. We need them to stay in good shape.
Okay. There are some questions about the double deckers retiring at the age that they are. I have some general awareness of like the 8000s being retired because you had tried out a midlife refurbishment and it didn't work out, or the return on investment just didn't justify it. Is that the case for the 81s as well?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. It's mainly the intensive labor that has to be put into it. And the refurb is too costly to make a good case for us. So we'd rather move the resources to somewhere where we think it's more beneficial.
Okay.
Novus.
Okay, thank you. I have two more. One is every so often we bring up the fact that we run a lot of school trips and school routes. Yeah, that's something we bring up every so often, and I'm wondering if you've said that you'll talk to. We've said that we'll talk to Osta and see what their ability to provide service is like, because these are buses that are used at fairly prime time. It's like just on the cusp of it, but it means like they're deadheading. The time requirement falls into the peak period, and that affects the service to regular customers. I'm wondering if any conversations with Osta and CTSO have progressed at all, and if we can, if there's any progress on the school trips, school routes.
Yes, we've had discussions with, well, first of all, we have continuous discussions, but we've had some fairly focused discussions with both OSTA, CTSO, and to some extent with their school boards in the last couple of months. And some of that's related to shorter term adjustments. Some of that's to longer term adjustments. Some of that is about whether they can support some movement of customers, movement of students by their yellow school bus contractors versus whether it's OC Transpo, how we can cooperate to each do what we're best at. And some of that is longer term questions about are the school boards able to adjust the bell times of the schools a little earlier or a little later in particular targeted cases in order to allow the more efficient use of both OC Transpo resources and the resources of the yellow school bus contractors. We expect to be putting some of that information out of some September changes in the next few weeks, but we're still locking that down with OSTA and CTSO.
If I can just add on to that, that is those discussions with OSTA, that those are definitely part of our plans in terms of, how we're managing the service moving forward. And it's freeing up capacity, freeing up buses. I think this is exactly your point, freeing up capacity in buses at those peak times, allowing us to make these runtime adjustments without impacting frequency. That's one of the things that we want to try to do. But so this is definitely part of the plans, part of our discussions, right? To maximize the use of our fleet, improve the service for all our customers, both our students as well as the non-students that are using at those peak times. So that's a great question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. No, I do think we should exit this, that type of service, at least within the school boundary, right? Outside, if it crosses the whole city, I get it. Lastly, a short comment that, it's a tiny bit of skepticism, I'll admit, in terms of, this is yet another X point plan. A few years ago, we had a 5-pillar whatever that came through, and then when I was there were all sorts of these things as well. And while that skepticism does exist, maybe because of my time there, but a lot of what was presented today does seem optimistic, does seem realistic, and I do believe that you have these interests. I do believe that you have these interests and that you are intent on meeting these achieving this plan. So it'll still be there, and I'll try to set it aside and look a little more optimistically. But I'm also looking forward to our one-on-one meeting later in the month. So thank you.
Vice Chair DeLush.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for the presentation this morning. I'm pleased to see that we're continuing to focus on the fix, and that is what I've been telling residents who contact me who want to see improvements to OC Transpo, but also those residents who are not transit users, who are paying a big share of the transit service through their tax bill. So I'm encouraged by the plan that you have here, that we are focused on the fix. We're not standing pat. We want to see action on reliability and improving the service. And I know you're working on that. I was encouraged to hear some positive feedback by labor, that they're seeing that. And as well, the statistic on preventative maintenance in what you've been done in the last year is very, very significant. And unfortunately, it won't get the attention that it deserves today. But I want to highlight that that's important work and we're doing what we said we were going to do, and that's going to have important impacts to the community for reliability. Focusing on return to work, and again, the message to the community is that we are working hard to get ready for this, that it's all hands on deck from what I understand. I also am interested in the discussions that we're having with the school boards, because that is a period of time where there's a lot of activity there. My message to the boards is do your job. This is your core service, is to provide student transportation to the schools. So I'm pleased to hear that. I hope they're moving towards that, and they need to do a better job of managing their catchment areas, right? So they've got students being bussed in from all corners of the earth to get to the school. So that puts pressures on it. If it's off-peak time, then we might be able to do that. But if we are losing buses to do the school board's job, I have a concern about that. We need to send a strong message that they need to focus on their job, which is student transportation. So can you, again, repeat or just put some emphasis on that conversation that they will be doing more of what is their core job. And we have been underlining to them that they need to manage their catchment. You know, you create these great catchments, we're just not able to accommodate it.
Mr. Chair, not at that, I wouldn't say we're using provocative language like the councillor is using, because some of that's public policy questions and that's not our role, but we're certainly sharing with them the information of, what the constrained fleet size that we have needs to be doing as we get more people coming back to working in the office, and to remind the school transportation authorities and the school board of how we helped them out during COVID when they were short of resources, when their contractors couldn't find enough drivers. That seems to have relieved, and so we're talking to them about pulling back some of the extra resources that we sent their way in 2021 and 22.
Okay, and I wouldn't expect you to have the kind of frustration that I am sharing with you this morning from the community, but we need to see some progress there. They need to do their job, and we need to do our job. It is the most expensive, when we provide that service, it is the most expensive student busing transportation solution. It's much cheaper for them to do it through yellow school buses. And so from a taxpayer point of view, it makes no sense that we be putting on the table the most expensive means to get students to school. I do want to flag as well that the high density around the schools with portables continues to be a problem in suburban communities. And where that presents problems is congestion around the schools and delays in some cases to buses. So I will flag St. Veronica School in Finley Creek. I understand that there's going to be significant portable increases in that school. We have a bus route that runs right through there. And when we get feedback from the public, well, we want you to work on reliability, the school boards need to manage their schools so that they're not causing bottlenecks in communities like Finley Creek and Riverside South. Moving on, I'm interested in your growth numbers that you presented, and I was just talking with Councillor Leeper about it. I think, I'm sure they're accurate in terms of the expectations for growth, but that's one variable I assume that you'll be looking at in terms of where you provide the level of service. Again, we've seen and we saw through the Transportation Master Plan that one of the reasons why we're seeing a decline in transit is we have invested in pedestrian capacity. We've invested in cycling. We're seeing things like ride sharing. We're seeing changing in shopping patterns. There's a lot of structural issues that have seen a decline. And there's parts of the city where we have made some great investments in cycling and pedestrians. So maybe just give me some more context how you're going to use that data. It's not just growth. That's where the service goes. Are you looking at where there is demand? Because there continues to be strong demand in the suburban communities. And we are building these so-called transit-oriented communities without the transit, whereas other parts of the city do have the transit presently.
Mr. Chair, we showed one measure that was easy to show.
Okay.
We've got a lot of measures that we get from our colleagues in the planning department as they look forward to where the increased population will be, what kind of units they will be, what likelihood each area has to use transit, what the employment will be in future, how likely the people who, the companies that move into those areas are to have staff members who would use transit. This is all part of the, the part of what's behind the recommendations that we will bring to you in next year's budget and in future year's budget for what resources do we need to accommodate and perhaps even lead the growth of the city. And it'll be different every year. It'll be based on different inputs every year.
Okay, two more points. One is coming back to return to work, the Bowesville station. Obviously, we know that is nearing capacity, and we're looking at possibly expanding it. We won't be able to do that before September. But the ugly duckling station at Leitrim, we do have capacity there. And I can recall living in Riverside South, people would drive all the way to Greenboro to get to a park and ride to access the rapid transit system. So I'm hoping that we can continue to obviously promote Bowesville, but if that does reach capacity, that Leitrim is available and we let people know.
Chair, through you, thank you for the question. We actually do have a plan, Councillor, through our return to work and office marketing campaign for the fall that will promote our park and ride lots, but particularly those that have lots of capacity at this time. So there'll be targeted ads and other messages within communities to really promote the uses of those park and ride lots.
Great. And let's just avoid that frustration that someone gets to Bowesville and it's full, that they've been told in advance there's some options that exist in Leitrim, as much as it's a little further away. We'll get them where they need to go. Last question is just on the non-fare revenue. Pleased to see we're making some progress on that. Every time we increase fares and increase taxes and we don't do this, it's troubling. So I'm pleased to see there's some action on it. I would like to follow up with staff. I've been pressing to staff to say we're open for business for cell tower service at the Linebank station. Staff have come back and saying we don't think we can fit it. Rick, I'm sure we could go visit any station that was built in the 1920s and find that they've figured out how they can get a cell phone tower in there. So I'm not sure I understand the thinking behind this. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And if we can fit a cell tower in this community, they'll get better cell phone service and we'll get the revenue, which we desperately need as a service. So I will follow up with you. And yes, please continue to do this. Like, it's been over a year that we have no advertising on line one event, or sorry, line two of any real financial benefit. And let's not overthink this. Let's get this done, and would appreciate some time with you at some point to look at Linebank. I think you and I could find a spot for a tower there that would probably not be too problematic. Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I don't have a ton this morning, but a few different questions. With respect to line one, you've gone to double cars. What is the off-peak frequency gone back to?
Mr. Chair, there's been no change right now to the off-peak frequency.
So how often is line one running off-peak?
Currently, line one is running 8 to 9 minutes frequency off peak.
Okay, I was looking at the transit app a bit ago and it seemed to show 10-minute, but I'll take your word for it that it's 8 to 9 minutes. It sounds like restoring those very frequent headways that we had been having. Sorry, did I hear you say that if you are able to reduce the number of overtime hours that your mechanics are putting in, that you could put those savings into increased headway?
Through the chair, when I was talking about overtime, I was talking about the hiring and the movement of staff, right? Not mechanics specifically. We have some significant underspending on straight wages. So when Samantha needs some extra staff to come in to do training, that's how I'm looking to offset the budget. And if we put extra service out, it's because we're either reducing the overtime or we're using the underspend on wages.
Okay, that sounds good. The second question, on page 26, you have that very compelling, let's do 80% proactive maintenance, 20% reactive. What does your fleet need to look like in order to be able to achieve that? What is the fleet mix that you need to achieve that?
Mr. Chair, if I believe I'm getting this question correctly. I think a fleet that is younger in age, which we will have by end of this year or next year, pardon me, 2027, once all the electric buses are in service. A fleet with no more unreliable buses for us to continuously spend our resources on. It's when we will have a proactive, almost 80%, if not more, proactive maintenance plan. However, it was important to also change our maintenance plan so that everything is done at 10,000 kilometers and we don't skip these important milestones. When we're doing the work, we're not going to get surprises on the road, basically.
Even when all of the electric buses have come in, you still have a mix of diesel and electric, and they have a mix of age in there. What is your assumption if you're going to achieve 80% in terms of that mix? You don't need a fleet that is 100% younger than 3 years in order to achieve 80%.
Through the chair, what I've done in the past and what I've looked at is if you can keep your fleet age in that 6.5% year range, right? Then you have older and newer vehicles. The newer vehicles obviously are more reliable, but it allows you to get into that 80-20% range. When you get a newer fleet, we'll hit a 90-10 for a period of time, but that doesn't mean it's great, right? It's just because you have a newer fleet. So we're realistic with everybody. And that's where we really focus. And earlier I mentioned about at midlife overhauls, the real investment in educating what we need. That's what we're going to start looking at to keep that 80-20. So even if your fleet gets a little older, right, you still want to have proper maintenance to maintain it.
So that is a fleet, what I'm hearing, sorry, is a fleet that is around an average of 6 years of age.
6.5 to 7.
6.5, with none of the buses that are end of life, like that 20-year.
Yeah, no,
that's all got to be gone, and everything else has got to be an average of around 6.5 years.
Vehicles are designed for a 12-year to 15-year life tops, right? And when you keep vehicles that long, you want to use those for only rush hours, getting them out at the very end. I baby them to be, as I say, at the end of the useful life. I never go 18 or 20 years because the systems within are not designed to last that long.
I'll be really interested in the fleet capital plan. When do you anticipate bringing that forward?
And my hope is we can get it in sometime early in the new year.
Okay.
I've just started having conversations, mentioned it to Cyril, the CFO, about looking at a 10-year capital plan, which means you lay out the useful life of all the vehicles and what your capital needs are for that course of time. But you're also doing your projections. And I know Pat's already started this. You know, as we grow as an organization, you saw from the presentation, we have 704 vehicles today. We'd have 704 vehicles next year. What are we going to need in the future as we see the growth in the city grow? And that's what a document like that identifies for you.
Is there a world, or are you looking at a capital plan that could see us acquiring some number of buses every year to get to the point where we could start selling buses 10 years from now that have value?
Through the chair, I don't see anybody in the industry, you know, selling buses for the most part, because most of us, we wear them out and we use them good. Nobody has that big a surplus. And many times, the reason we retired so many buses this year, because sometimes having too many buses is worse than not having enough, because it spreads out your maintenance. And as for getting to a program procurement, we all talk about it, but realistically, it's when other levels of government come with funding. And sometimes we're waiting and we're stretching, and that's why you see those big purchases spread over an 18-month period of time. And then there's gaps.
And that's one of the concerns I've had in listening to you speak about the capital plan, is that every time you've mentioned it around this table, it's been linked to federal funding or some other level of government funding. I would love to think that we are building in the base budget to allow us to follow a procurement policy that allows us to always be in control of the number of buses that we have. So we never get to that point where we've just pushed the age of the fleet out and then wind up here where we are today, where, you know, we've got a transit system that for several months was absolutely crippled.
Through the chair, you're absolutely right. And that is our intent. But my focus is really on educating what we need for capital funding to maintain a fleet. And what we do is, if you do long-term planning, that's when we hit the federal provincial governments with what our longer-term needs are and work. It takes a few years, but I've been successful working with the federal government on educating them in advance of what our needs are, but maintaining what you have, because you never want to have a situation like you recently have again if funding is not available.
Okay. So we are unlikely to see in that capital plan, sorry, I shouldn't ask it that way. Are we likely to see a procurement plan that is regular, 20 buses a year that we buy at a cost of whatever that is, $20 million a year, regardless of whether we're receiving federal funding or not?
Through the chair, that is correct. You will see that based on growth, because a lot of what the capital plan is on the life cycle of existing assets, as well as whatever growth plan you have, you could get in a program procurement for that.
Okay. But you don't anticipate that we would buy enough buses that at some point we actually have too many and we can start selling buses that have value? That's just not an industry practice?
No.
Okay. It's good to know. Thank you. So my next question is with respect, you've mentioned a couple of budget pressures that will be in the next term of council. The additional resources to sustain and expand the runtime improvements, the reliability improvements that you've made. I think that was, I can't remember which slide, it was in there somewhere. And then there was also the 105% staffing level is going to create a budget pressure. Can you give me an idea of what the magnitude of that budget pressure might be?
Okay, first I'll start with the 105% so that everyone's clear on what I recommend to staff is you program to hire at 105% because you can never get 100% of staff. And so what I've suggested is always over program. You lose so many people as you go along and it's like chasing your tail to fill jobs. And sometimes you might want to go over a few jobs because you know that you're going to have operators move up to supervisors and controllers and other jobs, right? Always watching the bottom line of your head count. So we're really focused on that, but program at 105%. It was something I had to, I'll tell you, sell to the city manager and the CFO, assuring them I don't overspend a budget. I watch that very closely. And as for the schedules, as we talked about a little bit earlier, as we adjust these schedules and, we use some of the school trip buses to fill in the gaps to make sure we do things differently, we'll be able to assess capacity needs once we fix the schedules and fix the bus service from a reliability. That's where there's going to be the pressure I see in the few years, because the growth is going to happen with the people coming to this city and the reliability of the fleet. It's going to happen. And then that's when we're going to start seeing the pressure issues occur. And we'll have to start forecasting better to make sure that we let this committee and council know what our needs are. I don't see it for 27, but I do see it, for 28 or 29.
But that's just to deal with growth, not necessarily to deal with network improvements, a more comprehensive network, reversing the cuts from new ways to bus, less distance to walk to a bus station, greater frequency. As I'm sure you saw, I was very frustrated on the weekend that the 11, which should be zipping me back and forth around my community easily on the weekend, is running at a half-hour frequency. We need to start taking a look at improving that comprehensiveness and that frequency, but right now, your additional budget requirements that you're looking for are just to maintain the reliability improvements that you've set out.
We also have, I'll remind you, now that we're 704 buses, we're still at about 25% spare ratio, which is a little greater than we need. So it gives us some flexibility as the fleet becomes more reliable, and I don't want to commit to it just yet, but it'll give us the ability to have those extra buses to put into service. That's why I say it's going to be a 28, 29, right, while we really work to assess what we have today.
Okay. And I'm starting to track the number of budget pressures that in the past couple of months this council has created for itself. One of them is going to be the additional cost of OC Transpo. The long-range financial plan that we passed yesterday creates a $29 million pressure in our budget. We passed the municipal capital facility enhancements that are going to be in the tens of millions of dollars the next term of council. We're starting to write some pretty big checks on the next term of council.
You're a time counselor, so last question.
I was going to ask about the 53. Okay. How did you, and I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but the 53 is, you've seen some remarkable improvements in reliability. Can you tell me how you achieved that? Like, what is the additional runtime? What has that done to frequency? I'm interested in some color on that.
Mr. Chair, on that route, the frequency is the same. We've scheduled more time end to end than we did previously. It turned out, much to our surprise, that the buses were taking a lot longer to get from one end to the other than we had predicted they would. We've gone one step towards correcting that. Now it's time to collect data, collect the observations, as Noah talked about, that we get through the SIR forms from the operators who are driving those routes, find out whether there are pinch points that we can do with transit priority measures or traffic signal timing. And if we need to add a little more time to get it back up to where it ought to be, then that's what we'll do.
But that one step has been to add runtime in.
Yeah.
So you're getting to like an 85% of runs would be accomplished within it.
Exactly.
But how are you accomplishing that without increasing frequency or without affecting the interlining of that route with, whatever bus that is supposed to become?
So we still program a departure every 30 minutes on that route, but it does take more resources, and that's part of the, balancing the complete budget. And it does that interline solution of which buses change to it changes with every new schedule cycle anyway. So
okay. And I think that's what I'm really interested in. It sounds like it may be more than I'm going to get into at this meeting. Okay, I'm getting the nod from the chair. I would be really interested in finding out more about that, how you accomplish the math on greater runtime without frequency change.
And if I could, Chair, if it's all right, I want to assure this committee that one of the discussions we have at the table on a regular basis is where we're going to do better when it comes to being efficient and effective in serving the customer. When we're looking at how we can get efficiencies, whether it's through scheduling, all right, service, right, even some of our paratransport service, what can we do different to make sure that we assure you, right, that we're making the best use of public funds? And you'll hear more about that in the coming year as well, because we don't want to be just coming back to the table asking for money. It's we're doing things differently to save money.
I totally understand that. So that 53 case study, I would love to pursue with you offline at some point. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for a good briefing that really identified, I think, a lot of the mitigations that we've been looking for over the last several years to safety and reliability concerns. I do want to pick up on what I think was a really important theme from one of our delegates, Mr. Ramachandran, talking about volume, bus volume, especially as we go forward. So I noted on your pie chart slide that we're looking to move from about 303 60-foot buses to 80 60-foot buses. And I know that that's being complemented by the onboarding of the 40-foot electric buses, but there's clearly a capacity difference between a 60-foot bus and a 40-foot bus. And I'd like to understand how you're going to square that circle.
Through the chair, going through COVID, many transit systems were making adjustments to what their fleet plan was going to look like. We had expansion of the rail here, and many people came under the assumption it'd be more feeder than longer routes. I'll let you know that we're having those discussions today about what the future needs of OC Transport and the length of the buses. Do we wish now that we had a few more 60-foot buses in the fleet? I'd say yes, right? We need to start looking at capacity and putting them out there. What we'll do as part of the fleet plan and our projections going forward with growth, right, is come back with a point in time where the recommendations will be going forward on what we want for more 60-foot buses. Because you're right, the capacity could be very well warranted.
I appreciate that. And I would also add to that concern that as we look at the route rebalancing exercise that's going on right now, I'm going to guess that broadly speaking, what that's going to do is cause less routes. Is that a fair assumption? If I take the 70 bus route in Barrhaven, which right now off-peak hours, generally speaking, is on time, but on peak, oftentimes it will fall behind. If the analysis to that is that there's more time required for that bus route, yet we have X number of buses, I'm assuming that's going to mean that the service frequency is not going to increase from this rebalancing process.
Through the chair, when I mentioned earlier, we have a greater percentage of spare ratio than we need right now. We're just working on the maintenance program. My belief is that we have the buses that we'll be able to put into service, right, to balance what's necessary out there. What I'm looking at is doing things that may be a little bit different. Like I said earlier, taking advantage of empty parking lots, the 30 route, for instance, and the meandering it does through the neighborhoods just to get to Blair. 50 minutes to get to Blair, talking to a lot of people, out at Tunney, right? Out in your area as well, the parking lots there, right? We talked to customers that had to take 2 buses to get to a train, right? What can we do differently, right, to capitalize on those parking lots to get people right to the train more expeditiously, right? So it's really a lot of work and analysis to go in on the origin destination, right? And then looking at the routes today. And I know Pat is doing that for me, especially when it starts looking at in the very near future, what can we do differently with the equipment we have? I think we can do better.
Thank you very much. And I will underscore, bold italics highlight that it is Tunney's pasture on peak in the afternoon, getting out of there, that needs those high capacity buses. So please don't let those passengers get stranded there. My next question is on your HR plan. I noted it was heavily referring to essentially hiring external. It talked about the process to, from advertising, posting, hiring in, interviews, training, et cetera. And there was, a span of 100 and some to 300 and some days. Is that the same construct for external hires as it is for internal hires? And how are we promoting from within and taking advantage of the knowledge of the operators we take in, so we can have, that career stream like Wilson had, of operator to communicator to city councillor?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. Everything I presented today is definitely not focused on external. Some of the recruitment efforts are definitely some targeted external campaigns, for example, for mechanics or special constables or bus operators, which we haven't been historically able to recruit internally. But that graphic that you're referring to that shows the training and recruitment pipeline is the same for the internal applicants as well. So if you're going from a bus operator to a rail operator to controller, you still go through that same posting, interview, assessment, application process on the recruitment side till you get your job offer, and then begin the training program for the respective mode. So we absolutely are encouraging staff growth within the organization. And as Mr. Leary said before, we often see that and expect that to supervisors, to the instructors, whatever the case may be. We will always go to internal first. It's really those entry level or more complex roles that require licenses, for example, on a mechanic side, that we're going external for.
Thank you very much. Is OC Transpo a part of the negotiation or conversations with the DND/federal government as it pertains to Carling campus with regard to solutions to their parking issues, as it could mean, employees there getting compensation to include bus passes, things like that, in order to alleviate this massive 1,000 vehicle glut that they have?
Through the chair, yes, we have. We've met, the city manager and I met as recently as last week with them to have discussions on what we could do differently to provide that service. I believe there's 10,000 employees in 5,500 spaces, so there's a real shortage there. And Pat, I don't mean to throw it to you, but I remember you had some conversations recently as well.
We did. We had a conversation as recently as yesterday afternoon with them. So it's a continuing.
Okay, perfect.
And they tell us about their needs. They give us some data. We do some analysis. We share what we find, and very iterative and very collegial.
No, that's great, because clearly if there could be a win-win in there, then let's win. And my last comment is on culture. So having just come out of a trip to Toronto a couple weeks ago, there wasn't a major station that I'd go through where there wasn't either a busker or some kind of a moving living statue or something like that. Is that something that we have been thinking about, or that we're looking to employ? Because I could imagine that commuters leaving Tunney's pasture would be a heck of a lot more happy being at Station F, waiting to come to Barhaven for 15 minutes if they go past a friendly saxophone player or something like that.
Chair, through Chair, through you. Thank you very much for the question. We have intended to launch an O-Buskers program since the initial opening of Line 1. Unfortunately, due to COVID and a number of other factors, it has been delayed. We are very excited to be able to launch that at Line 1 stations later this summer, and we will have more information and details on that entire plan for you very shortly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're on our bonus round of questions now. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. Didn't intend to get back on, but as we've been talking, I I had a question. I don't know if Mr. Lear will be able to answer it today. We've been talking about a lot of interesting things, a lot of moving parts that are happening within OC Transpo. We talked about, adjustments to scheduling, fleet management, stabilizing the workforce. We're, on our trains, we're looking at the root cause, opening at least the east extension. We're going to worry about the other extension next year. A lot talking about increasing ridership, how we do that. My question is there an ideal financial model for OC Transpo? Like way back when it was decided that, we should be trying to recover 55% at the fare box. We're closer to probably about 30% today. I was in Edmonton last week. They recovered 27% of the fare box. Their fares are a little bit cheaper. Their cost of living is significantly cheaper, I will say, though. And they're over capacity, like they're ahead of their pre-pandemic capacity. So, is there an ideal model, or is this typically something you see dictated by how much money council gives you? Like, is there, what is the elasticity between how you increase ridership and fares? What is the relationship there? We know that transit is a public good. We don't want to charge too much for it. But is there some sort of, you've worked in a number of places, is there some sort of ideal financial model that you can see bringing to this table?
Through the chair, this is my fourth transit systems that I've led, third in Canada. I'd let you know that this is a conversation that each one of them have on a regular basis, and I don't think anybody has come to a solution on what's the best funding model. I've had many discussions with my peers throughout the United States as well. Many of us have very similar challenges that we have here today.
So you don't have a solution for my question today?
No, but that's why I talk so much about working with our federal and provincial partners and making sure they're educated on our needs. And that's what we will do that very heavily, make sure that they know what our needs are in the future.
Okay, excellent. I do think it would be interesting for us to, as a council, to better understand how much we need to fund in order to get to what you consider to be an ideal level of service, and then for us to figure out what that means in terms of fares and tax levy. But appreciate that. Thank you.
Fare box recovery is also very different. In Toronto, it was in the 70s, almost 80%, but it had the density and the ridership there that others like ourselves that are massive, geographically, we don't have, right? So hearing from 26% to 80%, and when I left there, I think we were down in the 60s because of what happened with COVID. So.
And certainly when I look at that map that was provided in that PowerPoint presentation, like my own area, which I think in that I'm called East, along with probably Councillor King and Councillor Tierney, not showing a lot of growth. And then you're talking about, within the same presentation, expanding service to some of these other areas. And then so that's going to put more pressure on. But anyway, I look forward to hearing more. Thank you very much.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Just a few more matters. The customer town halls that will be held this summer, if you're holding them, obviously you'll be holding them in wards, but if you could give the ward councillor a heads up, and if you're open to the ward councillor observing the conversations that are happening, I think that will help the local councillor understand as well. So I just leave that with staff. I agree with the advertising and animation in our stations. We've been talking about this since before Line 1 opened, talking about how to make our stations livable and enjoyable. Yes, people are quickly going through, but our stations are still very institutional looking, concrete. Yes, there's public art. We've added some concessions in a handful of stations. But to Councillor Hill's point and others, we spoke about this many times, any way to make the stations more lively and enjoyable would have my strong support. If staff could just issue a memo and identify the 6 stations where the vending machines are coming, that would be great, just to know. And we heard there was a great slide about the bus fleet, early 2026 versus the end of 2027. The transition between certain models of buses, but the total buses is still 704 at each time period. Is that our equilibrium number of buses that we need to provide service, or are we still below that optimal number of buses?
Through the chair, I'd say that we're still reviewing and determining what the optimum number is. We know that the spare ratio is a bit high, right? So it gives us some flexibility as long as we're letting Rami do the maintenance. But that's the projection we're going to do when we look at growth and what we want to do. We also know that when we do the east extension and the west extension, we have to assess what the service is going to look like that. So we have to optimize the bus fleet. And that's why I said for me right now, and I may even be premature on saying it's the 28, 29 timeframe that I got to get a better understanding of what our future needs are.
Fair enough. Great. And my last question is just very happy to see 8 bus routes in April and June have their schedules modified, and you've got more routes that you're looking at changing it as well, which is very important. I want to have a better understanding of what proactive work is being done at OC Transpo to address bus routes that are consistently unreliable. They're consistently unreliable for a number of factors, one of which could be an unrealistic bus route schedule. So I agree there are many factors that contribute to why a bus run could be late. Some are not in our control, some are. And I want assurance that the review of bus route schedules is done on an ongoing basis and that staff have the capacity to make those changes. And it should never, because we have come to the point where we have to write a motion or I have to sit down with staff and review bus route performance data over time, because that work should already be done, right? I just need assurances that that work is being done, and I'm not assured that that is being done. And I'm not assured that those changes to bus routes are being done because people who know the system well saying this is a much more recent phenomenon than the years that my residents and everyone else's residents have been suffering with routes that OC Transpo knows and have known have been chronically unreliable, with schedules that are unrealistic, and we have not seen changes being done. So I want to know, and I want reassurance that this work is a priority for you, Mr. Leary, and that you have and your team has the capacity to make those changes.
Through the chair, I can assure you that this team has been given the authorization to do that. They've heard from me very loudly, as well as I'll say those on council, about reliability. We're focused with the city manager and everybody, the CFO. We have full support at this organization from everybody we need to make the changes that are necessary. And we can commit to you that we will do that and report back on it. I've made it very clear that a lot of times we will take the initiative knowing it's the right thing to do and report back, as opposed to waiting, asking for permission to do something when you already know what you're doing. So we're going to be much more proactive going forward on this. And that's what it'd be, educating you on what's going to be necessary for this organization, for this city to be successful.
Thank you. That's music to my ears. There's nothing more frustrating for my residents to see bus routes identified month after month after month as being unreliable, OC Transpo acknowledging they're unreliable, and then seeing those bus routes mentioned month after month after month. Because what comes back to us is, well, Councillor, what are you doing about it? It comes back to us to fix the problem, and we're not the experts. We channel issues on behalf of our residents. So I'm glad to hear that, because there have been bus route schedules chronically that are not realistic, and I'm very happy to hear what you shared with us today. Thank you.
If I could add to that, I am when we're doing the schedule adjustment, I wanted, that's why it's so important to have this presentation today. It's, in many cases, the schedules may not have been as far off as people believe, but staffing can be an issue, and fleet reliability. When I got here, Rami had educated me on, there were days when, I hate to say it, but, when you have double-digit issues with your bus fleet, your schedules are all off. And so, we've been supporting, all of us have been supporting Rami and the maintenance fleet, right, to do what they have to do, right, to get that reliability so that Pat can do what he has to do with schedules. So it's no one group, right? It really is a team effect here.
Okay, Councillor Kavanaugh online.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Appreciate this opportunity. I was out this morning at the D&D campus on Moody, and I was with city staff and with D&D officials to talk about how we can do better in terms of offering services to them. And of course, we need their cooperation and support. I just wanted to make sure that that's on the radar here because we've got a campus that has 5,000 parking spots. They're talking about doing some increases, but really we want them to use that transit station when it opens at Moody. And I want to know what's being done to prepare. I can tell you we were walking around looking at what can be done short-term and long-term. But I just want to know there's a commitment to deal with this. We do not want more cars on the road. They're talking about building more parking spots. So I just want to get a sense that this is on the radar. And obviously we need help from the federal government to fund anything extra. So I just want to check in on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, I'll reiterate that the city manager and myself, the CFO, had a meeting just a week and a half ago with staff from that facility, made us aware as of yesterday. I'll let Pat jump in, but as of yesterday, Pat continues to have discussion with them, one, on what service we can make available, recognizing the number of people there, and two, as you said, what potential funding they could help support us with. So Cyril's not afraid to ask those type of questions as well, as you know.
I hope so. We do need their support. It's a service for them. With the return to office mandates, this is going to be almost at crisis point. We're already seeing problems with cars on the highway, with the construction, et cetera. But this will be a permanent change of more people trying to get to one location and all using their cars, and they don't have incentive to use transit. So we need to work together on that. And I appreciate all the efforts that are being made. Overall, I've got, a massive construction going across my ward. We've got 7 new stations coming in with stage 2 LRT, and we do have to do some planning overall on how people get to those stations and how they make good use of them. And I just want to know what plans are being made for routes that are taking people to those stations.
Mr. Chair, we've done a lot of planning on our bus route connections on the east side for the east extension. We did a lot of planning for the bus route connections on the south. Those are in place already. The east will be ready to implement. We first will adjust for current ridership and running time conditions, and then we'll implement those shortly after the east opens. We've started our work on planning the bus route connections to the west. We want to make sure that, we did some of that in the 2023 to 25 route review and route changes, but we're doing more of that now. And we expect that by later this year, we'll be engaging with the councillors and talking to them about some of the options we're looking at and what we think the best way would be to knit the bus routes as well as possible into the new O-train stations on the west side.
Thank you. I look forward to discussions. It's very important for us to get people on those trains, and we've got to make it easy as possible to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, and I will try to keep it brief. Your staff have clarified that off-peak, the train is running, line 1 is running 9 to 10 minutes right now. So that's a reasonably long period to wait. People are naturally keen to get on that train. If it's only coming every 10 minutes, they crowd doors. I have seen social media discussion about a lack of capacity on the trains. Now that it's gone to double cars, but less frequency, that the platforms are more jammed up. I actually believe that the trains have capacity on them, but there is it's fraught territory. Obviously, there is a rider behavior that is causing fewer people to be able to get on the trains in a comfortable way, which is crowding the doors. I know why they're doing it. They don't trust our system. Not their fault, but are we able to, when we're doing our communications, getting ready for back to school, getting ready for RTO, to talk about crowding the doors? People get on the train, they stand near the doors, and you have the back third of a train that can be entirely empty.
Mr. Chair, yes, I think we can incorporate some of that into our ongoing communications. And as part of the September service change and return to office, we are also planning to have, engage our red vests or the ambassadors to be out there at stations, and they can assist with that messaging in terms of, hey, use all the doors, spread yourselves out. It assists with the loading and unloading of trains. So that's a very good point. But yes, it's part of our plans.
Okay, thank you. We had that emphasis earlier when the train was opened in 2019, et cetera. I would suggest that if we could get Alanis Morissette and Tom Green to do a PSA, people would accept the message a bit more. So we can help. Tom Green? Tom, all right, Tom. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions from committee members. I have a couple things. I wanted to follow up. One of our delegations asked about Presto fare capping and what the application is for para-transpo. Can staff clarify Presto fare capping, or even, I guess,
Yes.
credit and debit fare capping?
Just going to scroll
for
back.
para?
So daily fare capping applies to Presto cards tapped on para-transpo buses exactly the same way as it does on the conventional fleet. Payment by credit card, debit card fare capping applies exactly the same way on para-transpo buses as on the conventional fleet. The one that is different is that para-transpo also has the higher rural fare for the trips between the rural area and the urban area. In that case, the base part of that fare is capped, and the surcharge or the extra amount for the rural trip is charged trip by trip.
Okay, and is that indicated somewhere on the OC Transpo
Oh, yes.
website? It is?
Yes.
Thank you. You had data up about routes that would need additional capacity with return to office and back to school in the fall. I made a note of routes 61 and 63 that travel between Tunney's Pasture Station and Canada and Stittsville. Does that mean there will be more frequency for those routes during the morning and afternoon peak?
Mr. Chair, we're still working on exactly what we can do, what's appropriate to do at the beginning of September versus what we do as a reactive adjustment once we see the patterns. Those are the routes, those 10 routes we listed are the routes that the data that we have from the federal departments who were able to share data show those are the routes where overcrowding is most likely to occur. They don't guarantee that they will occur, and they don't guarantee that it won't be on other routes, but those are the routes that we'll be watching most closely. On quite a number of those routes, we're going to proactively add extra trips. But at this point today, we're not able to finalize our plans. We got a lot of internal work to be done over the next few days. I'll be providing my recommendations to Rick middle end of next week, and then we will be talking about it further among all of us at OC TRANSPO. And as soon as we know, we'll let everyone know. Okay. But right now, the federal data are changing, and our calculations of exactly where we're assigning our buses are not yet complete.
Because a lot like our friends in Barrhaven, we're seeing a lot of very full buses. Yep. Leaving Tunney's in the afternoon and also in the morning, but it seems to be more of an issue coming out of Tunney's and heading westward in the afternoon. And it's, to clarify, it's not just those 10 routes that you're monitoring. You're looking network wide. If there's capacity concerns due to return to office or any other factor that's driving ridership, you are making those adjustments with each service period.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's exactly right.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just wrap it up. We've covered a lot today. I'm really excited about the free youth fairs starting July 1st. And I think word is going to get around really, really quickly about what a benefit that is going to be for youth and for families. I'm really excited to see that, and we'll spread the word, but I know that's going to go like wildfire amongst young people once they figure out they can go anywhere in the city on OC Transpo. We've got some big events coming up: July 1st, Canada Day, Blues Fest, the Red Blacks games that continue. And thank goodness we saw the milestone of having the double cars back on Monday on LRT, because they are the backbone of providing great service July 1st and Blues Fest, and then beyond into September 1st with the full return to office and back to school. And I think we need to thank Metrolinx, who have provided parts that have allowed us to keep to our schedule to get those trains back. And as we're going to hear in the next presentation, help us with the timeline to beginning trial running. So that'll be in the next presentation. So I'll wrap it up there, and thank you, staff, for this update. We are not going to take a break. We're going to soldier on. The next item on the agenda is item 6.1, Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project. We do have to change a few of the personnel in the seats, so we'll give staff a moment to do that. We do not have any delegations on this item, but we do have a staff presentation. All right, I think we're good to go. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair Gower. Bonjour à tous.
Hello,
Joining me
everybody.
today is Jocelyn Daigle, the Deputy Director of the Rail Construction Program, and we are pleased to be here to present to the committee on the progress that we are making in expanding Ottawa's O-Train network. So next slide, please. Our presentation will start with a brief update on lines 2 and 4. Next slide, please. We continue to work closely with TNext to close out all of the remaining minor works for lines 2 and 4, which include the bearing condition monitoring system, which is a system that allows for the proactive monitoring of the condition of the train vehicle's axle bearing and detects any potential wear. This is in line with Transport Canada requirements. The design and construction of this system was completed in 2025. Integration work is ongoing, and the implementation of the system will take place once the final testing and commissioning is completed. For the locomotive video and voice recorder update, we have now completed all the major works on the LVVR, and this system is deployed in all cabs across the fleet. Moving forward, there will be ongoing external oversight conducted by Transport Canada and internal oversight provided by our own safety team. This oversight will continue in perpetuity with any identified issues addressed in a timely manner. And in terms of landscaping, with the warmer weather, we're making progress with the landscaping along line 2 and conducting final inspections. Lastly, I'm happy to report that in early May, the minor corrective work regarding the conformal frogs was closed. This work included improvements to the rail profile at 2 locations near Beach and Brookfield, and this will mean a more comfortable ride for customers and less wear on train wheels. So next slide, please. In this section, we will provide a brief update on our work in the East Extension. Next slide, please. So in terms of the pathway to passenger service, we can confirm that we're in between substantial completion, which was achieved several months ago, and trial running. As Rick has mentioned, the trial running phase will start once all prerequisites have been achieved and when there are an appropriate number of vehicles required for trial running to take place. As previously mentioned, during the pre-trial running and trial running periods, revenue service will continue on the existing segment of line 1, with passengers disembarking at Blair Station. The trains running between Blair and Trim stations will not carry passengers. Prior to moving to the trial running phase, we will host a technical briefing to share further details on the trial running plans. Next slide, please.
Work on the East Extension continues to be focused on system refinements, such as upgrades to the train control software, modifications to the passenger information display systems, and adjustments to the CCTV camera views to enhance operational safety. Minor deficiencies continue to be addressed, while transit services staff and key stakeholders undertake familiarization activities in preparation for operations to gain familiarity of the new stations. This will help ensure that our frontline teams are knowledgeable and ready to welcome customers when the new East Extension opens. Work is expected to continue after revenue service to close out minor works, just like we have done on lines 2 and 4. Next slide, please. We are nearing the end of the Stage 2 vehicle delivery process. For the Stage 2 fleet of 38 Alstom Citadis vehicles, 7 continue to be in production, while 1 is in dynamic testing and 30 have been accepted. Thank you. That's a brief summary. I will now pass the presentation over to Jocelyn to go through the construction update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bon après-midi. I will be providing
Good
a progress
afternoon,
update on the construction of the Stage 2 West Extension. Next slide, please. So, avant de passer au travers les stations
So
une à la
before
fois,
going through the stations one after the other, we're going to start off with an overview of the progress of construction of all of the stations in the West Extension.
Continues to progress well. We're currently advancing finishing works and testing and commissioning activities. Elevators and escalators are all installed and commissioning is well underway. Commissioning includes obtaining certification from the Technical Standards and Safety Authority, or TSSA. So TSSA certifications have been obtained for 18 of 40 elevators in the West. These certifications are still in progress for the 7 escalators in the West. Installation of fare gates and ticket vending machines is nearing completion, with commissioning to follow. As mentioned last committee meeting, we obtained our first occupancy permit for the Algonquin Station Bus Operator Building, or BOB. In 2026, we will work towards achieving occupancy permits on the remaining 2 BOBs located at Lincoln Fields and Moody stations, as well as some buildings in the Corkstown Light Maintenance Storage Facility, or LMSF. We will continue to collaborate with Building Code Services and Ottawa Fire Services to obtain occupancy permits and fire life safety approvals for all 11 stations and the 9 traction power substations through 2027. Bus loop construction is underway at Algonquin, Bayshore, Moody, Pinecrest, Lincoln Fields, and Westboro stations, and is expected to be near completion by the end of the year. So now we'll go through the stations one at a time. We'll start at Tunney's Pasture heading westwards. So first at Westboro, testing and commissioning of mechanical and electrical systems is underway along with architectural works. Fare gates and ticket vending machines have been installed. The intertrack barrier fence foundations have been poured, and works are ongoing at the plaza and bus loops. Next slide, please. We'll move into Kitchissippi Station. So this is one of our most advanced stations. Testing and commissioning of mechanical and electrical systems are underway. Elevator testing and commissioning is ongoing as well. Interior finishes are being worked on along with plaza works. Now, if we move on to Sherbourne Station, here we're working on communication systems, pulling cables, and installing platform display systems. Testing and commissioning of mechanical and electrical systems are underway. Plaza works are ongoing, so that's what we see in this photo here is the plaza on the east side of the station under construction. If we move on to the next slide for New Orchard. New Orchard, we have testing commissioning of mechanical and electrical systems underway. Plaza works are ongoing. And as we can see here in the photo, the ticket vending machines have been installed. Next at Lincoln Field Station, here our elevators have the TSSA certification. General testing and commissioning is ongoing, and the bus platforms for the new bus loop have been poured and the bus shelters are being installed. If we move on to Queensview Station, interior finishing works are underway. Here our elevators have that TSSA certification and plaza works are ongoing. Moving into Pinecrest Station, testing and commissioning also ongoing. Our elevators have the TSSA certification, plaza works are underway, and we're doing work as well in the bus loop with the bus platforms. Next, for Bayshore Station, this as well is one of our most advanced stations. The communication system testing and commissioning is underway. Our fare gates and ticket vending machines are currently being installed at the concourse level, and we're working on the station plaza utilities. Moving into Moody Station, testing and commissioning of the communication systems is underway. Our elevators have the TSSA certification. Plaza works are ongoing, as well as work in the bus loop on the bus platforms. Moving into Algonquin Station, testing and commissioning of the communication systems also underway. Our TSSA certification for the elevators and escalators is actively being worked on. It's ongoing. And we're doing bus loop utility work, and bus shelters installation is in progress. Now for our final station of Iris. This as well is one of our most advanced stations. Testing and commissioning of the communication systems is underway, along with work at the plaza. Now, if we move into our light maintenance storage facility at Corkstown, here activities currently include finalization of the track work. The overhead catenary system, or the OCS, has been complete and the yard is energized. Train testing is underway. The yard includes 5 separate buildings, and 2 of these buildings are advancing well towards gaining occupancy. These are the train storage shed buildings, as well as the service and inspection building. Now, if we move on to we're back at the start. So our next slide will be our West Extension 2026 milestones. And while that comes up on the screen, I'll start walking through. So since our last committee meeting in March, the OCS has been completed in the West Extension. So our next step is going to be to tie that OCS in to existing line 1 at Tunney's Pasture. That will be followed by energization of our final section of OCS, which is between Lincoln Fields and Tunney's Pasture. We will be ramping up the trains in the West Extension and proceeding with train testing beyond the LMSF yard. So we will, quite soon be doing end-to-end testing in Q3 of this year. As well, we'll be completing bus loop construction. We'll be progressing, as we touched on, those certifications, the TSSA certifications for our elevators as well as escalators, and we'll continue our ongoing civil and road works. And now looking forward to Q4 of this year on our next slide. We will complete cable pulling through the tunnels. Still in the tunnels, we will finalize the installation and the commissioning of the tunnel ventilation system. And we will hope to obtain the remaining occupancy permits for the 2 bus operator buildings remaining. Là, je vais passer la parole à Richard, qui
I'm
va
now
nous
going to hand
présenter
over to
les
Richard, who's going to
estimations
present the effects of the
Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. Lots of great progress.
L'Oréal.
In terms of the project schedule, it remains unchanged for the West Extension. And so we've made no changes as to what was presented previously in March. Substantial completion continues to be anticipated in 2027. Right now, our team is completing our due diligence, and an independent expert will be doing a detailed review of the project schedule and critical activities that are required to achieve substantial completion. We will provide an update to the committee once this review is complete. Next slide, please. So in terms of traffic and mobility impacts, I want to get into a little bit more detail of the work that we've been doing very recently. In this section of the presentation, we will focus on the traffic and mobility impacts for stage 2. Next slide, please. I want to start by acknowledging that there have been significant construction impacts on communities in our city. We recognize that this has been disruptive and time-consuming for residents and all road users, and we sincerely appreciate everyone's patience. My team is focused on doing better for residents. We are taking a detailed review of our procedures for planning, coordinating, and communicating traffic impacts. Our review will focus on ensuring close coordination with the city's traffic services, internally with other OC TRANSPO teams, other major city projects, the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario, being mindful of special events in communities, and engaging with local ward councillors. This will ensure a one city, one team approach moving forward. Once this review is complete, we will provide a full update on road works that are planned for the Stage 2 project. Our goal and commitment to every community is to mitigate impacts where possible, provide early notice of work, clearer information, improve coordination, and enhanced communication throughout the remainder of the project. Next slide, please. Preparation is underway to finalize an appropriate plan to do the final paving of Highway 174 between Blair Road and Champlain. This plan will include a focus on minimizing traffic impacts, coordinating with other road and infrastructure projects and community events, and ensuring proper notice is provided to residents before work begins. Beyond the final paving of Highway 174, there will be intermittent and low-impact finishing works such as landscaping, ditching, guardrails, and some municipal infrastructure work such as water main work. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the ongoing impact of several active construction areas along the 417. We fully understand that this work has a tremendous impact on residents, and where possible, we have worked with the contractor to accelerate the schedule of these activities. We have also worked with our colleagues in other city departments to implement traffic management plans to reduce the impacts on the traveling public. Next slide, please. The schedule for the overhead signage foundation construction on Highway 417 between Woodruff and Pinecrest has been accelerated and is now expected to be completed by July the 6th. As well, the southbound Pinecrest Greenbank on-ramp to eastbound on Highway 417 is closed. This closure is currently in place to help mitigate traffic impacts on this section of Highway 417 due to the overhead signage work. This on-ramp will reopen when the lane reductions are lifted. There is also an impact to the northbound Moody on-ramp to westbound Highway 417, which is closed for civil work, flat works, electrical, and drainage work. To complete a number of activities, including traffic and street lighting and the reconstruction of the transitway ramp, the northbound BRT right turn channel and the east side MUP is closed at Holly Acres Road. The east sidewalk on Holly Acres is also closed, but the west sidewalk remains open. The work in this area is to take place until early September. Next slide, please. If we could just go back one slide, I think we've advanced too far. So just to complete the west extension ongoing roadworks, there are additional significant works in the west that require certain road closures. These are at Moody and Corkstown, where the eastbound lane at Corkstown Road will be closed to the end of June for utilities, curb, and paving works. And there are overnight closures on the Kitchissippi-Meekan for both east and westbound to support barrier installation activities through June. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Major infrastructure activities are continuing along the Richmond Road corridor. We have also been able to work with the contractor and other partners to accelerate the schedule of this project in the Woodruff and Richmond intersection. Ongoing activities include utility installation, roadway reconstruction, deep utility replacement, and permanent intersection improvements. Select sections of permanent sidewalks, cycle tracks, and roadway sections are expected to be completed by the end of this year, while additional work will continue into 2027, with final completion of this project anticipated in 2028. Next slide, please. Traffic and mobility impacts for the Richmond Road Revitalization Project involve a closure of Woodruff at Richmond Road, which is needed for utility work and for the building of the upgraded, fully protected intersection. Byron, between Compton and Richardson, is currently closed for utility works. The Cleary intersection has shifted for deep utility work, and a local pedestrian detour is in place on Richmond. There are also ongoing traffic adjustments during daytime off-peak hours by New Orchard Station for sidewalk and multi-use pathway activities. Next slide, please. Maintaining accessibility and connectivity remains a priority for transit services throughout the construction of this project. Temporary crossings, route adjustments, reconstructed pathways, cycling detours, accessibility accommodations, and enhanced wayfinding measures have been implemented to help residents travel safely through these construction zones. And the next slide. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There are some questions, starting with Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. So I guess there's a few things in there. So on the East End extension, which is obviously my biggest concern, I see the stations, people are excited. They're dusting them, they're cleaning them. I've seen some trains moving around. That's good news. It creates some excitement. At the same time, is there anything we're waiting for at this point? Or is it just to manage about managing getting to the next stage? Because it sounds like we got the trains, which is good. It sounds like we're getting the buses. So before we start the 21 days of testing, I'm just kind of concerned what we're actually waiting for at this point.
Okay, I can talk a little bit about, where we're at with the, unfortunately it does link back to the spalling and the cartridge bearing assembly. So I'll talk to that. And then if there's anything else Richard would not want to add in on, he can. So right now our focus is with regards to the fleet itself. We've returned the double car trains, the cartridge bearing assembly, the axle replacements is ongoing. But as we've talked about here, we're also implementing a condition monitoring system, which will allow us to remove that 100,000 kilometer restriction. They're going through a pilot phase right now. The good news on that is that all the testing that we're doing with the company that's providing these smart bugs, it has gone really well. We've got 3 vehicles outfitted with these smart bugs, and it's picking up the things it's supposed to pick up and not picking up things when it's not supposed to pick up things. Not to get too technical. So it's all progressing really, really well, but they're going through a series of regimented steps. Once we have confidence that that process is finalized and we have a path forward for the installation of the smart bugs on the rest of the fleet, then we can really start opening up and doing more of our pre-trial running on the line. You'll see more and more trains out on the line. And what we've talked about is we want to be at a point now where we have a sufficient number. Obviously, we need to have a sufficient number of vehicles to start trial running, but we also want to have these condition monitoring on all the fleet when we get into trial running. So it's really about unlocking the fleet at this point to get that pre-trial running going. But said once this trial period on these condition monitoring or the smart bugs is complete and they're in the process of implementing, we don't have to manage the kilometers as much as we are right now. And then you'll start to see more and more activity out on the line. Rick has really brought that view to us in terms of, yes, there's pre-trial running, but run, be confident, then get into trial running. So you're going to see more and more of that. But that's the big piece right now. That's what we need is we need to unlock our fleet.
Great. And that's what I like to hear is I've seen some of the trains moving around, which is good news. So we're not beholden to anybody at this point. We don't have to wait for any certificates. All that's behind us. We're just in a position now where we want to make sure we have a good, stable fleet. There's no more checks from transportation board and nobody at all. This is all in our wheelhouse now. So we have control and we just want to make sure that we're in a correct position to proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, when, post-trial running, there is a series of final checks and balances, final checks and regulatory approvals and those types of things that need to happen, but that's mapped into our process. Right now, it's in our hands in terms of getting into trial running. doing, being successful in trial running. And then there's that period of time where we do the final handover from, trial running and into revenue service. But that is part of the overall plan. And we've done that, for line 1, line 2, and then for the east and west extensions.
Excellent. And it sounds like I'm hoping sooner than later, but we'll have to wait and see. And I'm not holding anyone to it. But obviously, September's coming up. There's some questions about, when's there a go, no go, because of course our seasons are really based on a lot of that. Are we basing things based on season change in quarters, I should say, or are we actually treating this completely separate and saying the second the rail is ready to roll in the East End, we don't have to wait for a seasonal change to coordinate. We're just good and we're just going to open it up.
I just want to make sure I get the question correct. So with regards to the launch of the East Extension, when it's ready to launch, it's going to launch.
Perfect.
Right. So we're not holding off, but in terms of other changes, maybe to the network, we've always talked about, we want to make sure that there's a period of overlap, right? Where we're not going to just immediately pull the buses away. Now, the service changes aren't as significant in the East End with the East Extension, but there will be a period of overlap with our bus service. But no, when the train is ready to launch, it will launch. We will not be waiting for a quarterly service change.
This is terrific news. Thank you. And the 21 days of testing, that will be part of the presentation and technical briefing we'll receive. We know it has to run from, as you mentioned, and I heard in the presentation, it has to go from Trim all the way to Tunney's. And that means people have to get off at some point at Blair Station to continue that extra section. All these details will be contained within what happens during the technical briefing.
That is correct. A technical briefing will be held in advance of trial running. We'll get into all those details. That is correct.
Great. And last, I guess, how soon? There's got to be a go, no go point in my mind, because of course you're either shifting and saying, yeah, we're going to be good. We're going to have enough trains, and we're going to be able to fulfill that service in September when government workers come back, students come back, or you're planning for the rainy day, which is lots of buses and different possible route changes. Again, we're all kind of guessing because we're waiting for you guys just to tell us how that's going to look. At what point do you think that what's the latest you can go before you can actually inform the public about what's happening just for planning purposes?
At this point, Mr. Chair, we're planning full tilt with regards to our bus service for September. We're not planning to implement any changes to our route network in September. That doesn't mean that things won't be available already at that time. But right now, let's plan our bus service, because as I mentioned, there's not a significant change to our route network as there was with the original launch of the line or with the line 2-4. There are some adjustments that would be made, but it's not nearly significant. So we're mapping out our entire bus service, and when the train is ready to launch, we'll launch the train, and the adjustments to the bus service will come later.
Right. And again, just want to make sure we have good advance warning that you guys are planning, working with our operators as well. I think that's really critical, because of course, if you have the trains, you need less buses when we come back on. But if the summer's over and we're ramping up that ridership, you're going to need a certain number of operators that will actually make sure that everything keeps moving, because we're going to have crushes of crowds. Like, it's going to be a lot more people, whether it's a train or whether it's a bus. And I just want to make sure that the public is prepared for that. It would be best optimally if we can see the trains. I think everyone's excited about them. But I just want to make sure we get advance notice on that, because I think it's really critical. We even heard today about us providing OC TRANSPO services, whether it's to high schools or schools. There's a big impact about if that train runs or not. So I just want to make sure we have, it's not like 2 days before kind of thing. Oh, never mind, it's all just buses. I think we need that kind of that window.
Through the chair, I can assure you, Councillor, that we will give plenty of notice in advance, as you see what we're doing now by our staging, right? 2-car trains, pre-trial running, trial running, when the likelihood, and it'll be an area of time, not a specific date based on the certification that takes place when we're done. That 21 days is 21 consecutive days of, error-free. right? And historically, always add a day or two, as you can imagine, because something happens. And so that's why I'm very skeptical in giving a date just yet.
Great. Well, I look forward to the techno brief. I think we're all waiting for that just to see how you're going to manage the people. It's going to be tough at Blair when you're like, hey, this is a very comfortable train. It's going to keep going. Everyone get off. I still am having great difficulty with that one because I might be one of those people. I'm like, I'm one more station down. I live near Montreal Road Station. Let me go one more. I'm a counselor, damn it. No. Anyway, all that to say, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge you're going to have is people's excitement. And we look forward to where this goes. So thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. When the East launches, the changes to the bus network in the East, is that going to free up any resources that we can reallocate perhaps to benefit the West?
Mr. Chair, yes, there will be a small number of buses that are freed up. What we do with them will depend on the observed travel needs at that time and the state of the bus fleet at that time.
Okay. Currently, there's a supplementary shuttle that runs between downtown and Blair stations. I think it's like every 10 or 15 minutes during peak. Is that going to continue operating when the extension opens, or is that going to cede? Is that going to end as soon as Line 1 opens, the extension?
Through the chair, what I was going to say is we're doing part of our assessment of all the routes. We'll know more information the closer we get to that time frame, to be honest with you.
Okay. No, I understand. Thank you. When will planning for the route network for the West extension begin? Has it started already? And then if not, when can we expect it to begin?
Yes, it started already, and we expect to be engaging with councillors towards the end of the year.
Okay, cool. Thanks. That's it.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still thinking about kicking riders off at Blair Station. It's going to be awesome. Get off the train. Okay, so sorry, two quick questions for you. First, what's the deal with the platform edge cameras? Those have been on the to-do list now for months. Why are those not addressed or fixed yet?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question. We're going through an iterative process with the platform edge cameras. We need to be able to move trains to each of the platform edges so that we can confirm that the view that the operator has on their console is giving them clear images of the doors so that they can make sure that there are no cases of entrapment of passengers moving on and off the train. So very much we need to have trains moving. We have had some difficulties in getting trains out there. Our focus very much within OC TRANSPO has been maintaining service between Tunney's Pasture and Blair. And so we use trains when available during off-peak periods during the day, and then we go and do our testing. If there is a tweak that's required, we do the tweak, and then we have to bring another train back to test that. So it's just been a relatively slow, iterative process. But we're just down now to just do a couple of tweaks of the camera views so that we can feel satisfied that that issue is closed.
So at this point, there are a couple of cameras that are angled in such a way that you're not getting the view you want to get. You need to adjust that angle, and then that'll be off the to-do list.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Second question, sorry, this is maybe a bit speculative, but around Cleary Station and around Rochester Field, those are going to be kind of very humid environments. We had a discussion yesterday about the heat trace. Do we need to have an extra level of security or protection against freezing rain in those locations?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We have done a review in the West, and that was undertaken several years ago when we had the experience in the East around the Rideau River. And to date, we don't believe that there's any need for any additional measures or any changes to the design or the implementation of the OCS in the West. what we have as a standby once we get into service is the application of the antifreeze agent, which is currently applied in that section in the east between the University of Ottawa and Herdman. That's something that we could expand should we see that it's necessary. But right now, it's not clear to us that there's a single area that may be kind of more susceptible to that kind of freezing rain accretion than any other area.
Okay, because you've given us in past a very detailed analysis of the reasons why we're getting so much accretion in that geography, particularly around Herdman Station with the river there and everything. So you don't see that as being obviously similar where we're very close to the Ottawa River in the west.
No, we don't see the similar conditions occurring in the west that we've seen in the east.
Okay. When we install the heat wire, the heat trace, we're going to have to shut the line down in order to do that work, presumably. So I wonder whether it is worthwhile doing that proactively. But if you don't see the same conditions being applicable, sorry, I don't want to worry, Troy. It may be that you're able to do that work overnight in stages.
So we've just recently provided direction to RTG to move forward with the heat trace implementation obviously on the current line.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen more plans or anything like that yet, but Rick and I are just talking right here. Obviously, our focus is keeping the rail line open, and there's ways to do things without shutting down the rail line. Could be maybe extended engineering hours, single tracking, but it's been clear, and that that's our communications with RTG is we got to find ways to minimize the impact to our customers and keep service going. That's what railroads do.
Okay. My hope would just be that if it's obvious that we're going to need the same kind of protection in that area, that we do it proactively without the need for any kind of rail shutdown. But I accept that what I'm hearing is that you don't see it as obviously similar. So those are my questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Brockington and then Councillor Kavanaugh. But Councillor Brockington's. Oh, Councillor Brockington says skip him, so we'll go to Councillor Kavanaugh first.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, I'm kept up to date on the Stage 2 West, and I just want to give a shout out to staff. And I want to thank you, Richard, for coming out to the ward and talking to people directly on all the pains they've suffered. And it's been a lot, and you can see the impact of the construction. So I appreciate it. I just wanted to let you know that we do need to be kept up to date on everything. I think the 417 project was probably an example where it just missed the mark because we were not told significantly in advance, and we weren't given complete information on exactly what the work was. So hopefully we won't see delays like that again. And of course, it's having a huge impact on the community. And I appreciate all the work that has been made with you and the mayor's office in getting the contractors to speed up the work. That is massive. It's not just my ward, but it's also the wards further west that are being affected by this traffic squeeze. And as well, the local neighborhoods, both on the south and north, both Lane Johnson and I. So appreciate all the work. I just want to make sure that we're keeping in touch. I don't really have a question. We get a chance to talk pretty regularly, but I just wanted people to know how much work is going into this and how often we have to meet just to keep on top of it. It's 7 stations. It's massive construction plus all these bundled projects over and above. So I don't know if you have any comments, but anyway, just a thanks to your team to keeping us up to date and trying to move ahead these projects that obviously are in process. You can't stop them. Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff want to make a comment or?
Chair, thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate the comments, and that it's very gratifying to hear that the efforts of staff, and particularly the staff on the ground, the communications team, the stakeholders team that are meeting regularly with with yourself, Councillor, and also, other representatives of the public out in the West and the businesses. We're really trying hard to minimize the impacts in what is a very kind of difficult and painful process in terms of the amount of work that we have to do and the confined space that we have. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to add, make sure we keep up on the accessibility during construction. We still have issues with that, and it needs a lot of on-the-ground attentiveness so that people can get around, especially those with mobility devices. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Just two things. One is I understand the path that connects Brookfield Road to the Mooney's Bay Station is going to be repaved this year, which is good news. It had sustained some damage during the station upgrades as part of the extension project. What I hear frequently is there's no wayfinding signage in the community around Brookfield High School or at the mouth of where this path starts to say, hey, if you take this path, you're going to get to Mooney's Bay Station. So it's a simple fix, but as we're about to open phase 2 of a post-secondary apartment on Brookfield Road, hundreds of post-secondary students, plus all the new commercial. There's a high school right there. It'd be great to have a simple sign that says this way to the path, to the station. The other thing I just wanted to seek clarity on, and I know Mr. Charter just went through this, but I sometimes need things repeated more than once for it to sink in, and is what the delay with respect to the East End extension opening. And my understanding is you need it again to basically complete the testing with respect to the wheel bearing components, and that needs to be on, is it all of the carriages before you're then green light to do the trial running? And just explain in layman's language so I can understand why we can't proceed with trial running now and why we have to wait for the other testing to happen first.
Okay, no, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chair. So right now we've got, I might be a day or two behind, 33, 34 single car trains that are available for service. These are vehicles that are under the 100,000 kilometer limitation that's been imposed. We need a minimum of 46 single car trains to go into trial running to assess the service levels outlined in the project agreement. And that's not including spares. There's always vehicles that need to be, that are going through regular maintenance, whether it be wheel truing or what type of thing. So, we feel that we need a minimum between 54 and 58 vehicles available for service to have that 46 for trial running. Moving into trial running, we also want to be in a position where, obviously everyone's, we want to be in the position where all the vehicles will have the condition monitoring, the smart bugs on them. It's about simplifying the maintenance regime, simplifying the operations, having a maintainer maintain certain vehicles, and there's certain inspections that need to require to keep vehicles under the 100,000 kilometers, and then there's certain processes and procedures for vehicles that have the smart bugs. Just simplify the operation and get the smart bugs on the entire fleet that is required for trial running, and then that would be the best opportune time to go into trial running at that time. So condition monitoring, that equipment right now is going through the assessment phase. They're finalizing that. I think there's a few more tests this week, and then it's some data analysis, but everything is trending well. Then it comes into the installation of all this on the vehicles. And then when we get to that point where you have a critical mass or you're getting close to the number of vehicles you need, get into the pre-trial running of that phase so that when you have the 54, 58 vehicles, you're ready to go for trial running right away. So really taking that phased approach to ensure the success of trial running and ultimately the launch of the service.
Why is condition monitoring a must and not a nice to have for the trial running period, which is a short period of time? We're still monitoring the condition of the components that aren't in the condition monitoring phase. Is that a requirement for trial running, or can you start trial running with some in the condition monitoring phase and some that haven't yet been equipped for condition monitoring? Why hold up the trial running process?
At a minimum, we know that when we go into trial running, as I said, it's 46 vehicles for trial running. But then when you have the expanded service, you need an increased number of vehicles. So I think we're going to need for peak period, I haven't seen the final plans yet, but I think we need a minimum of 42 vehicles, 42 vehicles to meet the service plan that we'd be doing post trial running. So the number comes down a little bit from trial running, but you still need that sufficient number of vehicles. But I think to answer your question, you're right. Technically, we don't need the condition monitoring, but without the condition monitoring, that 100,000 kilometer limitation will apply, and our maintainer would need to be swapping out these bogies, and it's not easy work. It's not just like our car putting up on jack and taking the wheels off. It's significant work, and it can take away time from other maintenance activities that they need to do. It's not a safety risk, it's a service risk, and we can minimize that service risk by simplifying the operation.
Okay. And so do we have the required number of vehicles that we need on hand to commence trial running? You said we have 33 to 34 cars now that are under 100K, but you would like 54 to 58 to go through testing. My understanding is we have all the vehicles already in Ottawa ready to go. Is there any delay with the number of cars to be tested through trial running?
Mr. Chair, we have more than sufficient number of vehicles to commence trial running. It's the spalling issue that is preventing that start.
So the main delay now is to get all the cars converted and equipped for condition monitoring. And once all those cars are equipped, we're ready to go for trial running.
That is correct.
Okay. And what is that timeline?
That's what we're working to, Mr. Chair. That's what we're working to finalize, and that will inform the decision as to when trial running can start. So that's sort of the precursors for us to be able to provide a timeline and a date for when trial running can start.
Sure. Okay. I just hope that at some point, if those delays look longer and longer, you consider my suggestion that maybe all the carriages go through trial running, some with condition monitoring, some without, because we want to get through this 3-week period and learn from that 3-week period. And assuming everything passes, then the carriages that haven't gone through condition monitoring and have hit their 100K, they have to go through that part replacement. But at least we get through the next phase of this final process where we can get those trains back on and open for passenger service.
I'm just going to say, Mr. Chair, we've mapped out a few options, and that is one of them. And we want to put forward the best plan to be successful, but that is one of the options. Yes.
Okay, I am seeing no more questions on this item. Can we receive this item?
Yes, received.
Received. Thank you for the update. We will move on to the next item, 6.2, OC TRANSPO Public Safety. We have a staff presentation. We have one delegation registered to speak, and then we'll go to questions for staff after that. So over to staff for the presentation to begin.
It's me again. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So last fall, Chief Soslowski and I presented the initial concept of OC TRANSPO's public safety strategy. Fortunately, he's not able to join me today, but I'm pleased to say that significant amount of work has been completed to date, and as outlined in the report, to advance projects and objectives designed to improve safety, security of the transit system. Today, I'll walk you through our public safety strategy, which is the framework of our path forward. This work will culminate in the launch of a multi-year OC TRANSPO Public Safety Action Plan with measurable objectives and associated KPIs, which I'll get into later. The report outlines in more detail all the background work that has been completed to date to get us to this point and where we're headed in the future. Cette stratégie d'aborde la sécurité publique de manière holistique.
We want to actually look at the public safety globally, taking into account every factors to ensure the safety of our users.
Safety is not just a box to be checked. It is continuous, disciplined pursuit that demands constant vigilance, a shared ownership, and an unwavering commitment from everyone. It extends beyond everyone in this room, to every employee, to every rider, and every resident, requiring us all to work together as a community with one unified purpose: to strengthen safety across the entire transit system. Next slide, please. You've heard me consistently emphasize that safety isn't just part of our work. It really defines it. It shapes every choice we make, and it is upheld by everyone at OC Transpo, supported by our colleagues across the City of Ottawa, and reinforced by our external partnerships. The overall goal of the public safety strategy is to increase safety and security across the transit network, including the perception of it. L'objectif général de la stratégie de sécurité.
The general objective here is to improve both real safety and also the perception of safety among passengers using public transit.
While we have safety features deeply embedded into the design, construction, maintenance, and operations of our transit system, based on public comments, feedback, including from staff and even councillors here today, surveys, and through our safety partner working group, we know that there's a general perception from some people about feeling unsafe when they use transit. This is not uncommon. Despite all our existing safety features, transit is a public space, and that comes with a certain level of inherent risk. As outlined in the report, the projects, objectives, and the goals of this strategy are designed to help mitigate these risks whenever and wherever possible. The framework is being built to consider the perception of safety and securities and the ways that we can continue to improve our customers' experience. The work we have done and will continue to do is complemented by many other existing plans and builds off the foundation of previous agreements and investments. As we discussed earlier today, our new Customer First Action Plan is essential to fulfilling our promise of safe and reliable service. The public safety strategy also builds on the foundation of OC Transpo's vision and mission statements, in addition to the city's community safety and well-being plan. Next slide, please. OC Transpo's public safety strategy has not been developed in a silo. In 2023, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, or CUTA, released a list of recommendations on ways the transit agencies can prioritize safety. These recommendations included things such as forming multidisciplinary working groups to create strategies to support and respond to transit safety challenges, enhancing staff visibility in the system, implementing a continuous customer safety marketing campaign, and conducting crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED, reviews of transit stations and facilities. I am pleased to say that these recommendations have been adopted and have been part of our internal practices for many years. CUTA also recommended that transit agencies develop a multidisciplinary and integrated transit system safety plan. This is what OC Transpo's Public Safety Action Plan will be. The strategy I am presenting here today lays the framework to develop an overarching holistic plan designed with safety, security, and customer comfort at the forefront. The work we are doing builds off many other initiatives and plan already in place here in Ottawa, but we didn't stop there. My team reviewed industry best practices from all across Canada to get a pulse check on what other transit agencies were doing. Myself and Chief Soslavsky visited and consulted transit agencies, including the STM and the TTC, to get a firsthand look to see what they're doing. And we also reviewed the transit safety plans from other agencies across Canada, including Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, and Vancouver. This is what's missing here in Ottawa. A multi-year safety plan creates a framework for accountability, ensuring leadership, partner, and stakeholders remain aligned and responsible for delivering on results. Ultimately, a long-term public safety action plan is critical to restoring and maintaining confidence in transit as a safe and reliable service. We will also leverage the vast experience of our transit benchmarking networks across the globe, including the IBBG and the COMET, and we can confirm that the safety and security challenges we face here in Ottawa are not unique. Finally, as the chair of the Ontario Public Transit Association's first ever Safety and Training Committee, and as a member of CUTA's Safety and Security Committee, I am proud to represent OC Transpo on the national stage with other transit agencies as we continue to discuss ways on improving overall public safety in transit and bring that back here to Ottawa. Next slide, please. This strategy can only be made possible with the dedication of our Special Constable Unit, led by Chief Soslowski. They have been instrumental in implementing many of the initial safety and security initiatives outlined here in the report. As a brief reminder, all our special constables are appointed as sworn peace officers by the Ottawa Police Services Board, and they have the power of a police officer on and in relation to transit property. Our fare inspectors are appointed by City Council as municipal bylaw enforcement officers, just like our regular bylaw officers, and the entire unit is supported by communication officers, which is co-located in our Integrated Transit Operations Control Center. Special constables, including our new community visibility team, are deployed across the entire transit system, on bus and on rail, throughout the entire City of Ottawa, 24/7, 365 days a year. Special constables focus on protecting customers, preserving the peace, helping those in need, and enforcing legislative authorities granted to them by the board, attending calls throughout the city. Our special constables respond to many different calls for service, from medical emergencies to supporting those who struggle with drugs using on our system, to mental health crises, and to protecting our employees and our customers. These challenges extend far beyond transit. Like our partners across the city, we all share a responsibility to address them through a coordinated and collaborative effort. Enforcement alone is not the answer. Our special constables play a critical role by combining both safety and compassion, helping connect vulnerable individuals in our system to the supports and the services that they need. There is a careful balance to strike here, ensuring that our customers feel safe when they use transit and that they gain that confidence while they use our system, while also responding with empathy and care to those in the community who are most vulnerable. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment to highlight some of the incredible things that we've been able to accomplish through the funding that we've received under the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement. This funding has been instrumental in the development of our public safety strategy. In the first 2 years of this agreement, we have been able to increase staffing levels within our Special Constable Unit, including rolling out our community visibility team. Further, we've procured essential safety items, for example, increasing our Narcan supply, enhancing our equipment, and purchasing new bicycles and vehicles. We have also been able to develop new communications, materials, and campaigns and promotional items to help promote safety and the entire Special Constable team at recruitment events, as Amanda mentioned earlier. These are just to name a few highlights from our first 2 years. And finally, Council approved the reallocation of some of the funding from the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement to help with some additional improvements to the Byroad Market area. Once this proposal has been approved by the province, we expect to make some additional safety enhancements to Rideau Station, which I'll get into a little bit later today. Next slide, please. As a reminder, our public safety strategy is comprised of 8 overarching pillars: the Public Safety Action Plan, communications, staffing and training, visibility, technology, the environment, community collaboration, and our strong partnership with the Ottawa Police Service. A holistic, integrated public safety strategy is essential because transit safety is not a single issue challenge. It's the intersection of security, social well-being, operations, and public trust. This plan
shows our commitment to strengthen an overall culture of safety through the ongoing improvement and through empowerment as well. This strategy will be a framework that will change based on cooperation with our partners and passengers, and will adapt to the changing needs of the community we serve.
Safety and security management systems. This strategy reflects our commitment to both strengthening our comprehensive safety culture, both internally and externally within our community. This is through continuous improvement and accountability. The strategy will remain a living framework informed by ongoing engagement with our customers and our partners, responsive to our evolving needs across the community that we serve. As new and emerging safety and security challenges arise, we will continue to expand and refine our initiatives to ensure that we remain proactive, adaptable, and effective. Over the next few slides, I'll walk you through some of the initial accomplishments under each of these pillars to date. Next slide, please. Starting with our first pillar, the Public Safety Action Plan. This will be an overarching document that guides the work associated with this strategy and the framework that I'm presenting here today. A multi-year plan provides the stability needed to align policy, operations, enforcement, and social supports around one shared vision of a safe and welcoming transit system. In line with industry standard, this will be a multi-year plan, but will also allow us to be adaptable through ongoing reporting. It'll also contain measurable objectives with various key performance indicators that will help gauge the overall effectiveness and will help inform future programs. We expect to publish the Public Safety Action Plan on our website by the end of this year or early next year. Moving on to the communications pillar, our Safer Together campaign has seen some great success, and I'd like to thank Bart and Amanda for their contributions to this campaign. These communications help build customer confidence, raise awareness of key safety programs, and promote ways to report issues to OC TRANSPO. These all improve the customer experience, which is the key goal of our Customer First Action Plan. This campaign is agile and is constantly updated based on new safety and security initiatives. Multiple channels of communication are used to engage with our customers, and it's important that they have access to this information, including through social media, blog posts, advertising on the network and in paid media, and on our website. Clear, concise communications help promote existing safety features, but also play a critical role in the customer experience. We know that when riders understand the safety tools available to them and are aware of the many safety programs we have in place, they feel more comfortable riding the system and are more likely to take transit in the future. Next slide, please. Next up is our staffing and training pillar, and as I mentioned earlier, in large part due to the funding received through the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement, we've been able to increase our frontline staffing levels within our Special Constable unit. With the additional staff, we have a stronger presence across the transit system, and it's essential for staff to ensure compliance with regulatory requirements, safety requirements, and reporting. Additionally, because of this funding, we've been able to provide enhanced training and certify our special constables in a variety of different training courses. With our staff as certified instructors, it empowers them to deliver increased training in-house, which provides our special constables with the tools that they need to safely and compassionately address any incidents that may arise. Finally, in response to a rise in hate-motivated incidents, all of our special constables have completed a dedicated hate crime training session facilitated by the Ottawa Police Service. I'm very thankful to our partners in the Ottawa Police Service who were able to facilitate this training for us, and our close partnerships with our teams is essential in ensuring the safety and security of our customers and the entire community. Moving on to our visibility pillar, as Mr. Leary announced at the last Transit Committee meeting, we have now been able to launch our first ever community visibility team, or we're calling it the CVT. This team is really the cornerstone of the visibility pillar. They have been out in the field for about a month now, and we've heard some very positive feedback from the community and our partners to date. As the pilot progresses, we will continue to review and assess the potential for further expansion if it's successful and staffing levels remain stable. Special constables are not the only OC TRANSPO staff who are present on the system, as we discussed earlier, and we have many incredible people out in the field every single day from the operations team, from the outreach team, and our safety teams to ensure the safety and security of our customers. Like I've said before, if customers have any concern, the best way to address them is to speak to our staff directly out in the field. They are there to listen and support. Next slide, please. Our next pillar is focused on physical environment of our transit system. Ottawa's entire transit network has safety and security features embedded in its design, construction, maintenance, and operations. But one of the bigger environmental projects that is currently underway is the revitalization of Rideau Station. As Rideau is one of the main central hubs and in the entryway into the Byward Market, we are planning several enhancements in advance of the 200th anniversary of the Byward Market in 2027. Planned improvements include updates to signage and wayfinding for safety information for customers, CCTV changes, enhanced cleaning, installation of additional strategic vibrant public art, environmental changes such as removal of electrical outlets and modifying design features at entrances, and the inclusion of a special constable community space at the former Happy Goat location. Some of these changes will take time, but a lot of work is already underway with an internal task force led by our Chief Special Constable. Another environmental project that is underway is enhancements to our public washrooms. As I've said, we've seen an increase in vandalism and misuse of these washrooms. And since the last Transit Committee meeting, secure needle drops have now been installed at all public washrooms along lines 1 and 2 as an initial step. The washrooms have all been reopened, but there have been additional closures due to some ongoing vandalism. We are actively exploring a variety of additional mitigation measures, including physical infrastructure changes and new access controls. This is particularly top of mind with the closure of the consumption and treatment sites. Switching gears to the technology pillar, technology continues to shape the safety and security landscape in transit. OC TRANSPO has a dedicated transit technology and innovation team who monitor new and emerging technologies which can help improve transit safety. As you may recall, and we've teased at previous Transit Committee meetings, we are working on a new safety reporting application that will allow for discrete real-time reporting of safety and security concerns. I'm pleased to share that based on the progress to date, this app will be launching before the end of the year. As we get closer to its launch, a targeted marketing campaign will be launched side by side to raise awareness and encourage customers to download and use the app. I'm very excited for this app as it'll provide a new tool and a discreet way for customers and the community to report safety and security concerns. This is something that has worked very well at other transit properties. And as I mentioned earlier, community safety is a shared responsibility. And if our teams are not made aware, then they can't address and respond to the problem. I'm hoping with the introduction of this app that we'll have more customers reporting and we'll work collaboratively with the Ottawa Police Services. Next slide. And then speaking of the Ottawa Police Services, our next pillar is really focused on our partnership with them. Our Special Constable Unit and the OPS share a very deeply collaborative relationship at all levels, from the front line all the way up to the chiefs. Through shared media campaigns, joint integrated task force, intelligence sharing, and joint responses to calls for service, both agencies play a critical role in public safety and security. This relationship is further strengthened through dedicated job training, job shadowing, and shared commitment to service excellence. Just to share one example, after the opening of the East Extension to TRIM, our community visibility team will work closely with the Ottawa Police Services East District to have a meaningful and dedicated presence at the stations side by side, including riding the trains together. This is a joint collaboration which will help bolster our customer experience and increase the sense and perception of safety, security, and comfort in our system. Our teams are working collaboratively in many ways, including, for example, last year, we addressed a bus surfing issue and our teams issued a joint statement and media campaign together. Later this month, I'll also be presenting the Special Constable Annual Report at the Ottawa Police Services Board, where I'll get into a little bit more detail on this. Next, as part of the community collaboration pillar, I wanted to highlight a new way we're working collaboratively with our partners in the Community and Social Services Department. In July, we will be implementing an enhanced coordinated approach to support individuals experiencing homelessness on the transit system through a special constable outreach worker co-response model. This will be a joint partnership between our new special constable community visibility team and the Community and Social Services Department community engagement team. It will consist of 2 outreach workers paired with 2 special constable. This co-response model will improve access to services and ensure timely, compassionate interventions for some of the most vulnerable residents in our community. I would like to extend a very heartfelt thank you to Clara and her team who have made this pilot project a possibility. After the launch, our teams will work and meet frequently together to monitor progress, address any challenges, and evaluate the outcomes. This approach has been implemented by other transit agencies such as the TTC and the Vancouver Transit Police, and it was very successful. So I'm very excited to be able to see this here in Ottawa. Currently, this pilot program will be implemented on July 2nd. We will evaluate the results of the pilot and determine any next steps. We're so proud of this new initiative to launch as we anticipate it having a really meaningful and direct impact on our community. Next slide, please. To guide us on this path forward, the Public Safety Action Plan will be data-driven and include measurable objectives with KPIs. Some examples of the areas that will be measured are outlined here for you on the slide. Sustainable safety outcomes really depends on consistent investment, data-driven decision-making, and cross-partner collaboration. These are all elements that will go a long way that These elements will go a long way to ensure that our plan is effective and we work collaboratively together. We will leverage existing metrics, including those in our safety management system, as well as the ones found in our annual report for the Special Constable team. Recently, the Canadian Standards Association released a new standard related to safety and security for public transit systems, one of the first of its kind. This standard provides an overview of how transit systems can track, measure, collect safety and security information as it relates to interactions between customers or between customers and employees. As we strive to align with industry best practices, this includes leveraging new and emerging guidelines to help measure our effectiveness more closely. Next slide, please. The initiatives I just covered under the 8 pillars of the public safety strategy are just some of the items we have accomplished to date. As outlined in the report, this framework really sets the path for our work forward that will culminate into the into the Public Safety Action Plan, which will be a forward-looking multi-year plan, expected to be published later this year. A multi-year transit public safety action plan is essential to move beyond reactive fixes and towards sustained, systematic safety improvements that addresses root causes, not just symptoms. Public trust in transit safety is built over time. The public safety strategy and its action plan signals commitment, accountability, and measurable progress to riders and employees alike. Cela conclut ma présentation.
And that is the end of my presentation today. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thanks very much, Sabrina. We're going to go to our delegation. We have one delegation today, James McKillop, who's here with us in the room. And then after the delegation, we will go to questions for staff. Hi, James. You can turn on the microphone and then begin when you're ready. No, staff will be running the slides. Okay. And just press that button. There you go.
There we go. Okay, so I read the agenda item and noticed crime prevention through environmental design, monitoring with CTV cameras, and using new tech with the Ottawa Police. My presentation is regarding the new tech being used and some of the past tech being used that I don't think this transit committee is properly informing people of. Slide 2, please. Slide. OC TRANSPO was one of the first transit service providers to provide real-time data related to its service, which allowed a whole ecosystem of app developers to create tools for residents to manage their commutes. Slide 3, please. In order to enable the digital client experience, Ottawa continues to leverage its existing IT and IoT infrastructure. The city is deeply invested in deployment of devices in the field, including on roadways, fleets, and transit for the city's digital vision. Slide 4. Meet Francois Collet, a member of the IEC, ISO, and SCC. He's responsible for international standards surrounding the IoT. Slide 6, please. Smart Everything Everywhere includes smart transport. Slide 7, crime prevention through environmental design. Natural surveillance is a design concept directed primarily at keeping intruders under observation. The primary goal of surveillance strategy is to facilitate observation. It may also help create an increased risk to the offender. Slide 8, natural access control is a design concept directed at decreasing crime opportunity. The primary goal is to deny access to a crime target and create perception of risk to the offender. Territorial reinforcement is a design strategy that encourages people to take ownership and responsibility for a space. Slide 9, surveillance systems for transit network access and Privacy Transportation Services Department utilizes surveillance solutions as key tools in the safety and security strategy for the OC TRANSPO network. Slide 10. This system helps deter unacceptable behavior and acts of violence. Slide 11. Slide 11. CBC, AI to watch Ottawa's transit cameras for crime and emergency. OC TRANSPO scanning 10,000 cameras to detect anomalies in real time, using AI to alert constables in crimes to emergencies. Slide 12. Staff are reviewing the potential of real-time anomaly detection, AI for crime reduction, and rider safety in transit environments while flagging unusual behavior. Slide 13. Ottawa is looking to follow Montreal, who developed a project to prevent suicide in the city's metro using AI to monitor security cameras to detect people in distress. Slide 14. IEC, artificial intelligence, enhancing the trustworthiness of neural networks. A neural network is a type of AI inspired by the structure and functioning of the human brain. This AI is found in a wide range of applications that are shaping the way we interact with the world. Slide 15. Neural networks learn from data through a process called training, where they digest weights and biases to make better predictions or decisions over time. They're an essential part of modern AI systems. Slide 16. The joint IEC-ISO Committee on AI, SC42, and ISO-IEC 24029 series allegedly addresses these concerns. Slide 17. Meet Crystal Vanderels, Director General Policy Horizons, Government of Canada. Slide 18. Policy Horizons foresight on AI. Neurotech could be used to read people's thoughts or anticipate their movements in real time. Could also be used for more ethically in policing. Slide 19. Policy Horizons, neurotech and cognitive tech. Neural network computing will lead to a computer vision detecting emotions and move for safety and security. Slide 20. This includes using AI for emotion tracking with sensors and algorithms. Slide 21. Predictive crime prevention uses sensors in AI and neural network computers to determine the probability of crime or other antisocial behavior before it happens. Slide 22. Metascam, Policy Horizons 2014. The latest foresight study examines how digital, bio, nano, and neuroscience tech will shape the economy, society over the next 10 to 15 years, including almost every major piece of infrastructure, including transportation. Slide 23. Constant monitoring and surveillance will become prevalent. Slide 24.
James, that is your time today. Thank you for your delegation. We hold the slides on file, and I see no questions from committee members. Thank you. We will move to questions for staff. Councillor Lowe.
Okay, I was hoping I'd go second. Thanks for the presentation. In terms of these are three questions and one comment. So in terms of the things that you're trying to do at Rideau Station, we have the William Street entrance that sort of has its own reputation. I'm wondering what specific things you may be looking at in there besides the more community aspect for the SCU. In terms of something like that's more permanent there, I guess.
Yes, thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Chair, we are looking at some, I'll say, physical infrastructure changes to help, both at the entrance at Sussex and at William Street, just to help potentially redesign how people engage with the space and really have them flow through down to the platform level to be able to use the trains. So one of the things we are definitely looking at is potentially either adding some new art installations that are strategic in those locations, or actually physically changing some of the infrastructure there. That's probably the item that will take the most amount of work off the list that I was explaining earlier, but that is a few things that we're looking at both actually of the entrances, William and Sussex.
Has any thought been given to things like audio?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that thought has been given. We are exploring it. It's a bit of a controversial item. So, there's been some agencies that have used that with success. There sometimes can be quite a few complaints from customers about that type of approach. So we're trying to find a good balance. But yes, we are considering a potential audio element to that.
Okay. I think someone mentioned Alanis Morissette earlier. In terms of the SCU staffing, are there any patterns or perhaps concerns or patterns of us losing SCU officers to OPS? I know it's sometimes a stepping stone, or is that pipeline sort of healthy enough that it's not really a concern despite the turnover?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I think you saw in my earlier presentation, the special constables are definitely on there. And I'd say like part of the challenge that we've had with retention is absolutely many special constables go on to be police officers, be it with the Ottawa Police or the OPP or the RCMP. So I would say that it is something that we're always focused on. It's one of the recruitment campaigns that is always open as we do see higher attrition through the special constable team.
Okay, and so then further to that has, if it does become a concern, are there options such as turning it into like, I know it's going to be much more costly, but has there been any discussion about like turning into a transit district of the OPS or something at all, or is that just not on the table at the moment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, that's not part of the discussion. It's not built into our MOA that we have with the Ottawa Police. But with Mr. Leary's background and experience, we are looking at different recruitment barriers and things we can change with the job descriptions potentially to attract a wider variety of candidates to the special constable team.
Okay, and then just the I guess the comment, perhaps you can respond to it as well. You noted that there's going to be an app that's going to be developed for residents, I guess, and passengers to report sort of safety issues. Is that going to be built in as part of any existing app, or is that going to be another standalone app to add to our repertoire?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to say that it is this. Oh, Amanda's sitting on my right-hand side. Sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, it is going to be a standalone app, but I know Amanda's team's working really closely to see like whatever linkages we can and putting links to connect the apps together. But it is a standalone app. It is very similar to what other transit agencies use, but also universities.
Okay, cool. Great. Thanks.
Vice Chair Delush.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've always held the view that the safety net of the city is obviously the police, the OC TRANSPO special constables, the RCMP, the OPP, bylaw. They all work together and enforce the laws of the city and hopefully have a strong presence in the community, because if you feel unsafe, then you are unsafe. That's the perception of a lot of folks. And, the police are working very hard to be present across the city. Municipalities across the province are finding it challenging, right? Because the cost of policing is very expensive. So I view the special constables as relief in that capacity, that they're much more financially, I think, affordable and meet our public safety needs in a very profound way. And I will always be a booster of that team. I've raised it here at this table before that presence is critical in the system, on the trains, on the buses, on the platforms. I don't like seeing the vehicles, people in the vehicles and talking to each other in vehicles. If they're going to talk to each other, I'd like to see them talking to them on the platform. And that's perhaps an oversimplistic view of it, since I just see a small portion in time, but we're going to put a strong emphasis on presence. And I think that's important. And how are you going to measure that? That we're tracking the constables are on the platforms or on the buses and not in vehicles or not behind the scenes, where maybe it's important, but again, I think I want to see it on the system.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the question, and I absolutely agree, and I know Mr. Leary will echo that. It was one of the first directions he gave me, is that he really wanted to see special constables visible throughout the system. So our new community visibility teams don't have cars at all, so there's no access to vehicles there. And then a portion of our special constables are also on bicycles, so again, they don't drive in their vehicles. The ones that are in their vehicles, I think we all know that the way our transit system's laid out, our special constables need to get across the city, and they're in, a lot of the same vehicle traffic that we are. They don't have any exemptions under the HTA. So they're going from an issue like from South Keys all the way to the airport, then all the way back to, Carleton. So we definitely need to have a good balance of being able to get and respond to safety and security incidents in a timely manner, while also making sure there's that visibility. So our community and visibility team, we're tracking them with they're providing information each day as to where they went and what stations they were at, and we're going to gather all that data, and we're doing an evaluation. Our crime analyst and our data analysts are working together to determine kind of the best path forward to see the effectiveness of that program. But I'll tell you that anecdotally, I've been out on the system, Mr. Leary's been out on the system, and anytime we're seeing the special constables out there, but we've seen them engaging with the customers. Absolutely.
Good. good. And I would add the fare inspectors as well, create that impression that there's presence there and people prepared to respond if there's a situation, be it medical or something else, right? I think we need to hire the right people for this job too, because they will be ambassadors for the system. So I'm pushing them out on the platform. They're going to get all kinds of questions, right? You know, what bus do I take? Where do I go? And in the downtown core, they'll get all kinds of questions from tourists as well. And I think we want to hire people that will be ambassadors, do their job, which is the most important. But yeah, you're going to have to perhaps help people with non-safety related issues and be an ambassador to the system. And I wouldn't suggest they could learn the entire system. Like other than Mr. Scrimger and Mr. Lowe or Councillor Lowe, like there's not too many people that can, give the link, route by route in terms of how you get there, but at least provide some level of assistance to basic questions and not have an attitude or not have, a posture that's not my job, right? Because I think it is part of the job that you're an ambassador of the system when you're out there.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I'll let Mr. Leary jump in here, but that is absolutely our direction to them. They are the ambassadors. When they're out, they'll help. And if they don't know, they have radios and they'll call in to their colleagues if they need assistance. But, they don't know route by route. I think very few people do. But certainly when people have questions about like which platform or which entrance or where's the elevator, they absolutely would help answer those questions.
Or if the system's out. I've been at times where it's on the wrong, we move the tracks and they're just helping that regard. And like I said, if they don't want to do that, then don't work for us, right?
If I may, through the chair, what I really like, we haven't had discussion with Peter and a number of the frontline staff, is they're very open to doing things differently. It's not always about policing. We do lose people to policing, obviously, but the opportunity to bring people in from health services, education, social services, people with different backgrounds. Peter said we can teach them the policing aspect of it, but he really likes the fact that, they do a lot of wellness checks, for instance, checking on people, interacting with customers, and having been out there and seen it and been with them, I'm very impressed with the staff and the way they look at that and their openness to do things differently. So we're not always losing people to the police services. And I do say that many times in my past, I've welcomed seeing people that I knew that worked for the transit system being with police services because they always had that little extra care for public transit and would show up and be there. So I see a lot of progress in this area, and I'm thrilled that they are spending more time in stations because that's what it's all about, the visibility and the deterrence for our customers.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a couple quick questions. I was happy to hear about the pilot with CSSD, the community collaboration, the outreach pilot. Is this going to be 24/7?
Thank you for the question. No, Chair, through you, it is not going to be 24/7. Right now, we're just working out the details in the coming weeks on exactly what that's going to be like. But when the pilot starts, there'll be certain shifts at various times of the day, various days of the month that they're going to be doing this co-response together.
Okay, thanks. How was it funded?
It is not any additional funding. It is our existing community visibility team with the Special Constable Unit and the existing outreach workers, part of CSSD's community engagement team. So if after the pilot we determine we want to broaden it or expand it, then that would be a time to discuss funding. But it's really on the Special Constable side, largely funded right now through the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement.
Okay, thank you. We had some challenges earlier this year with washrooms, and I'm just wondering if there's an update since some of them have been to be opened or.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what update, sorry, are you looking on like any advancements that have been done to the washrooms?
Yeah, since having to shut them down.
So since reopening the washrooms, we've installed the needle drop boxes in all the locations. We do anticipate, as I mentioned during the presentation, that need will likely increase with the closure of the consumption sites this week. However, the work is progressing, I'll say internally, looking at what other enhancements we can make from an infrastructure standpoint or from an access standpoint to access the washrooms. That's part of this public safety strategy.
Thanks. And when you monitor things on your cameras, from how quickly, can people respond if there's not people on site, whether it be at a station or in the, like I have that tunnel under the highway from Tremblay to Saint Laurent, which is like, how quickly can people, are you able to respond when you're monitoring incidents on the cameras?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we're made aware of an incident and it's in an accessible location, this is really where the vehicles do sometimes come in, because that will really increase the response time. And in many occasions, our special constables or our fare inspectors have delivered Narcan successfully and saving many people's lives. There is not someone seated behind looking at all 10,000, CCTV cameras, either on my special constable team or in Joel's Transit Operations Control Center. But when we're made aware, the special constable team is dispatched, and unless it's in a remote location, the response time is typically quite good.
Okay, thanks. And then just, I might have missed it, but did you provide an update? I know previously your team was reviewing the amendments that have been made to the Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act. You'd been reviewing the legislation. You'd have to go to the PSB, Police Service Board, in order to have any powers. Is there an update on the work there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I think everyone on the committee knows, the legislation was passed provincially, and it comes into effect on July 1st. Right now, we're just working with the Ottawa Police Services and the board to have that added to our agreement to be able to enforce that above the federal authorities that we already have.
That's good. So I take it you'd be going to the board to have those powers added then?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe, I don't think it's I don't want to say the incorrect thing, and Chief Sosowski's not here with me, but I believe it's just an agreement. I don't think it's a presentation or report to the board. I think it's just within our agreement. There's a listing of many different charges that we can already enforce right now from the special constable team, and that would just be one to be added, just like we already have the federal equivalent.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Councillor Carr for asking the questions with respect to the CSSD CBT teams. The only thing I was still wondering on that one is how long will that pilot go for?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. Right now we're looking at it to go for sure through the summer, and I'm hoping into the early fall, and then we'll reassess.
Okay, thank you. And then the second piece that I wanted to raise, just around, I have been receiving another small uptick of reports of bike theft at Tunney's Pasture. When people are getting their bikes stolen, and when they're seeing bikes getting chopped at the station, their perception of the overall system safety is compromised. So I hope that the emphasis from management down to the special constable unit is to pay just as much attention to what they're seeing happening at the bike racks as elsewhere in the station.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. That's the emphasis. If there's a crime happening, whether it's inside the station or outside, that they're absolutely intended to. I will encourage, if you have any information on that, or if you're hearing from your residents on that they absolutely report that to the special constable team. If they witness anyone tampering with bikes, absolutely, we want to hear that so we can investigate it.
Perfect. And follow up back to my officer to the resident in terms of follow-up actions would be really helpful. People are cynical that when they're reporting things like, especially if they've had their bike stolen at Tunney's Pasture, they're cynical that it makes any difference at all that they report it. So we need to increase people's trust that these are being followed through. Because again, it's not necessarily a bike question. It is a question about the overall security of the system. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. I have a quick one. A lot of this is being funded, not a lot of it. Some elements of this are being funded through temporary grant funding or funding that has a deadline attached to it. What impact does that have on your ability to plan or on any of your operations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I'll ask if Mr. Leary wants to jump in afterwards. It's a great question. I'd say the funding that we're really relying on for a portion of these initiatives is through this provincial Ontario-Ottawa agreement. That funding is set to expire at the end of March 2027. So we're less than a year away from the expiry of that funding, and that will definitely, to Councillor Lowe's earlier point, have an impact on our special constable hiring and being able to retain those staff. We're on a temporary contract right now with the expiry of that funding. So our goal is for to work myself with Mr. Leary and our CFO and the finance team to propose a strategy that we could either take through the next budget cycle internally, but also to lobby to the province and to the federal government to extend the funding for safety and security initiatives.
Yeah, and through the chair, thank you for that, Sabrina, because we want to continue that discussion with the province to see what we can do to expand that program. Again, we brought that up with the in discussions with the city for the 27 budget.
And are you going to need more funding to continue these programs as the East opens and as the West opens next year as well?
Through the chair, what we'll do is we'll take the information that's derived from the work that Sabrina's doing, educate the province, and try to sell them on just that, the benefits of continuing to support these programs.
Okay. Okay, if there's no more questions, can we receive this report? Receive. Thank you. A really good report, really solid set of initiatives. Thank you for bringing it forward. There are no in-cameras items today. Are there any notices of motion? We have two inquiries. Councillor Carr has an inquiry. We'll start with that one.
Yeah, I'll go first. And I'd like to apologize to Mr. Leary. He mentioned this morning at the mayor's breakfast about learning French. So in the future, I'll make sure that it's brought in French and my questions as well. But I prepared it in English for today. So this has to do with reports of broken fare machines. There have been numerous reports of broken fare machines on conventional OC transfer buses as well as para-transpo buses and vehicles. Can staff please answer the following? Does OC Transpo track statistics on how often fare machines are non-operational on both conventional and para-transpo buses, including instances where a vehicle enters service with a non-operational fare machine or where a fare machine fails while in service? If so, please provide the number of times this has occurred in the past 18 months. 2, what are the primary reasons a fare machine may not be operational? What measures are currently in place to prevent or address these failures? 3, what is the average length of time and cost to repair of, if needed, to replace a non-operational fare machine? 4, has OC Transpo and Para-Transpo estimated the amount of fare revenue lost as a result of fare machine failures over the past 18 months? If so, please provide the estimate for both conventional and para and the methodology used to calculate it. And 5, have lines 1 and 2 ever experienced challenges in the past 18 months with payment scanners at the stations or on train?
Okay. And there's a second inquiry from Councillor Hill. It's quite a long inquiry. It's 3 pages. In the interest of efficiency, if I could ask the clerk's office to put it on screen, scroll through it, and maybe Councillor Hill, if you could read the header items for the inquiry.
I can do it as such if that is your will, Mr. Chair. This is an inquiry based on the responses we had from our RTG presentation at the last Transit Committee meeting. So to read the headings, Bogie Systems, RTG confirmed the Line 1 LRT vehicles use the Alstom Ipanem bogie system, which is different from the iExEdge bogie system that was presented to Council in 2022 as the preferred choice, with 9 questions. Next header would be excess lateral loads and cartridge axle bearing design with 4 questions. Next subheading would be spalling with 4 questions. Next question would be alternate train systems with 2 questions. Comparisons between the cartridge bearing assemblies used in different systems with 2 questions. And then excessive ice on overhead catenary systems with 1 question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. Are there any other inquiries? Okay, we have no other business today, so we are adjourned. Our next meeting is September 10th. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Okay, I gotta fly. See you guys later.
Bye.